On a big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear a laugh. Sugar in the style.
Thank you for checking
She
in,
looks
Keel.
like
Holy shit, you also have already 80 muffins. That's so much. What are you, a toffee crunch?
Evil muffin,
That sounds
evil
good.
muffin.
Okay, I'm still starting everything up. I'm doing lots of messages and everything. But we're getting ready.
Evil muffin cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a jam jar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the room gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye. Pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape
Okay,
on a big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody.
Thank you, Silky Boo.
Everybody.
Okay.
Evil muffin, pass the love around.
Every time now that I'm out of it, out of it for like a couple days,
Evil muffin,
then I'll feel like, what am I doing?
best in Streamer Town,
Alright, what's
Streamer
going
Town.
on?
She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she
It is
gives
very
out
late.
toast. Got a prankster
idea if
grin,
this
yeah,
is gonna
but the
be.
kind that
There are
stays
people
makes
gonna
a
be here for the
storm
wording.
feel softer
But that's what I said, like if we're not gonna have much wording
ways. Wait,
people,
wait, hear
and we're
that?
just gonna
Sugar in the spell.
we're gonna
She
sleep.
looks like a
game.
menace. She loves you
But
well.
we're just using to do the words at least
Evil muffin.
once a week on Wednesday. Hello. Why is it eight lights? Let me turn on my lights. Mm-mm. This is my bedroom. Silky. But that is the exact same bongo. Was it because I called it bongo boob? Did I just call it bongo cat and then it's okay? I don't know. Like, I literally had people coming to ask me, like, hey, where did the bongo go? Why are the bongos gone? Maybe. Maybe because I called it bongo booba. Could be a thing. Oh, I don't have Tanja up here, so thank you, Kill, for that Danji, because then I straight away am aware. I have. I know. Oh. But did you see, Kill, like, not only the bongo booba, but I also some other emotes. I could have sworn, but maybe I dreamt it. I'm sort of starting to just try, yeah. How do you say that? I'm starting to question myself, even if I even had it at all. But I could have sworn that I had a muffin time emote. Okay, that's better with light. Look, my hair is. I went swimming, and this is now the state of my hair. Like for those who don't know, I have curly hair, but if it's short, it's just plop. I don't know what to do with that. Okay, I am just gonna switch it to words quickly. Maybe personally invite my number one words fan again, but we're gonna see how far we can go. It's cute. Thank you, Silky. My mom was so savage the other day. She was like, your hair's growing again. Good job. Now you need a haircut. I was like, excuse me. Excuse me. Mm. Oh no! I thought I had everything loaded up still from the words helper, but I don't. But thank you. I did put like the yeah, just like a bandana thingy on it because otherwise it keeps getting in my eyes. That is why mom was like, "Ugh, you need a haircut." But yeah, my emote is a sus emote called non-sus. What? Just the look one, you mean? Like maybe it was the naming because I literally called it Bongo Booba. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, double here. Oh, there's John. What's this? Team Ticker Pop. How's that look? Maybe that's cool. Pocket catch, pocket catch. There's a wild mantis. How does that one look? Oh, that's a flower one. That one is a cute. A cutie patootie. Okay, if I turn it on this one matches the vibes a little better. But I gotta readjust it, so maybe we're just gonna put it to the other team again. Yes. Like I'm sharing my display and then just cutting it off. I need to make it better. If you look at the eyes, you will see it. You have Sammy that one, but okay, wait. It is a sub only one, no? You have new ones. Bite Heart, Skelly Heart, Rose's Heart. Oh, and the Yuta from the Souls game. But it is really cute. But why? Because it looks like woo. Hmm? I can't really do that without looking what I'm doing. Like, hmm? Or there was something inside of his eyes. What was it again? Okay, okay. Let me summon. That's the thing. Like I'm sharing my display capture, so I just gotta check in here and lurk. Hmm. Oh no, and I missed some streams. I've been sleeping throughout the day. Just gotta whisper with a shit ton of emails of someone. Okay, okay. For everyone who doesn't know, by the way, like I'm just, I would send you a close up, but I no longer have to pick myself. Oh, of course. I think you might have sent it to me earlier. Don't we have it like in our DMs? I have seen a close up once. I will look for it during some word games. But let me give a quick shout here as well. Like I was just checking which of our friends are online at the moment. And I'm gonna give a biggie shouty to John. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, and I also gotta check in. Yes, I got a 20 stream streak in chicken now. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, let's start up some words. How are you doing today, by the way, both Silky, Gil? You doing good? How's the weather over there now? Are you still being grilled as well, or no? Is it super warm, or is it okay enough? It's nice. It's nice. Okay, that's. It was actually kind of cold here today. Like I couldn't believe it. Oh wait, I know a big word. Do I still have bots for this? Yes. That one just says it as me, I think. That's not really. Yeah, okay. But yeah, you can use W with the WOS. It just says things as me. We do have the word helper, so you can see like the big word. Hey, veggie. Yeah, you can see the big word, big letters, fake letters. Oh, either Silky or Kill. Both of you. Wanna give veggie a shouty? I can enter through the auto thingy as well. Mm, Ankle. Die. Oh, okay. You were doing good. You were doing good, Silky, but I did them to the auto shouting. And then with the bot already. Ah. You can do the SO clip if you want to. And I play a little clip from the Panda Man. Shout, yes, yes, yes. Need? I know. Okay, that's a good one. It was a too big board, so I kind of gave up. But thank you, Benjamin.
Loser!
Oh my god, I hate how the thing just like I don't know if you guys also have sound. Yes, the thing just calls you a loser. It's a mean, you know. Maybe this is chill word start. I'm trying to figure out because I have some people who come in for the words like Kirk and Dolphin. I feel really bad, but I forgot the name Um, wait. Okay, first before we look up. But I forgot the name of the OG word fan. What kind of words do we have more? Minder, no, Miller, mill, like a mill. Oh, yeah. Mill is a word. Mill just makes me think of milk. But yeah, mill. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what the best moments are for the words. If we are, hey, crochet. Okay, so yeah, crochet. If you are one of my word people, that's who I call my word people. Just the people that come in to play the words, and it's awesome. Okay, we're making it for the next level at least. That's good. That's good. But yeah, I thought because sometimes I did it very randomly. Sometimes we didn't do it for a couple weeks. Sometimes we did it every startup. Uh, I was thinking like, okay, if we have collabs or something, then I have to start like a lot early. If I have to do words first, and there's always like a risk of me having to just how do you say that? Like, oh, Miller. Good one. Deer, fire, rhyme. Rhyme. There's a risk. Like if we do get a lot of word people in, and it's like, how do you say that? Yeah, but the time when we reached like the level 117, which is still amazing, fucking amazing. We were just going forever and ever and ever. Where should I put this? Up there? Up there. Oh my gosh, I can choose. Putting it there. Continue. Does that work still? No, we help. Whelp? Yes, there you go. Whelp. Yeah, I still have to like figure out how to get my muffin butt back. I can't wait and try to fight the Bongo Boobas. Or I can just try to upload Bongo Boobas again with another name, just not call them Boobas. I still want to make a custom one, but I have to figure out how to animate it better. I should be able to do that on my iPad actually. Oh, okay, so we have big word is example. Fish. Oh my gosh, I forgot to start up the fish. I'm sorry, Silky. I'm too sleepy today. Starting it up now, hon. Nut. And nut. And nut. Nice. Oh my. That fishing game is like right under my face. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, click. Yay! Fish. Apex. Apex is. Yeah, it is a word. I'm about 15 seconds lag. Wait, let me. There you go. That might help. Now we got a dungeon, and I gotta move the fishies. Okay. Now I'm just gone, people. I'm sorry. Hi, I'm here. Where should I put? Oh my gosh, Veggie, you got a golden crown? You got a legendary catch. Oh my gosh, you're rich now. Awesome. Awesome. Let me. Ooh. Okay, we're just gonna. Mwah. Wrote it. I don't know where to put things today. It's a little messy today, but we're fine. We're fine. I put the direct link thingy up as well. Silky got a muscle. Heels catching the fishies. Oh, maybe I should move it a little bit so it's not in the way. Or where should I put it here? That's a good one. Yeah. Yours. Oh, yours is a good one. Sure. Yours. Yay, I'm rich. Now maybe Muffin will love me. Oh, that's not how it works. I'm sorry. I don't love people for the money, but yeah, you got a golden crown. I also forwarded a pic in Discord. Ooh, ooh, you do have it. Nice, nice. Why is it so sus? Are your eyes? Reuse. Ooh, ooh. Wait, we do have this one, right? Yeah. We do have the stream elements one. Ooh, sure, nice. But okay. Before I give it a lot of creative freedom to think about what that could be, like I did notice, and that you had red eyes, and that you were looking. Can I share it to the main Discord or no? Doing good, people. Do you see it now? But I was wondering, like, okay, the little story there's a nippies mirror. Should I? Okay, wait. I put it in the pin thing. Do you want the mirror link? I should put that there. Then I have to update it every time, no? The mirror link is changing every time or no? Does the mirror link stay the same? And we can do that. With crochet, I also put like the with the helper thingy on there. If you want to. Yeah, let me know if you want me to share it with the main Discord or and am I okay, wait. But they also remind me of a tongue. Like, I'm on the phone, Otto, you might want to put yourself up on the screen, lol. Ah, maybe yeah. Yeah, I have like is the notice even readable or no? Maybe I should put myself up on there as well. Like that's the thing. I was wondering how can I do the let me check how does that look. Okay, it just says play words on the horizontal overlay or use the link. Viva official. No. Hoeveel no? Will? Uh, okay, let me. You can share if you want. I don't mind. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I do have it there. It says like words and whatever. I thought it was a nice way to share the fan art, but I can put myself up above maybe. Loaf. Okay, wait, but it doesn't help at all. In the way, feel. Oh, we don't have one or two of those.
Loser!
The game calling us loser is so mean. Okay, I'm gonna restart and then just put my face on there. Circle one. Place. Don't have like a link. Sorry, Muffin, we failed you. No, 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 it's fine. What do I... Vertical, vertical, this one? Is it this one? This is really big. Oh. Just FYI, so they were made this joke and people should make said it has been up for months. Yeah. No, but that's the thing. Like I don't really get it. Why is it not restarting? Gotta manually restart. It's stuck. I'm gonna refresh. What's the Dutch word of the day? Ooh. Zwembad? Swimming pool? Maybe? I went swimming. I did. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, I might need to ask your advice actually, Deb, because you're a master at the mobile stuff. My gosh, my god. Okay, but if I put myself just randomly here, then I'm just random. Oh my god, my just is delayed. What do you mean? For what? Join the dungeon. Melty? Melt? For audition for what? Okay, but this looks really random. Live editing. We haven't done that in a while. This is okay. Maybe the vertical one. I can barely see what I'm doing here as well. This is great. Now you have a lot of me. Is that good, Silk? Are you happy if you have a lot of me here? So random. Okay, how's this? You look nice in that corner. Thanks. Just put me in the corner. Okay, good. Okay. Do we already have like tile, light? Okay. Line? Yeah. Mile? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna forward it to chaos. Memes and chaos. What it looks like when I type. Oh, thank you. Okay. So if you type, then the whole bottom disappears anyway. Should I move the fishing? Thank you so much, Silk. Okay. Oh, now you see double this. This is a mess today. Bear with me. Thank you so much, people. Hey, welcome in, first time chatter. And thank you for the follow as well. Right away, Sapatron. Fuck yes, thank you so much. I am Pursue. Super. You go on, Veggie. Nobody puts Muffin in the corner. Well, I put myself in the corner. Okay. So, do you want me to move the fishing up? I think so, right? Oh, that's the wrong thing to move. Oh, no. I don't know what I moved. Dangerous. Usurp. Yes. We also have just smaller ones. If you want to, we do have these commands. Maybe the fishing here. Fishing here. They just put me in the corner. Okay. Is this okay?
Here we see a muffin.
Again, the
An
muffin
evil
in her
muffin,
natural habitat. Oh
nonetheless,
my god.
in her natural
Here we
habitat.
see a muffin.
What is she doing?
You're reading it. Oh.
What is she thinking? Let us observe, and perhaps we shall find out.
Let us observe, and perhaps we shall find out. I love the combination of when you use David Attenborough. Like, this is like, I think maybe you also did it like 2 or 3 times. And by the way, welcome, welcome. Hi, man of letters. Thank you. But I do love it. And it's always like the little, how do you say that? Like it sounds like Animal Planet stuff. You're on your phone, Sapatron? Okay, that is nice. Like, the thing is, I made like a new vertical overlay thing, but that's not really pretty. I'm not sure. I don't know with the words yet. You can also click an option, Silk, where you can click to the old one as well, I think. Like, you can say vertical view or classic split. And classic split, you still see like the whole screen thing. Maybe I do have to figure out a way, but I thought like it was so anyways. Yeah, so I was busy with the words and stuff. Thank you so much. But I do love it when it's like David Attenborough. I don't know. That fits just perfect. And yeah, I'm a wild muffin. Thank you for observing me here. Let me give you well, wait. Let me test if this now works. I did fix some stuff, but I haven't changed the thing yet. Okay, that's on me. That's on me. That's on me for not having to. Yep. Yep. Okay. I will. Yeah.
I can tell you that. If you're reading this, I love you. No.
Can I? What? What?
Leave. This place is not what it seems. Sometimes you just have to look behind. Turn around.
Strange thing to have on stream, but funny. It's lagging Muffin. I know. What is a strange thing? The words? The fishing? The shouties? The muffin? Oh, all the options. Shark attack? What is a strange thing? Words. Okay, let me. I feel like I've been missing everything today. Okay, yeah, Sapatron. That's why Silky asked, like, are you on the phone? The heart cleavage. I know. It is perfect. It is so comfy as well. It is perfect. Thank you. Oh, and we have a Dungy. Oh my god. How are you, by the way, man of letters? Are you not able to sleep due to the heat? I think I keep forgetting people today. If you need my attention or I miss messages, like as well with the words, it's also a little chaotic sometimes. But if you tag me in the message, I promise not to miss. Promise. No! Okay. And now I'm gonna also try to focus on the words to help you. Because we've only gotten to level, what is it? 6 today? Maybe today is not the day. But we are gonna try. We're gonna try. Oop. Start game, mate? I'm just thinking, wanting to play some Warzone to unwind. Okay, my man of letters. I play League of Legends to unwind. And everyone is like, the fuck's wrong with you? Kill! Oh my god, nobody redeemed first or second yet, so Kill, congratulations on coming first. Let me as well, because that's the thing, you are my mod, but you are also still a streamer, even though if you're at the moment not very active, you are still a streamer. Okay, someone can do sure. Serve. Sewer. Yep. Yes, inflicting misery upon others makes me feel better and I sleep like a baby. Going to the barbarian
Check
would
Discord,
be
silly
proud.
muffin.
Exactly. Check Discord, silly muffin. Oh, okay. Okay. We're gonna try to adjust this lot. Just check Discord, you silly muffin. And then David Attenborough says it's delete. Thank you for that. It does help. If you need my attention, just redeem anything and then you get my attention. Yep. Okay, let me see. Another dungeon as well. But have fun. One more to go. Oh my gosh. Wait. You don't. Okay, we have to update that you still don't stream Star, but you're still welcome to. And holy shit, people, Star is the one that almost has 100 muffins. 100 muffins. 99 muffins today. But there's your 99th muffin of salted caramel. Fish. Cute. Okay, we have acted, we have educate. We can't make educated. Big one. Fish. I only know the smaller words today. I don't know what. Wait. Juice. A juice is nothing apparently. Okay. Okay. Let me check. Can I add the word widget here to the vehicles? Can I? Okay. So if I then still live adjusting, but people help crochet. Crochet. You can also use the W to use the stream elements. But we need to have some more. We can do it. And that's dated. But it's double D. Acute. One more. Double D. Aroused. Can also be in the bottom. Depends on what the phone watcher was like. Yeah. Congrats, I won the raffle! Thank you! Okay, shit. Yes! Okay, good one, Crochet.
Ooh, close one.
Oh my gosh, Sapatron. My gosh. Continue. Okay, let me. So maybe then, should I keep myself in the corner? We're just doing this like, I love it. Okay, then I'm gonna put the lurky there. Is that the thing? Like, I made it with the assumption, like, okay, maybe this would be better, but that's true. Now if you just open it on phone, it's like, fuck this shit. You're still blabbering and fishing. And to be fair, yes, I am blabbering and fishing. Oh, there is also a Pokemon. There is a lot you can do here, by the way, if you are interested, Sabatron. Sabatron. I am butchering everyone's names always. You can fish. Dream elements can fish as well, apparently now. Oh, the A is fake. Okay. If I click the text area, you can see the whole page just fine. The imperfections of the understanding is about as funny as the misunderstanding. Sapatron? What? Why? What? You mean? Gotta catch them all. Of course. We are gonna lose if we don't have one more word. Really? There you go. One more word. We're aiming for at least making it. I also gotta move the fishing here because the fishing here is still blocking. The Pokemon is giant but good. We do love our giant Pokemon. Where's the game, lol, on Twitch?
Ooh, close one.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Okay. So I put like the notification there, like you can play the Words on Stream game or use the link. Yay! Nice one. Oh, you got the spider! Silky got the spider. Fuck yes. Okay, Crochet. Are you ready? Or should I first put, like, what should I have them removed? Oh, okay. I am so confused still. Okay, browser. Words. Whoop. Is this not tiny? I'm just blocking myself. I'm becoming a fishing champion. Yes, girl, yes. Myself up in the corner a little higher, maybe? Or I can put myself in the corner down. I'm sorry to be rude like this, but I'm literally just adjusting the Twitch. Ah. You see me just moving it around. Okay, maybe good enough for now. I gotta do. Took Simon, no idea why do I have to urge to crochet. Oh no, we already have bees. Good job, good job. Whales? No, that's a H. Mud dog! Hi. You need to finish your poncho, Shaw. Yeah, I get that. Like when it's winter, then you're like, but. Wait, the fake one is the L. Oh no, Shuki, we need your guidance in the word, maybe. I don't know. Avis? Oh, we already have the level. Okay. I was just. Okay. I kept looking at it like, what the hell? I still haven't made my smoke. I got my just. Boy, laying there staring at my butt. This is what I mean nowadays with just being hot, me having brain fog and headaches. Quite more, I don't know why. Like I'm so how do you say that? I'm even more chaotic than normal. Yes. Very good. And it takes me like an hour to get used to the stream stuff. Went live to get into it. I feel so silly, but yeah. We're still doing it. Okay, Crochet, I tried to help, but I was just really bad at this one. I'm gonna try to log in again. Quirk? Welcome back, Sapatron. Welcome back. And also, this is my friend Mudda. Go check him out if you want to.
Yeah, but you can't do that, motherfucker.
There you go. Oh, nice. Okay, the set is fake. Okay. Rock. Oh, we have a rock. Or escort. I think. Oh, we don't have an S. Door. Oh, door. Denji. What level are you now, Kill? 35. Look, we're matching in the Bing Bong armor. Fuck yeah. Still want to make more muffin. Okay, so look, I did edit now, but just like random on the go. Is it still very small, or is this better? Potato, recto, rocket, rock. We have cork, yeah, cork. Okay. Goat. Rats as gross. You're just here for the hard cut out. I know it. You know it. I need new gloves in the dungeon. Oh. Okay, you have a mission. Everyone, help Kill get that gloves. Looks good. I can see it. Okay, nice. Not too small. Okay. Good. Because then we still have like the sum of the fan art stuff because I think it is so cute. The Most Relaxing Gaming made this for me. And I wanted to have it like included
Not too
somewhere.
shabby.
Yeah, and I think this is a good one. I think this is nice. I am getting annoyed that the lurk bait is not set. Signed up. I have rat uncommon glove. Nice! Trick. Good one, good one. Good one, good one. It was a fantastic one. We got 3 more levels. Maybe I should just play through Smokies because I keep getting distracted and just blabbering and watching things. Cola. Oh. Fake A. And a hidden L. Cocomelon. Yeah. That would have been a good one, but the A is fake. So A is fake. They just do some. Oh my god! And I always do this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the hidden one is L. So we have 2 L's. Accept, cold. Oh. Oh, cool. L. Echo. Yeah, this is hard. My brain keeps making words with an H. A, not an H, an A. Tall. Tall. We have two L's. We have also 2 C's. Collect. Select something or locked or no. Allocate? Okay, but that's the thing. A is fake. Okay, we need like 1 or 2 more words, people. We need to unite. Ecto? Code? And Lord. Push. Oh. Cut. Kill! Fuck yes! Okay, good. Good. Okay, nice. I still have to make like the fishing thing, an official thing, like with an announcement and everything. If you have any ideas for that, Silky or Kill or whoever, I did put like a message in the mod stuff. Because I feel like, okay, the first prize would be awesome. Another prize would be like, yeah, making custom fishies. But it would be fun to do like a first, second, and third prize. Or did my right there, Kiko, it ran away again. Don't think I get this game. Okay, so Sepatron, that's why I kept saying like the A is fake. You are doing good guesses. So thank you for the good guesses. I appreciate it. But there are ladders, and then you also have the hidden ladders and you have fake ladders. So the higher you get in the levels, the more difficult it gets as well. My Pokemon a little bit so I can show you a little better. So yes, we are now in level 15. Ah! This is so messy. My perfectionist in me is like, hey. Okay, so now we do have like, okay, we have a Junji to join, but there's a hidden ladder. So the hidden ladder is an A, and then we have a fake ladder. The fake ladder is the B. So we can do like Mare, or Mure nothing. But the burn. Oh, the B is fake. Near. Okay. Earn. Nice. Chat's manure. My gosh. Okay, I need input what type I have brain for it. I want to help. But we need like 20 more points. We don't have the B. Menu. Why am I thinking so difficult? Like, salmon? Rune? Here is something, but okay, that's probably Dutch. Namer. Name? Name? Oh! Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
That was a
close
close
one.
one. Isn't it a really creative overlay now for the first? Oh, hey, look, I found a poop sandwich. What? How do you always get the random ass emotes? Where? How? Who is that? Oh, that's from the cute froggy girl. Poop sandwich. Also, if there's only one letter, unless two or more are present. What do you mean? Gonorrhea? Well, Sabatron in every game at least once I try to guess cock, but it never allows it. And I'm like, it's a chicken. It's just a chicken. But it's not. It's just not. I think maybe the I is fake. Grown. Oh, it's 5 letters. Eh. Oh my god, it's 5 letters. What am I doing? Ignore. Yeah, I think maybe I might be fake, but I'm not sure. Hey! Yeah, the bill by the twerk is still Oran. Oran? And now it's also 5 letters. Okay. We still got this. Still got this. We're gonna search for stuffs. So the maximum is 6. I think the I might be fake. What else do we have? It doesn't like Japanese words. Argon is gold, right? Yes. Yeah, see the I is fake. The hidden one is a D. We have a hidden D. Agree. We have a hidden D, people.
Ooh, close one.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So yeah, I'm shit. No, but that's okay. That's okay. We're all shit. We just appreciate the effort, even if you just get one word in. It's amazing. But we have some word people, as I love to call them, the word people. So Crochet is a word people person. Yeah, a word people person. And we have some others, and they are just insane. And I mean this in the best ways. Insane. At the words, I love it so much. Betray. But that's why we try to help and help her in the bottom. So you see like the word we have, you see what kind of hidden ones we have. Because yeah, it can be really confusing. My brain always tries to lock in every time with the words that we have. Ari is 2. Yeah, but that's good. Okay, I'm trying to guess for the hidden one. Okay. So the hidden one is an extra T. Battery. Yes. 3T, and we also have like sweet. Yes. Okay, so now we do have like the fake one is an F. And the hidden one is an extra T. Or T. T. Okay, one more. Hey, buddy. Okay, I like that. I think that is still like my allowed one. Yeah, see? There you go. Hi, Pookie! You can't sleep either? It's like 3:30. It is war. How you doing, girl? How you doing? Let me give you as well like a big shouty. Pookie Pookie. There you go. Pookie Pookie. I'm chilling, girl. I'm chilling. I'm a little chaotic, but that's what else is new. I'm always a little chaotic. I do see Silk like you have to see like no, no, yes, yes, awesome. The emotional roller coaster on these levels, man. My gosh. You have to go to work soon. That's it. Okay, you said the other day as well that you had to go to work at like middle of the night, like at 4 or 3. What do you do for work? Is it like a bakery or is it like a nightclub? It can be either. I'm intrigued. Oh my god, that's a good one. Now we immediately have one. Okay, okay. Hidden is the A. Take is the Q. Vaulted. Vault. And this is where the helper comes in really, really well because it is hard to tell which words are already guessed. Oh shit. Okay, the light turned off again. Why? What? Oh, my light is big. Boop. Little better, maybe? It makes it more. I'm gonna put it on energy. Maybe just never. Tokyo. Tokyo. Very good. Fluted? Flute? Oh, that's too. Oh, flute is a good one. I was like, that's 2 little letters. But no, 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 5 letters. Oh, do we. No, wait. Yeah, wait, defeat? No, that's 2 E's. Fault, faulted, faded. Fault, flute, fluted. What is that? Is that just spamming? That's the nut button. Nut.
Nut.
Thief? No. Thieved? We
Nut.
need more though. Oh no. Oh no.
Nut.
Adult? Adulting? No. Adult? One more? One more. Crochet, you can do it. Anyone help? Oh no. We're pushing it too hard. You can still do it. I'm still locked in. Ah. Okay, but that was close, man. No, 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 no. No, don't be sorry. Look, look. Do you see this score? Like, we're gonna go, like, do you see this score? You have 382 points, Crochet. Like, what are you sorry for? You silly. We're doing really good. Ah, do we guys want to go again? Do we need a little breaky poo? Do we need more dungeons? Always. Always. Oh, I was just in time to say hello to John because they raided out. There you go. Okay, this is what I love. Every time I'm doing words now, I personally let Dolphin know. And she's like, okay, girl, be there in 30 minutes. But Pookie, I don't know if you heard my question or if I just missed your answer. Let me scroll. Okay, yes, yes. Okay, you were at the bakery. Yesterday at dawn, I was at work. Because I didn't get well with my dog, so I have to start early because of a lot of work that is laying down on my desk. Oh. What happened to your doggy? Was it because of the weather or what? Do you bake bread or are you more like a pastry baker or what kind of bakery? I want to know. Thank you. Stretching, 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 stretching all the way. Sound effects included. Fuck yes. Thank you. A sunfish belongs in the ocean where we are fishing. The all blue. Yes. Yes. Live stream streak. Oh my gosh, thank you, Cross. I love Cross. Fuck yes. If you guys don't know Crosslet and you love League of Legends or you just love seeing people do push-ups, go check him out. We got so many cool people coming in. I love it. Thank you all. Okay, we're starting easy now again. So if you're still here, your name. One Piece reference. Oh my god, but I still gotta watch One Piece, Silky. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lol, that's a good description. Like, if you don't love like League of Legends or push-ups, just go check him out. Oh no, I messed up a helper. Okay, there you go. Oh, and I gotta switch chairs. My butt hurt. How is the doggo doing, by the way? Cross, is he? Yeah, is he all okay? I have so many good doggo news here. Okay. Pookie, he was in a lot of pain, could not lay his head down. There's something in his neck, but now with the pain medication, it's going okay. Oh no. Okay. But yeah, okay, so you went to the vet yesterday. Is there something like, do you... it depends, like how old is the dog? Like I know in the Netherlands, I got to go, sorry, the computer is mad. Oh no. Okay, let me give Crochet some huggies. All good, all good. You gotta do what you gotta do. I hope the PC isn't too mad at you. Oh, got my hair. I keep forgetting. Chat. Okay, again, if you want my attention in chat, act me, please. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so much going on, people. With Pookie, how old is the doggo? Because if it's random occasion that he has really a lot of pain now, then it can also be, I have no idea how to call that. In you say that. Okay, I back. Dead. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. But no, there's a lot of dog on it. I was trying to say, like, okay, if it's just a muscle or whatever, yeah, okay, it can also be, I don't know if that's a thing. Yeah, okay, if he is 14 years old, it can be like muscles or joints or stuff. But there's a lot of, I have no idea how to call it in English, grasharen. Like grasharen, like in de polder of dat soort dingen als je gaat wandelen. Dus dan kan het ook dat er misschien grashaar of iets in zijn vachtje of iets dat er vast in zit. I don't know, er zijn heel veel waarschuwingen de laatste tijd. Dus ik hoop dat dat... Ja, oké, dat weet je. Fijn dat de pijnmedicatie helpt. Thank you for the lurky cross. Uplift. En ja, Cross, his doggo got lost, but he's back. He's back. Thank you for the lurky. Thank you. You do make normal bread most, but have an office job for the truck drivers and help the drivers that are coming to us. Okay. Oh my, but then even as an office job, like for the bakery, you still have to be awake that early? You don't bake the bread, but you do the... Oh my. Okay, and now, okay, Cross, her paws were burned and she's really tired, but she's happy and safe now. I'm so happy she got home. I'm sorry I called him she a he. I didn't know. I'm so happy she's home. Also gonna give little extra huggies to Cross. Sometimes I'll also drive and then I'll be there more early. I get that. Oh, but I'm happy that all the doggos are safe and doing good. Okay, let me turn it for this one for 1 second because I'm just blabbering now. Miss Relaxing, hi, how are you? Hi, all the Dutch people in chat at 3:30 in the morning. Can't you? Welcome to chill here. How you doing? Silky. Okay, wait, Gil, I did want to ask about the flower thing. Is it a flower like locked in the day? So if I don't now do tea flower as well, do I also get a sunflower? I love a sunflower though. Is everyone a sunflower today? Think so, maybe. But girl, have to make me ready and give all the animals their feed. All good. Give them a good walk. Oh, I get you. I get you. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me also show you the Pookie. There you go, Pookie Pookie. And if I'm awake right now, you probably know how it's going. Yeah, yeah.
The
That's why I
bitch is
was like,
not gonna
okay,
get it.
it's
I'm gonna
3:30.
run,
Normally you're asleep, hun.
but I already forget where.
You're doing terrible. Your symptoms are high. Need to go to the
You're
hospital
going to the
tomorrow.
light, go
Very
to the
hot with
light, go
stomach
to the
issues
light,
and
go to
nausea.
the
But
light, go to the
yay.
light, go to the light.
I'm sorry. It's only gonna get
have to
hotter
go
tomorrow
with
as well, so
ademing.
that's shit.
Oh,
It's all sunflowers. I know so, but I was curious if it's dependent, like on the day or no. But yeah, maybe. Not sure. Wah! Wah! Star. Wah! 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 Look. We'll restart this. Also hop in the Discord, by the way, because that's maybe communication. Gee, oh, Vegemans, if you're still here and I see your message. I'm salties. So sweet.
I am the fishing master.
I am the fisher master! Okay, David Edinburgh Silk. Okay. Okay, sorry, that's too funny. uh, now I have a brain fart again. Oh my gosh, how's he? Courtney, Court. Right. Join that Dungy, join that Dungy. Cling. Cling. Ding. What's that nothing? Frogos are so cute. They are so cute. Oh. Thingy? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm gonna let her roll. I still made my smoke. Chaos brain. I need assistance. Gonna hop in the live streaming now. Discord. Hey. Anyway, for those who don't know, I've been playing the lo-fi the whole stream already. The lo-fi, that is just bring me to the horizon. I love it.
Loser!
Loser, I know, central. Tiny fish. Oh, there's a Pokemon, Pokecatch. Join a raffle. Also, I kind of want to collect more ideas. Like, that's the thing. Like, I do like words because then I can just blabber. Hi, my dog. Oh, I do like the words a lot because then I can just blabber with you guys. While there's still entertainment and me just blabbering on forever. Going girls. But, hi you. Hi. But that's the thing, I'm also really chaotic, so that I keep blabbering and blabbering and blabbering. But there are some things that I would like to have, like, you guys' input. So much darker. This is so. But yeah, where I would like your guys' input for. So either I'm gonna put it in the Discord, maybe. But I want to have ideas for what do we want for like the fishing competition, or if you guys have any ideas for fun stuff to add, like in the Stream Elements store as well. If you want to just chatting stream, there's a fireplace game. Ooh. Can you send that as well in the recommendations? Oh, is it Silky? Is it Silky? Wait, my Discord is super low. Hiya!
Hello.
Hiya! How you doing?
How you doing?
Like this. Up. Okay, now I hear you better. Hiya!
Hello.
Okay.
Tell
If
me
you want to just
hello.
prank time, okay, I can switch maybe just a tiny bit to the fishing. I don't know. Do we want to do more words? Maybe we take a word break to the fish. Because we're fishing like crazy, and yes, you are the fishing master, Silk.
I am the fishing master.
Yes. We're just gonna call this fishing break. There's my what? Where's my download queue? Download is now queue. Oh, it wasn't downloading because of the other thing. My poor Steam. I'm running 2 games at the same time, uploading 2 others. My poor PC.
Okay. Who is that? I saw some.
I've already woken up like 2 times and I need to be up like 8 a.m. Oh gosh. On top of that, I'm leading with constipation, so right now I'm very frustrated with the whole being chronically ill and disabled and stuff. Yes. That is fair and understandable. Well said, Silk.
It's very frustrating, but
It sucks
it's
when you
just
have to be up early in the morning because then you know, like you're just counting down like the hours, like fuck now I only have like this amount of time to still sleep or do something or yeah. What do we want? Do we
it's
want
just
this
brutal.
one? Maybe just this. I like this one. Fish. Trying to see which one is the best. Now you just see me switching overlays continuously. That's the thing. I switched the settings, but I don't know which one is the best.
What is my phone doing now? What are you doing? Fix.
Okay, did I miss a map? I miss relaxing.
I did go ahead.
Oh,
And get
thank
that
you, Miss
one
Relaxing. Copy
DLC.
and paste it. Thank you. If I do
You
miss
should
your
be
message,
happy
you can
now.
tag me. Yeah. What did you catch now, junkie? Fire. Oh. Fish?
Peace.
Fish? This is also still like, yeah, really nice with the idle mode. I was thinking like, should I start like a new playthrough for this one? Or just continue with my own version that I have, but yeah. How are you today, Silky Poo?
I'm alright. I got up around 7, went outside. My mom was talking to somebody about Noki, the doggy that passed away. And of course, I went back to bed for a few hours. I was gonna get up at noon, or it was 11:30, and then I woke up from a nightmare. Something to do
No.
with the Noki dying the way my 2-year-old doggy died a while back. I think I was in high school back then. He got hit by a car.
Oh.
And then I had another nightmare after waking up from that nightmare. I don't know what that one was about.
My
And then I had
gosh.
another nightmare
Then you're
after
like,
that
okay,
one.
well, let's go back to sleep and just right into another fucking nightmare. Great.
It was. It was stupid ones. I know they were stupid, but apparently they were scary, but I don't remember them. And then
Silly
I was like,
nightmares.
you know what? I'm gonna make this for like 2 or 120 something, and then I got up then. because I finally was able to get a little bit of sleep with no nightmare.
Aww.
Like, what was this about?
Yep. Okay, so yeah, you slept like a little bit and not enough, and then not then just decide like fuck it, we're just gonna.
Yeah, we're just gonna get out. I'm done.
I get it. Like yesterday, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna sleep super early, and then I couldn't sleep, and then I got out of bed again, and then I started playing League of Legends, and that was a decision I should have made. Like that was a bad choice. It was a
Yeah,
bad choice.
yesterday
It was
I ended up
fun.
stay-
Yeah, but then
Yesterday
I
I
was
ended up
like,
staying
oh,
up
it's
all
so
night.
early. And well, it did no, no, no. I've been doing
anyways.
better. I slept like I did still went to bed like at 4 or something, but it was a really big improvement in comparison to the last couple of days. But yeah, because like lately I've been going to bed at like 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. Like I've been going back to my US schedule again because it's been so hot during the day. I guess. But yeah. No, but yeah, like I also like I did went to bed like at 4 or 5 and I fell asleep. I think maybe at 5. But then I already woke up at 10 in the morning and I was like, fuck this shit. I'm not ready for the day. It's nope, 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 nope. But then the thing is, they're doing renovations at my neighbors, like not right above me or next to me, but like diagonally. And every morning they start drilling. And like the second I was almost about to fall asleep again, they started drilling like crazy, like, and I was like, just I didn't want to get up yet, but yeah.
It's funny because well, they weren't drilling around here. They were doing all that chainsaw noises from cutting down trees for a while.
Oh,
And for some
yeah.
reason that helped me sleep. I don't know why. Something about
Well, if it's
something about the town
constant,
being
then
busy, I guess.
well, the thing if it's constant, then it's kind of like gray noise or something, like white noise, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of was because it wasn't that close. It was but close enough I could hear it. It would go.
Yeah.
A little closer over here.
Just closer every time.
It's like one over there, and every now and then you hear one go off over in that direction and another one going off in that direction.
Oh
It
gosh.
was nice to hear the town being
Oh,
busy.
by the way, this is like, yes, I am very honored that Miss Relaxing is here. If you guys haven't noticed, Miss Relaxing changed her name. He was called Miss Relaxing Gaming first, and now it's just Miss Relaxing.
Nice.
Yep. Because she hasn't been playing games a lot, but chatting a lot, and has been thinking about doing a podcast as well with chronically ill people and more talk show mode. And that works really well for your channel. It's really awesome. Okay, you're gonna try again to get some sleepies? Good job. Okay, at least I was here again, which I'm happy about, and your reaction to my last surprise was really, really fun. Aww. I'm happy and I typed your name correctly now, which being very dyslexic is quite something. Good job! The surprise was still awesome. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, bot of letters, lurk? How does the bot do that? Thank you for the bot, lurk. That's awesome. Can the bot type?
Is a bot?
The bot of letters is the bot from a man of letters, but can the bot talk? Apparently,
This
that's
is
awesome.
the first time chat for me.
Yeah, it's his first time chat. A bedtime
That's
lurk?
kind of funny.
But man of letters, are you the bot of letters now, or what's happening?
What is happening?
What
It's
happening?
talking.
Did the bot grow a conscience overnight? Like, is he
Gain
sentient now?
sentience.
Yes. AI are getting sentient people. I think
not good.
maybe this is a man of letters talking as a bot of letters, but I'm not
This
sure.
is the start of the. This is the start of the robot wars.
Yeah, the bot of letters is going to sleep. That's good. I hope the man of letters is also going to sleep. Like, what? I'm just like, what?
So weird.
I know, I'm confused. Okay, I was like,
there's no more, so we get no confirmation.
no, so now it's gonna be a mystery for the rest of until I talk to a man of letters again. Oh my gosh. This is his first time chat. I have seen like bot of letters come in with a raid because then he is like in the list, like just as bot conundrum comes with me for raids. But I've never seen him talk like this. Okay. Sorry, Miss Relaxing. I was halfway during your message. Let me read the rest. I will survive, but tomorrow I also have a business meeting for the. You have a business meeting? Okay, awesome. I'm excited about it, but I don't want to flare up now. Let me flare up on Saturday or something. Okay, that's the thing with that kind of mindset. It is really. Okay, sorry, bot can
Look,
only
that's
reply.
what causes the flare ups.
The other
Okay?
bot is replying to our mysteries about the other bot. Okay, we have a bot.
Oh
What?
no! They're talking to each other.
Yeah, you know. I'm like, what?
This isn't
The...
This
Thank
isn't
you,
good. I'm
Kim.
scared.
A little bit. The bots are taking
I'm
over.
scared.
Like, I know Bob Burness is an actual person, but the rest are actual bots. This is very interesting.
Somebody
Okay.
help me. I'm scared. Hold me.
I'm scared. Oh no. Oh no, no. But yeah, I get that. It's yeah. I'm hoping it's just the man of letters, just pretending to be a bot. But still, yeah, I am like still like I still gotta fix getting like yeah, sending in an appeal to Twitch to fight them as well for my muffin bot. And now I'm also gonna fight the Bunga Boobas.
Hey, if it works, just go around it. Don't say boobas. Just say bongo cat or bongos.
Did I just test? Wait. No, okay, wait. Let me. The ADHD is winning so hard today. I'm straying over. What is it? 1.5 hours, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna start with making a smoky. I haven't made a smoky yet.
If we end up playing Conan, that's gonna be terrible.
What bongo it is? I'm sticking to the rules. What conundrum is listening? Hi, Yumi. Hello, welcome. Thank you for your first time chat. Welcome
Bongo
in.
has ears.
I know, the
Conundrum
butt
has
conundrum has ears and
ears.
eyes everywhere. He's watching us. Oh my gosh. How are you? I'm
But
good.
we're gaining sentience. That's how we are. We are scared. We need help. We need help.
Butt conundrum, we're
I need help.
scared. We're scared. Yumi, are you here for the words? I can switch back to words. If Dolphin is coming, we're gonna do a little more words.
It was a firework. It's okay. Hey,
Yeah,
it was a
still
firework.
fireworks now? It's like a week now. Yeah, it's almost a week
Yeah,
later.
they'll still do it on Hey, it's America.
Let me give you Augie for that. Thank you so much for the follow and good to have you here. I'm doing good. I'm chatting with my friend Silky Poo. We're having a little fishing break. The ADHD is waiting to the max today.
Is it Yumi rocks or Yummy rocks? And if it's Yummy rocks, do you eat rocks? I'm concerned.
Oh my god, we're scared. We're concerned for catching Pokemon. But yeah, are the rocks yummy or are you called Yumi? I'm here because nice. I'm here because Cast and Chill is actually my new favorite cozy game and I wanted to see you streaming it. It is good, right? Don't you like the fact that you can just click and then pet the doggo? Pet the doggo.
Fish.
Pet. I haven't put on the IO one for now because I am trying to make smokies. I am trying to make okay. You meet the second way is right, and I love pop rocks. What are pop
Yummy
rocks?
rocks.
Yummy
Pop
rocks.
rocks is a type of candy. You put it in your mouth and it like
this
pops
smoking?
inside your mouth. It jumps up and down. What is Stream Elements doing? What?
Hyping up you. That skill, it's awesome.
What is going on?
Silky's awesome. Silky's amazing. Hype.
It's too much.
No, that's awesome hype, man. Did you get it? Yummy rocks. I do like that name. Yummy. Did you get it in the Steam sale as well? I think there's only like 2 or 3 people streaming it right now, but it's so chill. Yes! Kill is awesome. Amazing. You hyped him back. The burning eyes. Chaos. I'm trying to unlock the cabin in this game. I actually got it in the Switch
Oh, I
too.
bet you that's fun to play on the Switch.
Yeah. I still
really
want to
wanna
see
get
how to stream games like from consoles. I gotta get a capture card at some point.
I want a Stream Deck. A Steam Deck,
Yeah.
not Stream
Yeah.
Deck. Steam.
Yes.
I want it so bad, but I don't want to pay the price that they got on it right now. I swear it went up like $100 over here. It
Yeah.
used to be like $700 for 1 terabyte OLED, and now it's like 800, I think.
What?
Yeah, let me check.
Well, I still want to get a Switch too. Also for the Pokemon game, like the Pokepedia or something. Would be,
I
like-
gave up my Switch, my first one, because I just couldn't keep it. I just like I'm not using it as much. Oh, it's way worse than what I was saying.
What? How
No,
much is it?
it's $949 for 1 terabyte OLED, so almost $1,000.
But it used to be 100. How?
No, it didn't used to be 100. It used to be like $700 for.
Oh my
I
god!
swear
First I heard it was like
$700
$100,
to
and then it went.
800.
Ah, my
No, it used to be
god!
like $700 or $800. Probably 800 because it was like 700 something. So.
Holy
And
shit!
now it's probably because it's one of the newer versions or something.
Yeah,
And
there are more
then
games or whatever, but I think I don't know. Like if they haven't changed stuff from the game or from the console, they shouldn't just change the price. I don't know.
I wish they wouldn't, because
Yeah.
I really wanted one, and now I can't afford that. Because
No.
it's the 512 gigabyte OLED, $789. So again, that's 800. So that's an 800 for 812 gigabyte, 1,000 basically for the 1 terabyte. And they
There's
don't
no
even
way
sell
to.
the LCD anymore on the Steam page. I don't see LCD anymore, so it's not like I can buy a cheaper console for the LCD would be cheaper.
Are they like secondhand somewhere or no?
Yeah, they have the option to buy refurbished, but they're all out of stock
Oh my gosh!
on Valve or Steam online. And I could go to the marketplace, but you gotta be careful with that because sometimes they're like stolen, especially if you're getting it from Decatur. I live nowhere near Decatur, Illinois, so I'm okay with
Thank
sharing
you,
this
yummy.
information. If you get it from Decatur, it's definitely stolen.
What is Decatur?
Decatur is where things do. It's kind of like what is it? People say there's Detroit. I think it's Detroit. Nothing that's not bolted down. Anything that's not bolted down gets stolen, kind of thing.
Oh.
But it's not like that bad. But Decatur is just. There's a lot of pork pirates and stuff like that there. A lot of crime, mostly like theft.
Yeah, I
Me and
don't know
Mom
if you
don't
want
want to
that.
drive anywhere near there because of the crime that happens there too. So.
Oh my god! So if you get it there, you're like, I don't know. You're lucky
It
to
could
get
be
away.
stolen,
You might get away with a
or
Switch
or
too,
it's
but
not
you're lucky to
even.
get away with your life, no?
Yeah, it could be stolen, or it could be a trick to get you there to steal your money and your stuff. So.
Yeah, no, that's not worth it.
Yeah, and then there's this one I saw for 2 different posts. It was the exact same writing on it, and it was like, I want to sell this. It's a 1 terabyte OLED for like $300, like $250 to $300. And you said the same thing, and it's like, my brother passed away. I want to go somebody who'll use it. Blah blah blah. And it's like that ain't real.
No, like if it sounds good, too good to be true, it is too good to be true 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
Veggie. Veggie's also fishy. Have you ever seen Vegimus' streams? He has like a panda head, which can flop up. I fucking love the floppy heads. It's just like Keeny with the floppy Pikachu ears. Amazing.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys, what I'm talking. I want more of these. Flop, 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 flop. It is so addictive. Mm. What are you doing right now, Silky Poo? Fishing? Yep, yep, yep.
He's fishing, looking marketplace. Again.
Everyone got a free muffin from Gil. 23 users. Is that everyone who is in chat right now? Free muffins! Can you stretch like that again? What? Wow. Thought it was. We. This is nice that this is all open and stuff. It's really cool. Oh my god. What is that emo? Okay, yeah. Now what? See all the emotes, and if we get a poop sandwich as an emote, I want the bongo boobas back. Yeah. I got a message yesterday from someone just asking me like, Muffin, where are the boobas? Like
Where
what?
are my
I
boobas?
was like, where are the bongo boobas? I was like,
I
wait,
got
what?
it from another person.
Hmm?
See, here's my boobas. I got it from another person. For now. For
And
now.
yeah, yep.
I'll get my boobas back.
Maybe now is the time that I just have to check first how to make it a Carmi, but I don't know. That's just it's because it is actual bongo cat. It's just a cute one. But yeah, what I said, like Viper Shagera also. Yeah, you need the bongo boobas. I know, right? But Viper had like a lot of new emotes she made and everything. She was really happy about it. And then like she only had them for maybe a couple of weeks because they were just too much, I guess. I think she also got reported or whatever. But it was like the thighs and boobs and whatever, so it was yeah, yep. But still, I think it's bullshit if they already passed through when you submit like the emotes and stuff. They already passed through like a whole system. So if they're not allowed, they're not allowed. But they were allowed, and then they weren't. That's just mean.
It's very mean.
I know, right?
I like my boobas.
But yeah, no, the message from the person was like, okay, maybe I'm sorry if it was my fault. I love the emotes so much, so I kept spamming it. I was like, what? But still, that's the purpose of an emote, right? So yeah, shouldn't be a bad thing. Some people are too soft. Yeah, exactly,
just
Gil. To the
commented
emote
to
rejects.
I
Those who
just
are offended by
commented
bots.
something to my aunt. She put, in the year of our Lord 2026, I door dashed KFC for my dog. That's all. And a picture of her dog. She, her dog's blind, mostly. She sees like blurs and stuff. And I put LMA, and then I'm like, I don't want to edit this. So I replied to that, and I said, oh, I forgot the O. And then I said, I know I can edit this, but I don't want to.
Wow.
My aunt's silly.
But yeah, Vegimus, yeah, people who are offended by butts. Everybody has a butt. That's the truth. Everybody has a butt. If you're offended by butts, and it is very, very difficult, I think, to live. Because every day you wake up and you look behind you and like, oh my Jesus, it's a butt. Would be a hard life. Just get scared of butts. Yum. What are you giggling about?
You'll find out.
For women who breastfeed in public, like if it offends you, simply stop looking. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I offended by people
Yeah.
looking at it.
She's gotta feed her baby. Let her feed
I
her
am.
baby. Did you get a message alert yet?
Where?
On Messenger.
Oh.
I want one. I want one.
Is that a bag?
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
a
gosh.
bag.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh
I
my
want one.
gosh.
It's so cute. Give me now.
Yes. Yes.
It's a Toro.
Oh my god, that's amazing. So for anyone who wants to know, how would you describe it? It's a masterpiece. Yep, yep.
It's a dachshund with a hot dog costume on it as a bag. It's adorable. It's even got ketchup and mustard on his back. I want one. I want it now. I want it and I want it now. Why are there's so much dachshund stuff on my feed though that it's been showing up on my marketplace stuff. It listens.
Yep.
There's a dachshund keychain, dachshund purses, a dachshund backpack.
That's
It's
amazing.
everything.
You need more doggos, no?
Yeah, I need to start accessorizing with dachshunds. Dachshunds and toy poodles.
Oh
'Cause I'm
yes.
pretty sure I'm gonna get a toy poodle after my baby passes away. Depends. It depends. And it needs to be a girl. I'm tired of the testosterone even though there's nothing there. There's no
Yeah.
balls, but I don't want
There's
the
no
horny
balls.
pussy.
My gosh, like there's no balls. Yeah,
There's no
fair.
balls. But there's still gonna be some testosterone in there, so
Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough.
they can't function without it anyways. So
Yeah. But that's the thing, Karma is a weird girl. I think Karma's just like the dog equivalent of non-binary because she doesn't get hormones. She doesn't get men.
I've seen girl dogs who pee like boy dogs.
Yes, yes, yes. Karma tried that at the
Is it-
start as well, and then
so-
she looked like, oh, no one's doing that, so then she just adjusted again. But she started with just lifting, and I was like, what you doing, girl? But that's the thing, she also has like the kind of behavior where like if another dog pees, she will go there, she's like, this is mine now, and she will mark her territory. She's dominant as fuck like that. I'm like, "Whoa, girl, that's not, you're not supposed to do that, I think, right? But yeah.
That's not how that works. That's
Yeah.
not how that works, Karma.
But that's the same. Like if a male dog is interested in her, she will like the playing, but she is the worst tease ever. So she will come up to them and be like, "Hi, I know I'm cute, I know," and then just run off like, "Fuck you."
That's hilarious.
Yep. Like as
she's a
soon as
tease.
like the male dogs get close enough, she just start running in circles.
She's a tease.
Yeah. But that's the thing, like she was sterilized before she ever got like how do you say that? Just her dog period. How the fuck do you call that?
Heat.
Yeah.
Animals go into heat.
So before she ever got like their or period, maybe. Yeah, the heat period. I don't know.
Which is nice because we've had to. Occasionally there'll be not stray dogs, but pet dogs who get loose, specifically males or females. Specifically, one time this female who was in heat, and I did not know it. All I knew was that this husky did not belong on this specific street, or any street in particular. So I put her in the car, and then we got her out of the car to the animal shelter so they could figure out who she belonged to. And we looked into the back seat, and there's a blood. Oh my gosh!
And you're like, oh god, I'm murdered as a kid. Oh my
She
god.
got out because she was looking for some.
Yep. She was trying. Yep. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if you do have like a female duck and they go into heat and everything, you have to like put
Diaper.
sort of like diapers and stuff on, right?
Doggy dipper.
Ducky diapers, yeah. That's the thing. So I got Karma just ready to go as a legal package delivered. Yeah, basically.
Just in case.
But yeah, she was already sterilized and everything. But that's the thing. It is better to have it actually like 1 or 2 times. Yeah, just to how do you say that? Let nature do its course. Because
Yeah.
then they do activate the hormones, and then they understand the process a little bit, and then it doesn't matter that much with female dogs 9 out of 10 times. But that's the thing.
Some
So Karma
people,
just doesn't get it. She just doesn't get it.
yeah, around here they usually what's the word for girls? Spay. When they spay them, they usually do it before they have their period. Or and same with like whatever it is. They wait for males to like get more along.
Yeah.
But it's usually like when you first get your dog, it's usually like 6 weeks old. I think it's like the right term. 6 or 7,
Yeah.
6 to 8 weeks old is when you can separate from mama and stuff. That's usually around the time that you also spay and neuter. Sometimes it's like a 1 month to one. Wait, that is 1 month. I'm silly.
No,
Sometimes
you're
3.
good. Okay, I'm trying to look like that person that was playing it as well. So I'm trying to get the cabin. What
Yeah,
cabin?
that's. I didn't know there was a cabin. You can go and hang out.
I'm like, okay,
Oh,
this is where you have
oops.
like I caught this one. I know
I want
I
fish
caught
so
this
much. I
one.
said fish.
I've earned my bragging
I did
rights. I
fish
know, I
so
know.
next time.
Fish. But okay, if we go here now, I kind of need to go back. I do like it. It does trigger like my collector. How do you say the
Yeah, I've
perfectionism so
been.
much? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do stuff like that too lately. So.
Like I have full trophy one of this one, full trophy one of those, but I do want to have like
Oh,
I already got this one
hi,
45
Star.
times.
Oh, don't do it
Chat
again.
hype, Silk is pure main character, as you see. Yep.
Again.
Oh,
I know
Silk,
I'm
do you
back.
have speed run kindness?
I don't think I could speed run no matter what. I don't speed run
Not.
anything. I'm so slow that I eat slow
Not.
too because I need to know when my stomach's getting full.
But that's
Not.
better.
Yeah, well, I need to know when my stomach gets full, so I eat slow. But when I say I eat slow, everybody finishes before me by like 10 minutes. Like
Yeah,
10,
but
20
it
minutes
is way
before
better
me.
to eat slow than fast, right?
Well, my dad, who I call JR, he eats so damn fast that he has to eat more and more because he doesn't feel full. So
Yeah, but then it comes
his belly.
after.
Well, his
No?
belly looks. I hate to be mean. His belly looks like a watermelon was stuffed in there. Okay, because of how much he eats so
Yeah.
fast, so quickly, and he doesn't. It's not. It's
No, but
not
that's
good
the
for
thing. Like
you.
you don't process the fact that you ate
Yeah,
something,
I
eaten
used to.
something.
Yeah, I used to be like that too, and then I realized I just need to take it slow. Maybe read something, watch something, eat some few bites, and talk. Everybody else is like, with food in their mouth while I'm talking. It's like I don't want to eat so fast that my belly explodes. Okay.
Nope. No, but that's yeah. I think that's a good how do I say that?
It's a good, healthy thing to do. So it's something I would recommend to anybody who has problems with knowing how much to eat. If they eat so quickly, they eat like they're like an entire plate stacked full. That they should just eat slow, especially at buffets.
Yeah.
It's very
No, but
important
it is like
for
that is like the
eating at
main
buffets.
dieting tip or whatever. Like if you ever go to a dietist or everything, it's like okay, first thing is just indeed like just taking the time to sort of mindfully eat. Like yeah, know what you're
Yeah,
eating. Like eat smaller portions, and then if you're still hungry, you can eat more. But 9 out of 10 times when you eat slower, yeah, you do. Uh,
and it's also to like eat smaller meals throughout the day and stuff. Oh, nice.
Bill's high metabolism. Nice.
Nice.
Does that mean that you have to eat like as well, like smaller portions, like a
They
lot
can
more
eat.
during the day?
I think high metabolism is like eat, and then they just don't gain weight.
I know. I'm always a little jealous of that. I can eat a little and just gain a shit ton of weight.
Right? But I've been lucky due to the way I've been doing stuff when it comes to eating and paying more attention that I've lost a lot of weight. I gotten very close to getting way to like 250 pounds, and I'm just like, yeah, no, thank you. I don't want to go that high. I was at 220 when I started really trying to stop eating so much. Now I'm
Yeah.
at like 200, so I've lost
Nice.
20 pounds.
Wait, if I got this trophy now.
And it's actually.
Hmm?
I was just reading what Kale said. Got distracted.
It takes more
Yeah,
to gain weight. Yeah, that's the thing. Like if you have high metabolism, like people who have more weight are like,
it
oh
can
my god, I'm jealous, but I
also
can
it can
imagine it
also
is also
run for
hard.
them too. So
Yeah,
because
yeah, it
they
is to be
have to
hard.
eat a lot more to stay at a healthy weight.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you're underweight sort of, and then no matter how much you eat, you basically can't gain weight. You also have like the reverse, yeah, reverse issue.
Yeah, there's a lot of things where it's a medical thing where they can't it can't be helped. You have to figure out the medical problem first before you can lose weight. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I'm laughing at that.
I used to have high
I'm
metabolism.
sorry, Benji. I
Okay,
don't
no,
mean
with
to
Veggie
be
that does one. Like
no,
all I have to do is breathe, and I
think
put on
it's
weight.
mean. That's funny. I'm not laughing to be mean, I promise.
No, 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 no. We're not. No. We're never mean here. But it is like it sounds like it sounds really funny. You've been in Twig all your life, and you can see your ribs. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's the thing as well. Like if you're high metabolism, then that is also really a struggle. That you're always getting comments that you're too thin, even though if you
I hear you
eat.
star.
Whoa!
hear you.
I did not hear the star. My gosh, you surprised me then.
You heard things.
I've got some
What?
emotes for you in chat.
Only ribs I are the ones on my plate. Veggie. Oh my
I
gosh.
don't have him, but
Species.
here you go.
No.
Yes.
Do.
Oh my gosh. Oh, but that's also the thing. It can help with my metabolism. So, Keel, maybe there's hope for you in the future that when you get older, you also just have to breathe and gain weight, and then that is a blessing.
Silky always has the best emotes.
Silky has
I
the
just
best
get
emotes
lucky,
always. Yes.
when I'm watching people and people just give free stuff out. I'm like,
Free subs,
yay!
yeah, the gift subs, and it's like, yay,
I was going for it
emotes!
really hard this month, last week too, trying to get all of these by watching them for hours. And just having them lurking in the background, getting all these. And one of my new favorite ones is this one.
One is too good. Right?
And the punchy.
Okay, Vegimas, I'm sharing that one to
Punch,
the
punch,
NSFW one.
Play Minecraft, damn it.
Have you seen? Wait, Vegimas has to check. Like, okay, I do have on that throne. I think I still have the one shirt
And I
where
finally
it just
got
has like the
Proxy more
skeleton
back,
hands
so
like this.
I got. Yep.
Oh no! Yeah.
And then I've got.
It did not help that I did not come from a family
I've
with
got
money.
Booba. Hey,
I
this
would
one
ride a
says
bike.
Booba. Why can't yours say Booba?
Booba?
Does that say Booba?
Yeah, this says Booba.
That, oh my god,
Booba.
that is
Why can't
Booba's as
it say
well.
Booba?
Mine was just a bongo cat, so it not the Boobas. Okay, then it is just a personal report.
You're not in Discord anymore, Muffin. You're muted.
Oh, I pressed my one. Oh no, I missed my fishy now. Okay, I pressed the wrong button. But those are also just thighs. And they're called thighs. And this is a butt. And it's called booty. A feet.
Booty.
Yeah.
Booty.
Booty.
But the boobas are more boobas. Those are more sexual than my boobas ever have been.
Yeah. I like this one too. This
Oh,
one's
that was good.
Hmm?
I'm just a degenerate and like all the horny emotes.
Booty, 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 booty. Vegemist also has booty. Okay, so we can call emotes booty then. That's good to know.
I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I have 6 people right now. Which is crazy.
But okay, so the thighs and the booty and that is kind of the same style that Viper has as well, but those got removed too.
They're being mean.
Yeah. I read there was like a mass report or something, but it doesn't really make sense. No, I don't know. We're just gonna get them back. And then I'm gonna get them back in like 5-fold, and we're gonna make custom boobas, and we're gonna make a caramel one, we're gonna make another one, we're gonna make a muffy, just gonna make all the boobas,
Yeah,
and then see who will survive.
I want a caramel one really bad.
Yeah, I have figured out how to do it. Like I can just replace, like I can load the emote into my Procreate and then draw frame by frame, and then make my own emote animation.
It's a fog. Oh yeah, that's definitely yeah, star.
Wait, the Bulbasaur is back. The Bulbasaur is back. Wasn't that Bulba banned as well?
Maybe it's under a different name now.
Bulbanut. Wait, was the Bulbanut not gone, Star?
I think. I can't remember if that one was.
Yeah, the twerk. Twerk. You got a twerking pineapple? What the hell? Twerking pineapple, bud. Those bears are so cute.
I also love this one, but I don't want to be mean and use it very often unless I use it in a funny way. F you!
I like that one a lot. I like it a lot.
He just goes, whoop! Proximore's got a dick.
It's a star emote. Like that's the thing. If I see that character Star in my brain, that's just you.
Here's Proximore's.
Like yeah, Alistair, right? Yeah, Alistair is just Star. Oh, that lick is a good lick. That is like yeah, like the tongue getting stuck on the screen. It reminds me of like those doggo backgrounds you had in the day where you could put it on the screen and it would like lick the screen. Yeah. Oh, I want to lick the screen thing. Okay. I'm trying to figure out as well.
I have this. It's cute. Oh, I love the Eevee. That's adorable. Adorable Eevee.
Let the licking commence.
Oh, Joey the Wizard. It's so cute.
Lizard.
It's a wizard. I need daddy. Or that sound.
Okay.
Here.
We're gonna catch this.
Yay!
Watermelon. Kind of lizard. Where are you spamming it?
Lizard.
Lizard.
I don't think anybody's watered Pando recently. Probably very parched.
Oh, thank you. I also gotta hydrate with Pando.
Oh yeah, I thought I got this. Here's your
Oh, where am I? Where's my mouse? Delicious. Yum yum. The lizard emote is from a friend. Ooh.
Patrick.
Lizard lick. Oh, that's from Alistair. Yes. I know her. Wait, let me. You can give her a shouty if you want to kill. Oh my god, all those. Oh, I like that one. Gengar Lick. Gengar Lick is the best lick.
Licka licka.
The Gengar, like, nightmare fuel in the best ways.
I love
What's that?
Gengar.
SpongeBob? SpongeBob Lick. Patrick! Patrick's butt? Oh my god, clapping. Oh my god, I wish that would be animated. Where it just goes
It
like.
really needs to be animated.
Yes, with actual clapping cheeks. Yes, that Gengar Lick is awesome. Okay, fish, 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 fish. Oh, I just typed fish. That does not work. Every time I make typos, I call myself out that I don't use any.
Thing too. Muffin cupcake things.
I do have this one trophy. What is this? Take a sketch. I have this. Why?
I have that. I have this. Sad.
Oh, in the logs you can see everything that. Okay, so if you cut a size, then you have completed like one. If you cut all sizes, then it's not done. Here it does
We
say
need to
like
get
a
the
lot
last
of
3.
tips. So you have a rock bass, a mist, largemouth bass, another dungy, another dungy, another
We
largemouth.
need to get the last 3 of those.
Largemouth. It is not dusk though, and I don't know. Does this game follow real time? I think so. Do I already have the largemouth bass? No. At dusk. That was my biggest catch so far, but I have to. Okay, but dusk. Does it follow like I still got? Okay. But then I actually have to play this at dusk, I think. Magical units. I was loving it in Empirical, but yeah, no. Don't catch legendary fish. No, I don't want legendary fish when idle. Also no trophies actually. I want them to sell, but I don't want them to have any
puppy.
achievements
The
when
AI
idling.
puppy's funny.
Okay, let's just see where we are. What? How did I catch a fish? Okay. Okay. Wait. Thank you. Good job, Gil. Yes. He was playing Fortnite? Oh. Muffin getting excited about the Gengar licking, yes. But it is a such a good one. Oh, you have Mad Maddie emotes too? Nice.
Let's see, where is it?
She also has the Muffin there. Ooh. I want to make my 3D Muffins. Oh, that's your favorite dancing one still? From the... Oh, that's from that? Wait. I have that one too then. That? Yes! Oh my gosh.
You need those like last ones I did on the muffin stuff. A little sad muffin, and then one of them just says muffin time.
From Maddie, we mean?
Yeah. Mad Maddie.
Yeah?
Mad Maddie, yeah.
Yep. Those are good.
I plan to stock up as many points with him as possible. And then it might take me a couple of years, and then I'm gonna redeem as many tickets as possible. Because he does those
Yeah, like the console giveaway, right?
yeah. Sometimes you get. I think you get to pick the console. I don't know exactly how he goes about it.
Yeah, I
Or
think
what
so.
you need to do
You
for
can
it.
pick it, and then you just have the tickets, and then it's like yearly, yeah?
Yeah, I figure if I do that, maybe I can get a Steam Deck.
I think
Maybe.
the person that I used to game with, I'm just gonna call her that. She won one.
Well, that's
Yeah. Full Throttle Chicken Hawk is doing like the full PC giveaway. That's also amazing. Okay, I'm tipping this fisherman every time. I'm still curious to what that person, but I think he left. If you're still here, person, there was also... Oh yeah, Yummy Rocks, Yummy Rocks. Yummy Rocks is still here.
Yummy Rocks.
What is the cabin that you were trying to unlock? I
don't
have
know
all
what
the
you're talking about.
rods. I have to get the better boat still because my boat is a bit slow, but we still have some air. This one,
There it is.
we haven't even been here. Another Genji! Genji. Gil, do you already have other gloves or no? Oh. By the way, Dolphin, I saw that you are lurking in chat. If you still want a word, if anyone wants a word, because this is, I called it fishing break. If we have word people, we can switch to words. Otherwise, we can switch to other games as well in a bit. I'm too hyper, but I shouldn't stay up all night.
Now.
You want to play Don't Starve?
I'm downloading it right now.
Fuck yes! Yes. But okay, I've played Don't Starve just a teeny tiny bit when I bought it like 10 years ago, I think, maybe. And then I played it a lot with 2 friends when I was staying in Germany. I played like, yeah, even when they moved back to Brazil and I moved back to Netherlands, then we still played like 2 or 3 times, but we kind of lost touch. And then I haven't played for, yeah, at least 8 years or something. So I was like, oh my god, yes.
Oh.
Because I never survived winter as well. I think what Beck Napkin said.
I think that was, yeah, maybe.
Gloves are the only equipment that is not going past uncommon rank. I know, Gil. Maybe you can check. Can we make custom gloves? That would be cool.
Yeah, that was me.
Yum, 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 yum. Okay, I need a better rod. This is my shitty rod. We have a shitty rod and we have a good rod. This is called a little guppy rod, so you can catch little guppies with it. It is kind of... The Maple Scout, the Timberjack. Versus... But we were just gonna get a Maple Scout. I don't know what fish there are here. Fish do we have? Where am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Upper spinnerbait. Mystery fish. Let's get... See what kind of mystery fish we got. Now I'm actually playing. Until yours downloads. And I did summon... Oh yeah, bouncing. No, but that's the happy dance. Yes. Oh, I got one. A new species again. Silky, do you know fun prizes for like a fishing competition that I still have to announce, but it's still going as well at the same time?
I don't know.
It's so professional.
Yeah, that's why I'm so competitive.
Because I thought like this is still like, this is a small game. I think that's a fun thing. Like first prize is just gonna be a game every time then. Second prize, I think like that would be fun, like make a custom fishy.
That is awesome, guys. Evil Muffin is so
But I felt like I would do like, oh, Muffin love.
Give her some love. Go give her a follow. Muffin is amazing. Go hit her up. I'm gonna spam her link in and we're gonna get a little clip from her as well.
Wow.
Guys, go give her a follow.
Wow.
Okay? We're gonna get a little... Oh, and she's got me posted up on her channel. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh yes.
Love you too, baby. Love you too.
Oh, yes.
Guys, go give us some love.
Caution, clear west.
Oh yeah.
Behind you. Caution,
You know what's kind of cute still? Every time like Pando is not a lot of people know Pando. Still, Pando was kind of... I thought it was kind of a known extension thingy, and I still love Pando. Pando just has to stay on the channel forever now because yeah, he is leveling up. But sometimes he's like, okay, nice to meet you, or how are you doing? You know, like the random responses, because it also has an AI thing in there. And I have seen like multiple times when there's like new people coming in, and I think it is so cute. And they're like, yes, hi, thank you, Pando, how are you doing? And I'm like, oh, that's so cute. I don't know, just chatting with Pendo. I did remove a lot of the redeems because it wasn't. Pendo.
I just sent a few to McNapkin. Apparently it's our 1-year anniversary friendship thing today.
Oh,
on Discord.
congratulations.
And I put a funny Baldur's Gate thing because he's playing Baldur's Gate, so.
I just
Baldur's Gate?
spoiled and shouted. Regiments noted the Gengar excitement. Silky Siren displayed a chaotic flurry of emojis and tags. What? Lead on again, always
They
mine like I
look
fell for it
chaotic. I
once.
go chaotic.
Oh, you fell for the Pando as well.
That was not chaotic.
Oh, well.
Make it more chaotic.
Now you feel challenged. Oh, guys. Be ready, chat. Get in, fish. No, I already caught you. Get back in the boat. Get back in the boat, fish. Oh, gosh. There we go. Fish, up. Go uppies. No. I know the boat looks scary, but you're gonna have a good life in this boat. Promise. I will let you go as soon as I saw you. Go. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes.
My favorite emotes.
Okay, that took forever, but I caught a new fish. That's why it took forever. I got a trophy fishy. Trophy fishy. Oh my gosh. But it's still, that is, yeah. That's the same type of lick as the Gengar lick list. Like, the whole screen thing. I want to lick like that. As an emote. And the salty
It asked
sparkles.
for it, okay?
Hmm?
It asked for it.
Oh, I can do all my hype train emotes. Yes. Oh my god, Angry Maddie. Which one is that? That's gonna game. I never seen like a lot of his emotes. Oh my god, that's that Eevee is adorable. Okay, is it now just a dance party in chat? I think it's a. Did I automate it already? Maybe let me. Can I do
don't
this?
know. It's naughty.
Oh, reminder to self automated dance parties.
Oh, there's a dance party.
There you go. Oh no, now it's also. Oh my gosh! Are those all your hype train emotes? That's so much. It's a scene change. Really? That's what I mean. The lick, like if it just goes over the whole thing. Like I have just a pretty basic transition thing with the pixels, but I want to work on my stream stuff. So I'm writing down stuff. If you have like tips or like I don't know, always read it. Like I've been trying to use the mod thing. But I wanna like I have been streaming a little, well, less and more at the same time. More consequent. Is that an English word? Consequent.
Holy shit.
I love how they all fly on the screen as well. Those are. Wait, are those still hype train ones? No, they're not, right? Are they? Wait. Yes! Holy shit! How many hype trains have you been a part of? Oh my god, that's amazing. The is cute. Those are pride ones. How do you get the pride one? They're cute. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm just gonna make it like a list here. Custom theme transition. Big Duke and Alice.
Counts as pride.
I don't want the exact leak thing, but I would like the
Doesn't
like
it?
just an emote. If we get the Bunga Boobas back, then I want the E. That's a Cult of the Lamp one. Oh. Oh, and I do love the front, like whoop, whoop, whoop. Or butt, or the butt. Cookie also has the bears, I think. I think it's weird. I sometimes I can't use certain emotes. Maybe it's because I'm just subscribed to too many people.
Maybe.
Like they don't pop up. I don't know. A trophy tiger.
Mm.
Oh, that personal best one. There are so many cute ones there. The cow. Oh, I want the cow. You see the Winnie Haw, like the cow in the fetch system. So many. The dance one is. Hey, Parox Spin, is that not? Oh, that's not Jade. That looks it so much. Oh my god, Kale, you also got them all. Kale, do you have the cow? You also got the cow. Yes, that cow. Oh, the hype.
I saw
The cow is so cute. Okay, wait.
And
Which one do I
then
have?
The new one I bought.
Oh, I rated out into
Kimchi.
70 DM.
Stall.
Oh, I missed the marbles again. Oh my god, I keep missing the marbles with the chicken. Because I'm trying to participate as well, like in the giveaway from chicken. It's just
We
awesome.
need some fishing emotes. Yeah, we need to get some fishing emotes.
Fishing emotes, yes. That is, yeah. Okay. Yep, we do. We do, we do. I like collecting hype train emotes, a total of 115!
Oh my.
That's so much. That's so cool. Wait, I'm gonna put them. But I have very special emotes that no one has. I think. Do you have these? No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm just proud. Those are the TwitchCon emotes, so it feels like, yeah, it's a little cheating. But I got Dutch emotes. I got one from a Stroopwafel. And that says hello. One from Clogs. Oh, and we got a Dutch potato. Yeah, the Dutch potato is a good one. Hey, chicken! I was just saying, like, shit, I fucking missed your marbles again. It's a chicken. It's a chicken. How was your stream, chicken? There you go. But yeah, I got potato and I got stroopwafel, and that's yeah, all I needed in life. But I'm gonna compare which one I miss.
Excuse me.
Which one I have. I do have a fishing one. I'm blessed you, Silky. I do have the goose. Okay, we're just japping and chilling tonight mostly. We started off with some words, and yeah, then I switched to just chatting and fishing. Odie! What? Why am I horny? Oh. My god, why do I keep... Okay. Been lurking. Thank you, Odie. Famous good, just did some more Witcher. I saw. I was lurking. That's the snizzles. Still blesses your snizzles, Silk.
Thank you.
Okay, so I do have this one from a hype train. That is like already a good fishy. Nuke. And Odie, that is still like, yeah, no, that's my weak spot. I just read stuff in chat and then I think. It's a cute fish, you know? It's a cute fishy fish.
Indler or guppy?
Wait.
Pet fish. Some pet fish. It's not all pet fish, but some pet fish. You're
It's
still a
still
sunflower.
Most time. What is it? The red cover? Yeah, I get that. That's a good one. Yep. Chicken, were you still spinning around with all the fishing? Were people spinning you around, flipping you around? I made some nasty kills with you yesterday with the split gate. Okay, are we gonna catch these? Yes. Okay. Picnic point, Elytra. Oh, Silky nodding again. Inner
Yes, yes, yes.
bait. I don't want the guppy. Nut.
One doesn't silk not on stream.
Nut. Okay. But we do want the guppy, maybe. No, I don't want the guppy.
Nut, 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 nut.
Nut, 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 nut.
Nut, 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 nut.
Oh no, it was not.
Nut, nut. Lots of spinning. Oh, yeah.
It's muffin time.
You've been here so many more times than 9 muffins, but I know that and I appreciate you. Get it, fishy, get it. This delicious bait, I know it is. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Nut. Yeah. See, Silk, I am so proud. Everyone is doing it 3 times in honor of Silk. If you use the Silk button, you gotta use
Did she hit a wrong button?
3 times in a row.
Can you hear her?
Muffin,
And
did
street.
you press the wrong button and mute yourself again?
Hi, y'all. How you doing? You doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
We're
Thank you.
watching you. We know when you're speaking.
Okay, the thing is,
You're
I
muted.
set it up since the last Mecha Chameleon streams, but I have it like on a button here. And if I just hold my mouse and I just press it 9 out of 10, why am I a tentacle?
George,
She might want to
George,
place the head of that.
Normally, I'm in the middle. You're a strict day 13 now. Thank you, Odie. See, that's what I mean.
Be
You've been here so many more times
careful.
than 9 muffins. What? I'm a tentacle in
Be
chat.
careful. You know what some people do with tentacles?
No?
Hey,
No? You know what you're
finish
talking
the
about?
sentence.
I'm gonna
Finish
deny
the
everything
sentence.
about tentacles.
Thai food.
All these.
If you think they're just for eating, you're sadly mistaken.
I had to add food to make it PG,
He starts
okay?
right, check it. I
PG.
know. Wait, let me give Odie
Oh,
extra huggies.
PG.
We do have one person that still star. Did you already figure out what you want as your honor? The 100 muffins. We need a way to make you like, I don't know, unforgettable in the
Muffin
chat.
supremacy.
Hmm?
I'm catching up.
We need a different, like a title or something in the chat
I
now.
fixed it
Like
for
the
you.
ultimate muffin collector.
Devourer of muffins.
See, now I'm not a tentacle. That's better. Now I have tentacles. That's all you need in life.
Stupid ad, go away.
Like I'm scared of the
Devourer
squid,
of
Veggie.
muffins.
It's better if I am the squid.
Oh, really?
Yes. Just yes.
That's right.
Okay, and with that information, I'm gonna pee. Can be right back 1 second.
Interesting.
Where's the
Interesting.
little... There's a
Now,
little
where
mouse
is your
somewhere on here. I'm looking for the little mouse. Where is he?
the little
I
mouse?
mean, I've got these rats, but it's not a mouse. Oh, there he is. There's a little mouse. It's technically a hamster. But they're already over now, but I was looking for it.
It's a little rodent.
What are you? This one's funny. Obviously AI, but still. It's itching. It's a dancing puppy.
Yeah.
With dolphins in the back. And dolphins jumping over, supposedly. Ratting with the chancla.
The chocolate.
Yeah, I threatened. And then I threw the chancla. Threatened and then thrown.
Oh no.
I'm back, baby.
Hi, Captain.
Oh,
Kale's Captain came to say hello, so I said, hi, Captain.
oh, Gato. Hi. How old is the kitty cat? Now streak day 14. Nice. That's the thing. Like the streaks and stuff don't count if you're not at least active like once. I think maybe in chat or have the thing open now. I don't know the latest Twitch rules still. If anyone knows, let me know. It's a mystery.
Twitch is stupid to make
Yeah,
you
like they
watch
have changed it that you can only have 2 open for the channel point, but I've noticed as well, like I've had more people open and then I still had like my streaks just breaking. 7TV has a keep alive thing? A what? A what? What is that? How?
What?
What? Okay. 2 streams open per IP. Yeah, so even if you have one on your phone and one on your PC, then that's the max, right? Yeah. Because it's IP, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What?
7TV is a browser extension?
What?
Older than a kitten, but younger than a cat. So that's why kitten. No. If it's per IP, like if you're on the same Wi-Fi, and it's phone, and then it's just your whole network, no? Am I stupid?
Not my mouse.
Probably. But a kitten also claims channel points and stuff like that. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, wait. Let me post this. I gotta look into this. Just for my own channel points and other people's as well. Look into this. Because yes, I have had stream streaks going, like I've Maddie's at Supers, had like a lot of people. And then I lost so many stream streaks lately again, and I was like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna give up again. I'm like, fuck this shit. Who has got a moon one? Spinner bait fluoro. Fluorescent? Wacky worm, okay. How far is your download now, Silky Poo?
Oh, it's done.
It's done? Do you want to see more fishing? Do you want to start Don't Starve?
Oh, it's done.
Yay! Okay, yeah, only kill claimed first, but no one claimed second. Same, I've lost stream streaks even though I never missed a stream. Yeah, same. So that's the thing. Like, check it as well as yours. Like, I got like, oh, save it now while I was in your stream then the whole time. But I had it open, tapped. Which normally always worked, but now I think I had too many open. And then, I don't know. The counting, it is, they changed some stuff. Has to be because I had a bunch of stuff. No one claimed second. Nope. 170k channel points. You're 60. Awesome.
I got 151. 151.
How do you guys have so many channels? What do you want to do with it? You're waiting for a special surprise?
I'll do this with it.
Another break you star. Oh! Yay!
Swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide. They beat a polar bear in a fight like an underwater unicorn. They've got a kick-ass facial harm. They're the Jedi on the sea. Stop Cthulhu awaiting ye. Narwhals, they are narwhals. Narwhals, just don't let them touch your balls. Narwhals, they are narwhals. Narwhals, inventors of the shish kebab.
Narwhal.
Okay, I'm just putting this in chat because my okay. I have 300k and 200 and almost 200k. It also includes internal IP. I know. Okay, so the thing is with Odie, like that's what I mean. Like I think Twitch has it set up now, so it's like basically like everything is connected to the same network, right? I don't know how to call that, but yeah, it's the same when you use like Netflix. It's linked to the same network, and you can use it, and otherwise you cannot. And yeah. But I was just curious because yeah, they recently changed some stuff again. Ooh, is this the yeah, this is the fluorescent one. I got a new rod. Okay, do I get the new rod or the new bow? Okay, maybe that's something we're gonna decide next time. Just I can choose and quit. And then we're gonna start up Don't Starve together. Yep. Twitch's rules are really stupid. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Because I was so proud of the fact that I actually managed to keep.
Yeah.
No. No.
No.
No.
No. No.
Wait, let me. The 2 stream limit. The limit is enforced per viewer based on your IP address trying to open a third or fourth stream across different devices on the same network. Yeah, see, so I mean with IP, it's like the same network, so it's also your phone or your tablet or your laptop or even if you put it on your TV, like if you're on the same Wi-Fi, then it works. So that I did do like when I had 2 up on my PC and then put one on the phone, yeah, on your normal network. So not Wi-Fi. That can work. But it is, yeah, network IP is what they meant. Yes. Yes. So it's yes, exactly. And it's always terrible wording. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know if anyone was notified as well. Like they always keep changing the rules and not notifying people, and then you're like, what the hell? Why? Yeah. So what the hell? Okay.
What the hell?
Okay, but oh my god, I'm excited. Tara, do you have Don't Starve together? Anyone?
I don't at the moment.
Okay. You are welcome to join if you want to. But Roadmap Napkin was also excited to play it, but I don't know if he's online now. You know, Cookie?
Oh, hold on. I'm in someone else's chat. Give me a second.
Just.
Oh
Just.
my.
Just.
Where's my blushie? I need my blushie. Oh, there it is.
Whoa, it is 90% on sale, damn. How much is it now? 150. Oh my god. Okay, Star, if you want to play it, I can also buy it for you.
No.
What? Oh, I can. Tell me what I can and cannot do.
Telling you no.
Ooh, we got a Dungy from Kill. Okay. Kill, join. Okay, and did I update this now? Oh, yes. This is what I mean, always. Whenever I update, I don't know if anyone else has that, but whenever I update like the game category in OBS while streaming, It says it's updating, and then you click done, and then it just doesn't show up. I'm like, what the hell? But yeah, why is it cute again? No. Okay, I gotta wait 2 minutes, maybe. Oh no. Oh, it's gonna turbo now. Click download 3 times already, but it kept pausing because of the other game. It didn't be because I. There, allow downloads. Okay, yes. Total downloads while streaming. Allow downloads to release. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, how does this work?
Kick is essentially Twitch Junior. It runs from their servers. Really? I wish Kick was a better platform to give Twitch a real competitor. Yeah. Yeah. No, but that's the thing. I have a Kick. If you don't know, I have a Kick. Go follow me there. I have streamed there twice. I think. I have 1 follower, I think. I never promoted anything. Still want to figure out like the multi-streaming stuff. That's the step with the virtual layouts, but TikTok is also being mean. Yes, I know other people call it like names with the platforms and like the green or the purple or the this. I just say the names. I'm just direct as fuck. I'm just like, yep. But it still runs from the same servers and everything as Twitch. But then is it actually a different kind of service platform? Stuff there are horrible. The stuff at Twitch are, yeah. Is there a streamer platform where there's no terrible stuff? Like, if so, sign us up. Sign everyone up. As I said, Twitch just informed me, like, hey, we're gonna suspend your bot forever, and there's nothing you can do about it. Good luck, have fun, have a good life, bye. Like, it is done. Yes. On Kick, they are really bad. I was just using a replay. What's the replay bot? And we're doing so professional.
Okay, let's turn down the snooze.
Yay! Okay, you got a chest. Open it to receive your curios. Okay,
Oh my
thanks for
God,
playing
what
Reign
makes
of
it tiny?
Giants.
Holy crap.
Oh yeah, I had a DLC. Monument, you got another gift. Thank you, Box. Welcome back, please enjoy this daily gift. Oh my god, so many gifts.
Okay,
Got gloves.
nice.
For Gil. I used to play this with control.
On the game, or do you invite me?
I can invite you. It is very loud. 1 second. Wait, I can just. Okay, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hi,
Oh, Dungies. I've heard people were doing drugs live, and they only got what? Kick is run by an ex-casino owner. Okay, so they don't give a fuck about gambling or other stuff there.
Kick is like bad.
It's owned by the same schmuck that runs Stake.com. I have never heard of the online gambling site, and I'm happy I didn't. Doing drugs live? Okay, but does this count as doing drugs live? Or do you mean just literally just like hard drugs or shit and I'm filming reactions? Or a 3-day ban? Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. I thought a lot of people were trying to switch to Kick beginning of this year, but hard. Holy. Okay. Yeah, I'm just like, oh, okay. Sure. Just casually snorting some crack on stream. Why not?
Yeah,
Why
why
would
not?
you? Yeah, why not? No, but I'm like, why? Why would? Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's another.
Have
Yeah.
you ever just never thought of it?
Okay, timer paused. Oh my gosh, thank you. That has been the case as well the entire stream. Thank you, Keel. Is what I mean. I have to get still just one button. I want to get like a stream deck and then have one button that starts up all my programs and all my stuff that I use for streaming. Because every time I keep forgetting at least one. Like it was Mix It Up at the beginning, then it was the Tenja overlay thing, now it was the timer. Like every time I forget one. But we're getting there, the timer updates now. Yep. Some shady things happen over there. Okay, then I'm not gonna... Thank you for this knowledge, because now I'm not gonna pursue it. No, we do have it as a backup, but... Okay, Silky, important first question. Oh, this is tiny. What kind of game do you want to do? We can do a relaxed one, a casual one, endless, survival, wilderness, or lights out. I think you haven't played it ever, so maybe just a standard one will be... I don't think lights out will be good.
What's going on? Hold on.
No,
There it is.
throw it in the deep end.
There it is.
Okay, this is not dying from starvation, freezing, overheating, out of darkness, damage is reduced, resurrection always available, endless. Resurrection always available. Maybe just a normal survival, and then see how far we can get, and then
Yeah,
if we die a lot, we go relaxed.
Question: the distortion for like insanity, do I keep? What level do you have it on?
Is that in your normal options and stuff?
Yeah, in options, there's like the normal one is strong.
Yeah, I think I have it strong. It is just like graphic settings, so if you get really insane, then your game also looks really insane. I'm gonna play Weber. What?
Is it better to play with keyboard and mouse? Or...
Run out for smoke and miss out on a dungeon. Oh no. I thought about it, did a lot of research to see what it's like. Thank you, Veggie, thank you. Because yes, I have never heard of all this shady stuff so far. I had myself on pause here. But what the hell? I did not know it was gonna... No. So yeah, for all you guys, like, we're gonna play Don't Starve Together. Who is familiar with the game, let me know. Give us tips. I have played it, but as I said, it was 10 years ago. And I have brain fog to the max, so I forgot everything. So I'm also basically new. Shady is everywhere.
Probably been like 10 years since I played it.
But okay, Silk, what was your question about the distortion? Is it better or no?
I was just asking what to put it on.
But the thing is, like, yeah, for example, like screen shake, it is more like what do you prefer graphics wise. So for example, in any game, I always turn off motion blur and all that stuff because it just gives me a headache.
That's what I did with the
I mean, I don't see that one here.
But distortion is distortion.
Yeah.
Is the one I was talking about.
Like there's a lot of options like faint, weak, strong, max. It's normally on strong. You can test how it looks one time and then...
And I got rid of screen shake. So I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't want that either. Bloom, get me nice. Wait, let me move this done. Oh wait, I can check in my stream. Screen flashes. Do we want screen flashes? All dimmest. Dim, maybe. Canopy shadows. Disable. You can see how it runs, and then if it's not running that good, you can check. We can go through the settings together, like, because you can turn on small texture mode, you can turn on netbook mode. Like they make it available to play on a potato. Basically, that is awesome. You can adjust a lot.
Yeah.
But is it good on keyboard or mouse or on?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. No touchies. No touchies. Oh my gosh. I am half heartless, so I live in the shadows. Yes, so we don't want to brighten the screen and flash kill away. It's shady everywhere and I never starve, especially under a tree. Where are these? Oh my god, I'm missing the joke. I'm missing the joke so bad. What is Peepo?
Mods.
Pokeball.
Mods on this game?
Okay, and I knew there was some way. Okay, we're just gonna stare at this introduction screen. I'm sorry. I knew there was one way, like, don't start
Too many items right
to
now.
chatter. Oh, thank you. I did need to become a moist muffin again, my guys. Drink, drink, drink.
A lot of mods.
What? Overdue wetness, yes. Yes. I really finished my one drink. But you see, there is a streamer, the most popular crowd control case tricks. You can do this with crowd control. Then I have to restart, no? Oh! What?
Yeah, there's a lot of mods. Or what
I have
seems
no
like a lot of
mods. Do you want to play vanilla?
mods.
Do you want to play with crowd control or
let's-
just
let's-
pure vanilla first?
Let's try that. And it says something about a mini map. That sounds interesting. Cause,
A lot of
but
shit.
we'll do that after.
Okay, we're gonna we're just gonna start one basic game. That's a good idea. Do we want caves or
One thing
no
I
caves?
noticed is, does the screen change? Because my screen right now is too
What is your screen?
tiny. Trying to find it on it. I realize it's not the right size.
Oh yeah, that's in the graphics ones as well. It started up windowed for me. I do like the way that they ask you stuff here. It's like, do you want caves or don't you want caves? If you do have caves, it requires some more PC power. If you don't have caves, it's a very sad choice. Like, just play with no caves. Sad. But it's not that demanding, but shit. Does it run multiple server? Okay, we're gonna see if that works. Okay, we're gonna do together. A whole new world. Okay, nice. How are we gonna call this?
Fantastic place on him. What was I doing? I don't remember what I was doing. Do you remember what I was doing? 'Cause I don't
Perfect.
remember.
Okay, did we put it on friends only?
No.
We survive
No
together, we
idea.
die together. Survive through the seasons, protect yourself on the world. Uncover ancient secrets, grow crops, catch fish. You can fish,
Oh, I
Joke! You can
remember
fish!
now.
In game.
Yeah, fish.
You can fish in the
Obviously, it's
game.
fishing.
We're fishing.
There we go.
Oh boy.
Yes. Cover ancient
So
secrets
push
hidden in the
better
shadows,
this
grow
game.
crops. Yep. Whatever you do, don't starve. That's the goal of the game. I remember that.
Well,
Then I become the fish master. And
Yeah,
catch
local
fish.
save, Steam Cloud save. What's that mean? Cloud save. Yes.
I'm
Password.
assuming these are DLCs on the bottom.
Ah, wait. Okay. The password is fish. No caps, nothing, just fish. We're just gonna do no. Oh my god, there's so many settings.
fish.
Look at
as
these
we don't
interesting
know. Oh,
specimens.
look at all these interesting
Casting their lines
specimens.
in the water in the hopes of finding the elusive toilet paper roll.
The toilet paper roll. Fishing Charlie on the way to Candy Mountain. Yeah, Charlie, Candy Mountain. I used to have that Charlie one as a redeem so long, but I removed it for now.
Charlie,
Yeah.
we on Candy Mountain, Charlie.
Candy Mountain, Charlie. Yeah. Always. Fish. Ooh, I do want a toilet roll. Is there an actual toilet roll in there? If not, then we're gonna make one. My notes are getting more and more chaotic now. It's just toilet roll fish. Yes. Yes. Okay, do you want to start in... Okay, maybe we're gonna make it easy for ourselves. We're gonna start in spring or no? No, okay, no. Still, do you want the full classic experience just for now? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's so many options you can select and
sorry,
everything.
I
We're just gonna click generate and hope for the best. Now running dedicated server. You can just... Fish. Paper breaks down in water. I know, Odie. I know. And it will be just like a soggy, wet inside of a toilet roll.
Not soggy and wet.
Very soggy and wet and moist.
Moist.
Moist toilet rolls. Yep.
Moist.
If you were to make a toilet paper roll, you also need to put Maddie's beard. Why? Is it also soggy and wet? Why? Just catch his beard. Oh my god, yes. Okay, adding this. You know what? I'm just gonna make a list here. Create a thread. The beard. I kind of want to like make karma as well in a fish. Just karma fish.
Karma fish. I like that one.
Okay, invite to play.
Yeah.
Why do I have a group chat? Who's this? Who are you? Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know.
Who is this? This person has been spamming the shit out of me for 2 days. Hi. Are you here? Hi. Are you here? Again, hi. What? Hey, XDA, are you here? Hey.
They really want to say hi.
They really want to say hi.
Can you send I got it.
Yeah, I can send it again.
Yes, please.
Yes. But that's very interesting. They made a group chat with just me and them. I don't know this person. I feel like it's probably a bot. This is really... They want you to extend your car warranty. Hi, are you here? Hi. It's like the same message over and over. Since Thursday. I'm kind of impressed. It's a full week, no? No. Yeah, a full
I
week.
got a couple friends, but I have no clue who they are. I don't remember.
But literally every hour on the dot, this is a bot 100%. Every hour they send a message.
Like, I got a couple friends that I don't who are you? Like, on my Steam.
You can add notes to it as well.
Why am I disconnected to everything?
You can add nicknames to people. That does help a lot because I also forget sometimes, and then I'm like, who the hell are you? I have it at some people, and other people I don't, and then I forget who you are as well.
Oh.
I have no clue who I am. That's also an issue. If you don't know who you are yourself, then yeah.
I was disconnected to Steam.
I have like 5 people on Steam for contacts. It is not. I have like a lot of people I have played with in the past. I think I played with this person just like in a Counter-Strike team. I am gonna leave this group chat though.
Yeah, I have someone named who I don't remember who Mel is.
Yeah, I have someone called Timmy the God Girl Lover. And I think it's someone from high school, maybe. I only have too few friends on Steam to not know who they are. But it's more like, okay, so I have had my Steam as well since 2000, I don't know, 2011? No, earlier, maybe.
Just refresh.
And then I have some people that I played like certain games with a lot, but I don't know. Some people that I had met through studies. I don't have that many people. Oh. Okay, that was a realization. I have 80. Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to refresh Steam. I
Well,
don't
look,
know why it
guys.
says no connection when my internet's
Nope.
fine.
There's
I
so
got a
many people.
present.
Big
It's
fart.
error code
Big fart.
118. Somebody tell me.
Wait, this is the standard one. He grows a magnificent beard. 150, 200. This one is a Steam survival. Is alone, fondness for fire, but hates the cold. Protected by the cuddly bear. That's the thing. You always have a lighter on you. That's nice, but you die. Is haunted by her twin sister. Oh, very comfy in the dark.
I'm not in yet because my Steam's being.
Rebels an ecto herbologist. Jeff, do you know who I should? One of mine is my oldest son. That used to be the only way to get a hold of him. Really? Were you gaming together then, or did you mean like just see messages? Would he not reply to the other messages? Weber? But I was kind of waiting, like if Silky, but yeah, okay, yeah, I can surprise Silky by this. But this is perfect. Can we both be the same character or no?
I'm not in, so I don't know.
I don't remember how fully it works.
There we go.
But you're restarting your game, Silky?
No, it's disconnected again. Why? Why does my Steam have no connection?
Yeah, so Weber, you are a literal spider monster. You can befriend other spiders. He's okay, just talk with him. He was in between living near his mother and living on his own. Hey Marga, thank you so much for the streak. Welcome, welcome. Hi, hi.
That makes no sense.
He's almost 30. Oh, these. But was he gaming so much still? Okay, yeah. Well, it is good that's how you could reach him still, but goddamn, if you're only reachable through Steam, yeah. I know you're an old fart. You're welcome here. We like young farts. We like old farts. We like any farts. That's the thing too. Like I'm friends with my neighbors as well a lot. My neighbor kept saying that, and I'm like, oh, we're getting along so well. We went out to get drinks, we chilled together. But she's, I think, 30 years older. Yeah. Okay, so the game does.
Indicates a connection timeout. Client cannot reach the Steam server. 6 by fully closing Steam, resetting your network configuration via command prompt, and ensuring firewall allows Steam internet access.
He's a loner? Yeah, okay. Do you require assistance, the Silky Poo?
No. He's gone.
No.
He's left us.
You're restarting your PC, like in the middle of a sentence, Silk. Are you back? Are you alive?
She's left us.
No, she's back. You're back.
What's going on?
She's back! It's a Ditto! I gotta love Ditto, let's get him. You need more Steam friends, Gil? Are we Steam friends? Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Down. My streams never went away, but apparently Discord did.
What
is going on?
Who do you want to play? Are you gonna play Woody?
I don't know. I'm busy trying to fix my computer.
I know, Silky. I'm waiting for you.
Control Shift Escape.
Can we help?
No, all running Steam process.
But I don't have any customization. I don't have any spools. Was this already in there? You can dress him up. Oh my god, he has adorable socks.
Oh, oh.
Oh my god, I want to be the snow spider. How do you get that? Do you just play rounds? This one is pretty. Yay, we got it. Okay, a shiny Ditto could be anything. I'm spending a rare ball. I know, I know. You need to unlock them in game, but yeah, but is it a shiny Ditto? Was it? I think you can check. No, it's invited this time of year. I know, right? How could you check again? Like it's not shiny. No, but there are some. I do have some shinies. Let me. Okay, wait. Poke. Community game. Come on. Wax it. Wax it, and it will become shiny. I still have never seen this Poke Raid. Yeah, I don't think there ever has been a raid. What's my Poke buddy? Oh, Pikachu, of course. Of course. You
I
can.
don't think I'm supposed to do that. That don't sound right.
What are you doing, Silk?
Well, it says to go to my cache folder, the Steam one, and I went to it. And there's a whole bunch of different things in here. It wants me to delete everything inside of it.
Instead of doing that manually, you can just delete cache like in Steam, so you make sure you don't delete stuff that doesn't need to be deleted.
But will it work when Steam? Oh.
You got a sparkling egg? How do you get an egg? How do you know if you have an egg?
What?
I have 5 shinies. Let's see which. I have to go in the extension, maybe. Okay, let me go here to my full screen mode. Check here. So if you go, for example, in the Don't Starve Together, properties installed. You can verify it here. I was just clearing the whole cache.
I thought anyone would have problems getting on. I thought it would be me.
Yeah, okay, so you can clear, like here, Silky, if you go in your Steam settings and then downloads, you can clear the download cache because that says as well, it might resolve issues downloading or starting apps. Because the game doesn't start up correctly, no?
Okay, I just clicked on that. It disappeared. Where'd it go? Oh.
One shiny, I stink. No, you don't. Did you guys ever battle or no?
Fight.
Fight. You can do the poke battle.
Yes.
I'm gonna put this. There's cash stuff. And then let me just gonna check here. This is the thing I used to just share my League of Legends. Let me see my whole thing. Oh, that's me. I want us to go down. I don't want to see my face. Go down. Look, I don't want to see my own face. I want to go to the Pokemon thing. Wait. Whoop. Oh, this is still pinned. Hey, that's nice that I can see that here. Okay, click. No. Oh, this is also like a way to still, if you haven't checked out, you can customize all your
It's still
stuff.
trying to lock me.
Can be pumpkin. Can be pumpkin. Okay. Where's my Pokemon? Here. Come on. There you go. This is giant. Not in a group. Wait. If I just an E. Eh. Eh. Okay, let me just do like little Pokemon thing. Can we help you, Sil?
I don't know. It's doing some shit. I
This
don't
is
know
also
why it's doing
interesting.
this.
Okay, what is the issue? Do you want a screen share?
I can't screen share. You ran away again.
What?
My Discord is doing a weird thing now too.
Oh
Can you still hear me?
no. Yeah, you're here. It ran away.
Maybe it's because
Oh
because
gosh.
I'm my split screen.
Don't kill Angel. Wait, is Angel here?
I don't
Oh,
think that would
give
do
a shouty to
anything.
Angel. Thank you for that.
There you go.
Yeah,
There's
you're gonna get
that.
fucked by Odie. Prepare yourself.
Do the split screen.
You're gonna kill Morgan. No. You can pop out. Oh my gosh, thank you for that. Yes, that's what that yes. Kill, you're amazing. It happens, yes.
Trying to get go
Damn,
to
you're gonna fuck the bot? That's crazy.
You're also
window.
gonna fuck butt. I don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna
But this
get killed. Yeah, you're gonna kill Morgoth, but yeah, you are a wizard, so you can just get yourself back to life. It's all good. This is also interesting. I got Pokemon Easter eggs, and they said like, okay, exchange the Easter eggs for an event reward of your choice during the Easter event. I never redeemed them because I have no fucking idea. And then this item will disappear 1 week after. I think we're like 4 months in. No, 3 months in. They never disappear. I have so many balls.
Yes, she does again.
I saw an extension once. I gotta figure out which one it is that actually recommends which ball to use because I would like to use all the other balls, but I don't know when or why or where. Yeah,
She wants to use the ball.
every ball. Because I got so many. I got a clone ball. Then you can generate another Pokemon with an oh. So then if you catch a shiny with a clone ball, you get 2 shiny. Okay, Silk is gone again. Oh no.
She has left again.
Does anyone know? Okay, okay, look, you are Pika Ramen. That was an emote, I think. Pika Ramen one, no? Pika Ramen? No,
Ramen.
I think that was an emote. You are Pokemon number 189. Which Pokemon are you then? Poke?
Come on.
Which Pokemon is that? Murkrow. I'd eat lightning ramen. That sounds nice. I actually there is Pikachu ramen, like Pikachu flavored or not flavored. I don't know how Pikachu tastes. Pikachu themed.
She's playing.
Spanking. Wait, Odie.
How do you know what Pikachu
It was a
tastes like?
usable emote, but needs to change it out now. Yes, it was. I know that. Yep. But I got a spanking. I have 4 great cherish balls. Yes, I do.
She's
Yes,
got
I do.
balls.
I don't know how I got them, where I got them, but I do. But that's the thing. I have luxury balls. I have magnet balls. Yeah, light balls. That's what I mean. I don't know when. I have presents. Wait, I can give you guys a poke gift. There you go. Poke gift. There you go. Veggie got a gift. Silky got a gift. Can I do more gifts? Poke gift? Oh no. Okay. Why doesn't it give everyone a gift? But yeah, okay, you guys got a gift. I got a golden ticket as well. What is that? Okay, ticket?
A golden ticket.
You redeemed the golden ticket and gained 4K. Oh, so yeah, we do have to wait like 20 minutes. Can I get another golden ticket then? Poke ticket? You don't have them, I'm sorry. I have 2, I got 6K. But I am very rich in Pokemonies. I'm sorry, Morgoth. Like, fuck yeah, I don't have a ticket. Nah. I have a total reset, full new moveset. Is Silky alive? Silky mobile now? Otherwise, we start and we restart when Silky comes, so we get a little bit of the game already. I also have a golden coin. Reward for completing weekly missions and participating in a PCG tournament. I participated in a tournament? How rich is rich in Pokemon? I'm rich in spirit. Good. Oh, what is this? Mysterious. Oh, these are all my shinies, I think. These are all the shinies caught in my channel. Yeah. I got a Philippine, a Rosalia, a Nincada, Berserker, a Silicobra. Okay. How rich is rich? 80. Wait, I can't calculate. Million? Almost 2 million? Yeah, you are way more rich, Odie. I already saw that. We did the check. I think you are richer than me. But I also need to do this back, by the way. My gosh. You get things doing missions. Ah. But how do I know where the missions are? 2 of 2 Dittos. I have. Wait. Are those the levels? Why is it only my phone and my PC that messes up on why only Twitch and Discord? I don't know, Silky. I don't know. It is really weird. Discord keeps messing up. Maybe it is because we did give Discord them more priority in your thing. Maybe we do have to reset those settings again. Look, there's a shiny Fellapyon. Oh, shiny. You deserved it. That's 148K? That's not a million? Oh my gosh. No. 100K is a... Is it calculated in the same ways? Okay, I you know. Okay. I'm gonna hide it. We're gonna just start up for just to test if everything works, what the game is again. Then we're gonna start a new one. Is that okay, Star? We can keep this one like for the 2, and then when Silky joins up, because I am very curious now. And then I can do Webber, and then we can see if we can play the same characters or if Silky wants Webber too or no. Okay, go.
Oh, what's on there?
It is I, a Mary Wanderer. What? Oh. How do I move? Are you also a little spider?
Oh, yeah.
Hi!
There we go.
Nice!
Almost.
So we can all be spiders together. Oh my god, fuck yes. It's just still thousands. Thank you. The Muffin Man!
The Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man!
Yes, I know the Muffin Man.
I'm also
Who
curious.
lives on
I
Drury
tried to
Lane?
poke check a lot, but it never worked.
To the Muffin
Can I poke
The
check?
Muffin Man?
Muffin Man! Hi, Silky!
Hello.
Oh, I'm on my phone now. Even my phone's doing it, and it's only Discord, Twitch, and apparently Steam that's doing it. But
I was thinking like we changed like the settings and stuff from Discord, that it had more processing power and stuff.
Oh.
That might have fucked up stuff. I don't know.
I put it back down now.
I'm just gonna inspect everything there is here.
I'm outside. So let my dog out.
Hey, okay. I got juicy berries. There's a little froggy. And guard. No! No! I attacked
I
it.
wonder if it was that video game like that.
Hi, we're under attack. I'm sorry. I don't know how to attack them back. GG's. Help! Good. Thank you. I think I added. Wait, are you a live star? How do we kill the frogs? Are they okay now? Yes, okay, we're sort of okay now. Oh, you're attacking them again. How do you attack? Okay, just yeah. Are we attacking? Yes. Attack frog, attack frog, attack frog, attack. Maybe we need weapons.
Get off my screen.
Okay, we're good. But thank you so much, Morgoth. Wait, do you want something like a clippy tea or not? I know your mother loves you. I to please. Oh my god. Love. Let me give you a huggy. There you go. Thank you. You're just killing frogs? Okay. I'm gonna pick carrots. I forgot everything about this game. There's a bee. There's a puffin! A puffin! I love puffins because they sound like muffins. Good to have friends in the back trim. Yeah. Well, hi, Train. Salty! Good morning, Salty! Thank you for the resubscription. And we have you start the hype train right away. Nice one. And you got a streak? 4 months in a row. Thank you. I'm legit still doing laundry and dishes. Oh my god, we just vibing. Yes, we are. There ain't no organized chaos with me. The chaos is organized. Never. But it is good to have friends in the background. I always like that. Like, I put comrade up a lot in the streams every time when I almost about to go to sleep. And then every time I was just checking with the comrade, like, hi. Like, I still have like this amount of knowledge of Escape from Tarkov, not gonna lie. But I enjoy watching it. Level 1 is logged in. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for the subscriptions. Yep. Thank you for the hype train. Yep. What? How did you do that? You drew a little heart. Oh, I can change the. Oh.
Sorry for all the noises.
How do you do that? How do you do that, Star?
What?
Is that just your idle thing, or is that an emote?
That was just an idle thing.
My gosh, you're idle loving me. Thank you. Look again. My god, you're just so sweet. Are you back inside, Silky Poo?
Yeah, I'm doing something. Let's see.
What, frog legs? What the hell? There was a monster in the bush? Taking a nap now. I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was a part of that. And you were checking in, Zeldy. Snoodle on the Hey, you're still here. Sabatron. Hi. Okay, so I just like start. Oh my god, what are you hiding in someone's. What is it? But now you can't talk to it anymore. Now you can. Can we buy stuff? Does he want to buy this cut grass? No. I don't know. Okay. This is like everything just that is around. We can see what we can do with it, what it drops, like the birds drop seeds and stuff. Beehive, that's a flower. We need to build like some shelters, some tables if I remember correctly. But we can pick we need to plant it. Have you ever played this game, Star, or no?
It's been a very long time.
So same. Okay. The Silky is completely new at the game, and we have played the game like yeah. For me, it's also, as I said, like it's been at least 8-9 years. Yeah. Remember, you need a flint for fires. Pick up everything. Everyone can join that dungeon. And how did you sleep? Did you get some sleep, Salty? I hope you did. Hope you're doing good.
Oh my. Ah. I forgot you
Hiding.
can turn. I forgot
Yeah,
you
you
can turn
can
the
turn the
world around
screen
as
with
well.
the yeah. So you can. Oh, you can also just move. I was okay. I was moving by clicking. You can just move by ASW. But it's getting dark. Oh no, I can't see anything. Where are you? It's dark. I'm getting attacked.
I'm here.
I'm dead. Hi.
Oh.
That's why I said let's test out the game.
Keeps
The first night, and we both like, what do? We die. We die.
The darkness.
We're really cute ghosties, though. Look at this. They're so cute. Oi, oi.
Switch to here.
Wee, wee, wee. Okay, hunt something to revive. What? On petals? Work. Hunt a what? Hunt is something to revive. Like an altar or something?
Then
Or find another way. You
there's
can
no
also just
way.
reset, but on spider apps? On the butterflies? Can I play as a butterfly?
I want to. I don't know what that is.
Want a stone with sticks poking out of it. You can also just reset, but I wanna figure stuff. On this boulder, this is a stone. Little sleep was good. I'm happy to hear that. There are geckos here. Nice. We can examine the world a little bit. I don't know the map. Okay, we have 30 seconds. What's this? Help? No. This is an underwater monster. I think maybe that's like an alter earth thing.
Is there a password?
It is fish.
Just fish.
Yeah, no capitals, nothing, just fish.
Just fish.
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 Yeah.
I like fish. Then I need to change something because for some reason I went to screen, the big screen, not the screen I'm looking at in front of me.
Oh, you can, if you have the
Which
game
one?
active, if you press Windows key, Shift, and then arrow, it can change between
Windows
screens.
key and shift.
Yeah. Might have made my game. Oh, okay, we're good. So, Windows key, Shift.
Oh, what's it doing? It's not working?
Oops, wrong window. Yeah, because now I did this. Yeah. The salty. Oh, salty. John was worried about you. Just passing on a message, but John's okay. John was worried about you. A snoodle on the poodle doodle. Yep.
It's not respond.
What?
Quack.
Ah, there it is. Oh my gosh. It's on my screen now.
Okay, do we all want to be Weber? I kind of like it. Okay, you guys can pick a character. I'm gonna pee again and grab another drinky. And then we're gonna actually start. What? Hype drink completed. Like, yes. Why do I get a notification? Ah, because we switched again. Yes, of course. Whoop. There you go. Helium earlier, all good. Thank you. Good. Join that dungeon, and I'm gonna pee. Still working. I do have my drink. Oh, just left again. Wait. And where did you go? I have to reach, right? Oh my god, I'm in this group chat again. Go away. We fight to play? Oh, there you are. You're back.
I just clicked on join game.
Yeah, you're back. You're back. You're good. Yep, yep.
I'm working on it. I'm trying.
You're good.
Stuck on the loading screen. Keeps saying not working, and I don't know why.
If I just do go, maybe then.
Oh, I mean, I see things.
Does this work now? Maybe I had to start the game? Genji!
I'm trying to figure out what you are.
A spider.
What character did you choose?
Spider.
You're a
She
spider?
chose spider.
Spider.
She chose
Webber.
weather.
Do you want to talk to spiders? Yes.
What is Star? What are you, Star?
Spider.
I'm a spider too.
No, we literally started the world and then we instantly died, both of us. Because I forgot how everything worked. But I remember a little now. Oh, first things first, we need a campfire. Otherwise we're gonna die again. So I'm gonna build a little campfire while you guys get in the game. That sounds good, right? Oh yes, yes, you are the guy that I thought at the beginning.
I'm gonna chop some trees down.
Nice. So I can make a torch. If you get trees, because I cannot. Oh wait, can I chop? Oh, I need flint.
What'd you choose, Star? Sorry. I see your character now. The lumberjack.
Yeah, I got an axe so I can chop the trees down.
Oh, werebeaver.
Can we drop resources for each other, right?
And the weregoose. That's hilarious. You're were everything.
That's the table we need. Okay, but I still. Oh no! Fuck you, frog! Fuck you, frog! I'm gonna kill you, but.
Where are you?
Frog is owning me. Okay. Oh no! I'm gonna die from the frog. I'm running! Running! Frogs are out to kill me! Oh my gosh. Where are you guys?
I don't know where you are.
I've never played, so it might take me a minute to look through all these.
Oh, that's the thing.
Um,
I was thinking like, can I turn on like a tutorial mode or something? Because I remember that at least for the first steps, there was like a sort of tutorial mode, but I don't remember anything. But yeah, so that's why we did a little test run. In the darkness, except for if you're like a special character or something, you will die. There is a lumberjack, a Monty Python lumberjack. Yes. Why a Monty Python lumberjack? What's special about a Monty Python lumberjack? I don't remember really Monty lumberjack. Please say hello. You can say C-star. Oh, look at him. Oh, you're gonna murder everything? Okay, good luck with that.
I don't know if this is working. It's running away.
We need you can murder him if it gets stuck, but it's really hard. I think we need crabs?
Yeah.
I don't think I
Hello.
would want it to be the culinarian. Only eats gourmet food? That's not a good idea when you just start now.
Yeah. What are you gonna eat there? What do I need? What do we need for a pickaxe? 2 flint and I can find some flint.
I want more of the like spank kind of commands. I saw like in the English muffin stream, if you come there, you get packed right away. And I think that's a little much. Yeah, you get packed. Yeah. It sounds like a little Minecraft sheep. But I think maybe that's a little much. Yeah.
I found spiders.
You're just like, what? What? Did I hear that correctly? Yes, you did. Every time I come there, I say, hello, muffin. And then it's like, yeah, you get packed. Oh, okay. I should just gotta accept your fate. But it is fun, but that's a little much. But I do want more. Okay, Silky, as soon as you chose a character, you should... The world, I'm just working on collecting everything. Like,
Okay.
we can make a little starting base at the portal where we
I have no
literally...
tape. I have tape.
Tape?
Tape.
Why? What?
That's what I start with.
Nice.
Raid. Who are you? Raid?
I keep forgetting that I can move with the arrow. Where are you guys?
I started near a trader. I don't know where I'm. Oh, I see a spider.
Hey!
Hi!
Hello, how you doing? Okay, we have to survive the night, and this is where we spawn at the start. Did I just start here so we can survive? Build little basic starting campfire mode here. There you go.
Fire, cut grass and twigs. Can't see what cut grass and twigs. I can't tell what this is supposed to be because my Discord name's over it. I don't know how to move that.
Yeah, I might have to hide those two. Wait. There you go. The thing is, I know from like the start that, yeah, like you can collect here everything. Point. Yeah, this is. At the start, we need to make like a table thingy to actually make more stuff. So yeah, you can. It is like basic survival game thing. So you need a pickaxe, you need an axe, you need some fire. If it gets dark.
How do I move my Discord stuff?
Shift and then the weird squiggly thing next to the one. Oh my god, I'm attacked. Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead. Loki's gonna die.
Oh, yeah. Run.
Where did they come from?
That's what got me.
Can I haunt them?
That's what got me.
Oh no, are we all gonna die because you random go? Okay, wait, I haunted one. I will hunt the other. It doesn't work. Want campfire? No. Okay, I'm trying to save Silk. Sir, if you hunt the other one, we can save Silk, and Silk just runs around for the entire night. Stay near the campfire! Stay near the campfire!
I'm trying, but they're still attacking.
All the effort stop. Okay, this is maybe we need to. Oh my god, we're all custom ghosties.
I was just going in a circle.
That's what I mean. Maybe we need to figure out like if I can start it up with like a tutorial.
Yeah,
We feel
I
really
was
hard
going.
now because
I
no
don't know
one
what to do.
okay, we shut the world because we literally only have a campfire and nothing else.
Yeah, if we die that quick, there's no point in trying to.
Okay, we don't starve together. Basics. How to play game? Help.
How to? How to? This is how.
How game? How
How?
work? Yes. Day 1 during daytime. What should we do? We need a pickaxe. We need an axe. We need a crafting a campfire. Yes. Then we build the campfire. Yes. You can also just do torches for the whole time. Okay. Spiders are nice. Gather everything inside. I always gather everything inside. Don't attack spiders. No, I don't.
Where do
Don't
I
attack
store
bees. Don't attack. Oh my god. Don't attack anything. Okay. Don't starve. Only attack monsters. Oh, we need armor and weapons before we attack anything at all. But why did that fire doggos came to attack us?
As soon as we get in, we need to find some sticks and stuff to make
I'm
fire.
in already.
We need fire.
But I am a monster myself. Yeah, but I made a fire.
Yeah, well.
Oh god, tell me you did not put your ball underneath the thing. He did.
I'm gonna say maybe yes.
He put the ball under the bed. Got it
Oh
stuck.
no.
He likes to do it on purpose.
We need cut grass and 2 logs. I'll get the logs.
I got the grass.
I will run
I
around.
will come help you as soon as we've got stuff, and I won't die. I'm probably gonna die either way, but I'm still gonna.
Okay.
Good golly.
Okay, I got the logs.
Hey, I can make an axe. Okay.
I got the logs.
Okay. Yep. Because yeah, step 1 is just make the fire.
Here, drop. Oh, am I doing it? Oh,
Do we want to place like a little starting campfire right next to the spawn here?
Okay, somebody do it. I'll be right back. I got protect me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, stand near the fire, Silk. A little near the fire.
Stay near the fire.
Gotta try to push Silk. It's not working. Okay, she's close enough for now. It is still daytime. We're good.
Oh, need flints to make pickaxe. And then
Yeah.
need to find rocks.
Like the basics, like yeah, make like the campfire, maybe some torches, get some basic food because yeah, we don't need to starve.
Yeah.
Your sanity, your hunger, and your health is like on the right. Need the grass.
Oh, I see a carrot.
I'm just running around and collecting everything. Good at collecting everything.
Sorry.
Oh, there is no order. It is still daytime, so you're still good. Now we can make some other stuff. There's also stuff. What is this? This is the map. Can't see the whole map. Chop, 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 chop. I think we can replant the trees as well, right? Yes. Us.
Oh, I don't like that.
Leaving the stream up on the other machine. Time to almost midnight. Time to get some Z's. Thank you. And Sutter, sorry I couldn't get here earlier for words. My sister visited. Don't be sorry, you silly. Let me give Dolphy a little hug. Thank you for being here, and give Odie one spanking to go for sleep. Do they sleep all night and work all day? Yes, always. Always. It's a joke. Look it up on the tubes. Okay, I will.
What is brain food?
Brain food?
Yes, what is brain food.
Brain food.
My character asked, at this point, I need some brain food. What the heck is a brain food?
Isn't that just you need food
I feel
I
like they
for
just
your
want
brain
food.
to stay sane?
I guess that's what it is.
Like, so that's the thing. So I have played this, but as I said, like I think if I calculate right, it was like 2017, so like 9 years ago. Star has played this a long time ago as well. So we are like just as noob as you, basically.
We need a trap for this, for the bunny.
Yeah. So I do know, like you see, like on the left, you can craft the stuff.
Corvus, you're in the way. We no longer have a fire pit. It's gone.
Is the fire gone?
No.
I can make a new fire.
Yeah. If you can, make one.
Okay. I will make a fire. Do we
I
just
think I
gather
remember
at
that
the starting, like at the spawn point? Do we make it there?
Yeah, just make it a spawn point for now.
Where
That's
is
just
it?
where we
Where
are.
am I?
Always.
I can make one.
Yeah. I got logs on me. I can do it. Where's
I
spawn
got
point?
doggies too. The spawn point's over here.
Open.
Did you do it again,
But have a
Danny?
good night, Odie. Yep.
Why? I even made a blockade, but you somehow still did it.
Oh my. I go in the right way.
I'll be right back.
All good. Happy. Bad poopy poopy. Okay, so if we do it here. Yeah, but if we make a fire every time, it is gonna just get extinguished. But we need to get some rocks and a golden nugget. I made a pickaxe already. I don't know how to plant stuff. Okay, we are already getting less sane. I don't know. Oh. Have you seen rocks anywhere? Not here. I think not here. I'm just gonna check. If it gets dark, I'll come back. I think I might have seen some rocks upstairs. Up north. Welcome back.
Well, yeah, I know it's a fire.
Have fun with the video I sent in Discord. Is that from the Monty Python Lumberjack? Yeah, I can watch it during the nighttime. I gathered some more flint and everything, but I'm trying to see if there's like any rocks here. I think we just have to reach the campfire now.
Yeah.
Almost nighttime, and then I'm gonna die.
If it's playing nighttime, like right now.
I might die. Fuck.
Can I eat a pickle? Good job.
Okay. I have a torch just in case.
There's a hive there. Be careful.
Hi. Oh my god, it was just in time. How you
Is that a
doing?
good idea? How you doing? Is it a good idea to eat petals? I'm gonna do it.
I can eat some monster. Can we cook this?
Oh, so this guy needs to go.
Cook.
He needs to get out of the way. He's a pain in the ass.
Oh no, now I'm eating raw monster
What'd you
meat.
just do?
I cooked something, so you can put stuff in the fire. Oh, we have to add fuel to the fire. That's why I died. Okay, I'm gonna add 4 logs to the fire.
I just added fuel.
Oh, nice. That's a lot of wood. Still, you're like
I'm
in the
sorry.
fire.
I
Hey,
didn't
it's
mean to give you
Guy.
those codes.
Once we get some rocks, we can also make a fire pit.
I didn't
what,
mean
what?
to give you those pine cones, Star. I'm sorry.
Oh, Star wants pine
Trying
cones.
to
Here you
put
go.
them in the fire.
If
There's a beehive over here, but it scares me.
Okay, I'm trying to search for rocks. If we have this as like a basic, how do you plant stuff? Oh, you just drag it on there? No, yeah.
Will you shut up, Crow Man?
What is my Herbie whistle? Hurt spiders. I don't see any spiders. That's sad.
Maybe it just hurts spiders if they're around and you see them.
Yeah?
Rock.
Oh, did you find rock? Where? Well, where?
I found plant. Got rocks. Oh,
Lobster mouth.
seeds.
What is this?
Well, I found some rock. It's on the left side of the water. So follow the pointer thing. I'll stay by it. All the rock. If you've got a pickaxe, it is.
Gosh.
Like a big
Yes,
rock.
yeah.
Like a
On the
boulder.
left side, there's bees. Keep in mind your stats. So you have to eat. That's the thing. Still, like, don't starve.
Yeah, I
What is
didn't
this?
eat food.
Do you need food? I have one cooked monster meat.
It's not just a boulder. It's a
I don't know where you are, Silk.
I thought you follow people on the map or on the. Okay, where spawn is?
Yeah.
Go up left a little bit. There's water. Left, upper left. There's a little.
I'm
bit of
way
water
too far down. Okay, coming back up. How is it going? W shout out. F course. I tagged both Muffin and Star for the video. Nice. Star, Gil shared a
You
video
did
while you're a
not.
Monty Python
You
lumberjack.
did not. Didn't do it. You did not do it, dog. Tell me you didn't, please.
Hey, how you doing?
These berries are good. These berries are tasty.
Oh, but now you're getting the frog attack again. Okay, I will help.
No,
No, it's
I
Got
can't
it.
see the frog.
I'm mining frogs. Okay, that was a good one.
But yeah, the berry bushes are good.
They are really
They
nice.
get
Yep.
wood.
Oh yeah, Silk, you can,
berries
by the
get
way, you
good
can
food.
turn your like the camera because it's 2D, right? Sometimes you can't see what's behind the bush or something, or like the guys in the way, or whatever. You can turn the camera with Q and E. Yeah.
In Q&A, the world turns.
There's rock. Okay. So if we go straight up now, should be good, right? Ooh, someone died here. Ooh, backpack?
Ow. Oh, I do this.
Backpack. Oh my god, I'm gonna pick it up. Pick up backpack.
Why are you so tiny? Oh no.
Okay. Ah, I'm running. I don't think we can
I
attack
got
him. No.
I got the bee. The bees
I don't
are
think we are
migrating
strong enough to attack
for-
anything in life. I'm trying to pick up all your stuff, okay? Oh god. Oh, I died too. Why are we so bad? Okay, I'm gonna find out how to revive. Kai, we're playing Don't Starve together with no knowledge, and I forgot how the game works. Don't, don't starve together. Okay, wait. Don't. Why can't I type? Now I can type. Don't starve together. Revive. Like, we can also do the easy mode if we're just getting rocked to this one, but I wanna.
Do I have to kill myself?
No!
Is that the only way this works?
We can haunt something. Wait, maybe I know.
I'm left of the spawn. Castle Park.
We just need to find something to respawn at, but I don't know where.
I think we might be able to respawn at literally the respawn bow thing.
Do I have to help you?
Like, you can hunt objects like touchstones, a florid postern, or pre-built revival items. If I just walk up here, examine, ooh. I cannot hunt this. I can just woo say that, but yeah, no, it's not working. Touchstones. These are naturally generated marble-like structures found across the map. Click touchstone to
Buddy, I'm
revive.
starving. I can't.
Oh, if you okay, this is for endless mode.
This time he just dropped it.
It should be Q and T, so the world turns because of cutie. Bad joke alert. Yeah.
Oh, dog is doing this on purpose. I know he is.
Okay, so what are touchstones and how do we find them? Do you want to die a Silk or no?
Not particularly.
Do you want to die?
Okay, wait. Then okay. Star and I will figure it out. Yeah, I know we can do it. I trust us.
As soon as I can find more food, I'm starving.
Don't starve.
Well, she might die.
Well, I'm not there yet. I'm 37%. So as soon as I find some food, just getting everything.
Hey, have you
off
ever
my
played Lone
plate.
Star?
Give me that lobster. I see it. Seeds. I don't like the sound of it. Stay away from it.
A touchstone is always surrounded by 4 big heads.
Hi, dead person. Bye, dead.
Hello, I'm a little ghosty
I'm gonna
ghost.
go back to my fire. And away
Be
from
careful,
you
it's
guys.
almost nighttime. Otherwise, you have to craft a torch.
I'm going to my fire.
Hey, Star, are you still hunting the world or no?
Yeah. Still looking. I know. It's night.
Cooking the one seed I have.
I can't see.
Seeds.
Oh, the
I
map doesn't
can't
update either.
see.
Come on, properly.
Eat. My food. My hunger. I should just kill myself.
The Silky, you can find food in chat as it is filled with snacks. Oh my gosh. That kill saying, yeah. You reading chat, Silk? I love it.
No.
I love it. No, I forgot to join your
What is
dungeon.
Kale said?
Do I have to read it again?
Yes, please.
Okay, he said like, okay, if you're starving, so but Silky, you can find food in chat as it is filled with snacks.
Oh. That's not how that works.
Sally, you cannot eat them in the
Yeah.
game. Hey, it's
I
daytime.
need the birds to poop out seeds some more. Please.
Hey, there's a mole.
Is it pooping?
That's seeds. They're dropping seeds.
I know. Pooping seed.
No, they're pooping, no.
Yeah, that's how it works.
No.
Yeah, that's how that works.
No. Okay.
Where do you think they do it with them? They eat them and then they poop
Yeah, and
'em.
then just spit them out.
No. That's not how it works.
Like they can keep it like in their crop or something, right? Like in their, how do you say it? Oh, what is this? Touchstone. I found one, Star.
You found it?
Yep.
Oh god, my stomach shriveled up.
I am revived.
Hold on. Just open. Hold on. Let me
Okay,
look at
do you know where I am?
open map.
Up just a tiny bit.
All the way to the left. Wait, let me put in this one for you.
I'm gonna eat
But I hope like it's not the one person thing. That thing is scared.
Well.
Oh gosh. It's gonna attack me. I think it's attacking me. No, it's not.
I'm just gonna come straight down.
Oh no, it's back, so you can revive as well. Yep. I just went left all the way. And then we do have to get back to that place where we dropped other stuff, and then we can regroup. But I'm alive, Silky. I'm alive.
I'm not gonna be for very much longer.
No, you. Okay, if you want to, you can. Oh, seeds. You can also go like to the place where we both died because I had a lot of carrots and stuff. It's at that little backpack on the map.
Where's that?
I don't even see a backpack. Go towards spawn. Oh, seeds. No, those are mine. More seeds.
And
22.
I am gonna take this little break moment while standing here and hope I will
Seeds.
I will survive. We're gonna watch this.
Shut up. You're annoying. Stupid bird.
Do I have audio?
What the fuck is semi-pub video off this?
Mute here. Open this. Test, 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 test. Okay. Play. The giant record. Oh my god, this man is so obsessed with being a lumberjack. I haven't seen this one. Oh my gosh. Like, sing. Lumberjack around. So they work so they. Sorry, I'm watching the lumberjack thingy. Did you found it? Find it? Is Star here? No. Well, I'm gonna starve now too. Shit. Oh, that's true. Okay, okay. I'm gonna stand here so you can find me. Are you going in the right direction? What do I need to go back? Okay, okay. But first, then we're gonna dance on the lumberjack song. Are you ready? That's why. Like I paused it before it gets good. Yeah. Okay. Are you ready? Because we need to sing with the song, especially you, Star, because you're a lumberjack now. So are you ready to sing the song of your people? I do know the song, but I didn't know the fragment. I knew a little bit. So. It's a lumberjack. Okay. It's all day. The lava tree, the lemon tree. He cuts down trees, he eats his lunch, goes to the lemon tree. On Wednesdays he goes shopping. He works all day. I skip and jump. I like to press wildflowers. I put on women's clothing hanging around in bars. They're all having like questionable faces, like, why? Like, why? Why? He's a lumberjack and he's so gay. He's also like having second doubts. And that's Monty Python for you. Thank you. Love how they're all like singing along, and then at some point, like, what are we saying? I didn't know. Do you know? No, I didn't know. Yeah, but we're just gonna continue. And then, like, just at the final point, they're like, nah, this was enough. Yeah. Okay, let me check. Where did Star already find me? No. Okay, I'm going back. I shared the map in the Discord as well. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm dying now. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Hey, fireflies. Okay, okay, I'm here. Where did touch stuff? Okay, gotta wait till it's daytime, I think. Okay, I will put it on the map again.
Okay.
And I was just standing here and I shared the screenshot. That's why I was like, okay, this is a perfect time to listen to the Lumberjack song. Because I thought you could find me. But Sorry. Okay, from spawn, it's basically like if you have the water up north, like it depends like which way your map is turned as well. And like we have the crossroads with the roads there, so the top road there, then it's all the way to the left. Should we make like in the middle of all those roads, should we make our base camp there? Hmm? But should we make a little common base camp over there in the meeting of all those roads? Because then it doesn't matter. Yeah? You found it? Where are you? Does it only work once? Um. I was just standing. Okay. Unless another. Oh, okay. I should have stayed alive. Ooh, there are only 2 per world. But I cannot revive now. Okay, would you guys hate me if we do restart or no? Because either we find another one, but then I cannot revive ever again. I cannot revive here. I can hunt you. Yeah, no. Then it does respawn, so we can all use it, but you can only use it once per person, and then unless another touchstone is found, the next death will cause game over, because I was just standing here waiting. I starved. Okay, Silky, are you okay? Are you okay with the restart? Okay, that was really quick. Okay, restart. And then we stay together. Yeah. Okay, how do I restart here? Yeah. Disconnect. Huh? Like, okay, I'm dead. You can restart back. And yes, I think that yes, there is still a lumberjack. Okay, can we beat world? New world. Are we gonna take a relaxed that's less threat so you will not die from starving, freezing, overheating, or dark? But that's too easy. No, we're still gonna try survival. We got this. We got this. Gonna call it. Password fish. Generate. Okay, so this was like an hour of practice, but that was necessary. Yeah. And now I do know the basics again. This song is like, I'm a lumberjack and I was gonna take that. It's like, it does get stuck. Salty fishing! Salty, you're going back to sleep or are you ready for the day? It is still very fucking early. Thanks. Yeah, okay, gotta work. Fish, fish. Fish, fish, fish. Fish, fish, fish. Well, I got a new monster. Oh, and it's perfect. It doesn't have bubbles. It's just iced tea. I got iced tea monster. Oh my god, it's delicious. It's delicious. Okay. In fight. Okay, so that was practice round 2. Now we're gonna do it. I still don't know, like, okay, the spider thing is, yeah, befriending spiders. So whenever we see spiders in the game, I can go there and I can blow my whistle. Blow my whistle, Peter. We know now? The handy woman. So you're gonna build everything, I'm gonna build a spider army, and Star's gonna chop everything. That sounds good. What's a werebear? Oh my god, Star, you can turn into a werewolf? And a weremoose? And a weregoose? A weregoose? Nice. Nice, nice. Wear everything, yep. There's a pickaxe just lying around here, oh my god. Look, okay, we have a good spawn. There's a pickaxe, there's a skeleton. I'm just gonna pick out the pickaxe. Hello, are you alright? Well. Rock. Wait, do you want the pickaxe Silky here? There you go. Oh, I want rocks. Yes! Okay, so we shouldn't go too far from each other. Oh, but there's a spider den here. Oh, looks cozy in there. Yes, I want to go in the spider den. Hello. That's one skinny tree. Oh. Come back here. Come back here. Maybe he's not no, he is attacking. But I think he's just chilling with me. He will never attack me, but he's still attacking you. But he's my friend. He's my baby. Look at him, it's my head. Hello, Star Tanjiro. But look, I have a spider, a webby whistle, and it says hurt spiders. Oh, hello, I made more. I'm sorry. I'm a tree. I have a spider army that attacks Star. I'm sorry. I don't know how to control them. Help! No, they're fleeing. They're fleeing. We're good. We're safe. No, leave them alone. Leave them alone. We lost Silk. What? No, no, I need the spiders. Those are my babies. Oh no, Silky, no. Nice. I still need to collect everything because I was doing this, but this is fun. So I can do this, and then there are spiders coming, and they will come with me. Oh no, they're getting Silky. No, Silky, sorry. Okay, come here, spider. Come. It's your food. Okay, now I'm sending them back home. Then they're going back to sleep. Okay, I finally understand a little bit more. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, how you doing? Welcome in. Are you here for the Don't Starve? What is this? Grass gecko? Hey, you dropped something. It's a gecko. Please scared. I'm still looking for grass. Like, I can't make anything. And sticks. Oh my god, no, but they're running away. Yes, I've been looking at this. Oh, nice. So yeah, if you have any tips for us, like we literally just started. I played the game, what did I say? Yeah, 9 years ago. It was like 2017, yeah. And Silk is completely new, so this is her first time ever playing. Esther also played a long time ago, so we don't know what we're doing completely yet, but that's also fun. Okay, I was running off grabbing sticks, but I will come back again. We need to make a campfire. We know the very basic. Do you guys have enough for campfire already or no? Okay, okay, good. But nice. Just whistling doesn't make them yours. Okay, how do you tame them? How do you make them yours? Because that's the thing. Now they kept attacking my friends. I'm sorry. You know, I love how I was like, let's stay together, and then I went the other way, but we need more grass. Okay, where are you guys? Okay, are we meeting, like, are we making a basic, thank you for claiming your fruit muffin. Pumpkin chocolate shrill muffin, that's it. Okay, that part I don't know. I never played Weber, but I know that much. Yeah, I never played Weber either. Like, I played the basic character, like the star character, and I played the girl. I don't remember there being... Hey, I think I might already found a touchstone here now. Just in case. There's a question mark. Oh no, pluggable sinkhole? It's plugged up. Where are you guys? It's muffin time. It's kind of cute. I know, right? Do you know the muffin time song? Wait, let me. Oh, catch a Pokemon. Oh, that's okay. The muffin that doesn't cover the. This is the muffin that doesn't. Yes, there you go. It's from this one. It's just a little friend.
It's muffin time. I wanna die. If I wanna die. It's muffin time. I wanna die.
Okay. I'm still okay, guys. I lost you. Where are you? Ah! I found wasps instead. Okay, I'm coming back. I found wasps in a gigantic beehive. And more spiders. Ah, wait, spawn down. No, it's night! No, I'm dead. I didn't have grass. I got distracted. Okay, I'm dead. Yeah, it's easy to have movies. Yes. I got distracted by showing people movie time, but I no! No, told me. I didn't type. No. Yeah, then you starve and die. Okay, okay, but I found something which can revive me, I think, already. But I'm gonna wait until it's daytime. And then actually stay together. I'm sorry. But let's go. Yes, yes. See, there's like this. This didn't work. Fuck. There's a killer beehive. That was the scary thing. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm going on a quest. I messed up. I'm sorry. I distracted you. No, don't worry. Like, the thing is, I didn't have any grass, and that was why I was already, like, pushing it. I should have stayed with them. Do you know, like, have you played a lot Star? Tanjiro. Oh my god. Okay, so we're playing with Star Wars, who I call Star. But the one in the comments is also Star for short. Maybe I'm gonna call him Tanji. Nice. Yeah, yeah, so we need to mine and then we can make the thingies. I can tell you Tanji if you like. Yep. Specials. Okay, but maybe Tanji knows, like, okay, we have like this thing cool and everything. But what is Walrus Camp? Like, I can find like the touchstone again, but there's also says like revive another way, and what other ways? I don't know. This is the piggy house. Spiders. I wish I could come back to life by being a spider again. Okay, we're just gonna... How do you what? What I need. My gosh, I'm far. Okay. Can you rejoin? Like, can you just make a new character? We're doing the survival game. Good. What game modes do you play, Tanji? Do you play yourself? You were looking at... Oh! I went into a wormhole. It's literally a wormhole that opens up and eats you alive and swallows you whole and then spits you out on the other side. It has teeth and everything. I'm just floating around the world as a little lost ghosty. That's the thing, like, can I... What is this? Aunt Wet Rotterdam? Never seen. What? It's otters? A marauder? Oh my god, it's adorable! It's a fish otter! Oh, what a cutie patootie. Oh, that's really cool. It's embarrassed. A monster. Is a wet tentacle? I found a wet tentacle. Does that help? Or bees. Oh my god, is it hopeless? Where am I? But yeah, I don't think that is nice. But like the tip is just don't attack anything basically until we actually have armor and weapons and whatever. More wet tentacles. Okay, okay. Interesting. I'm just desperately floating around the world. Okay, okay, but found it! Found it! I'm alive! I gotta hurry my butt like crazy now to get sticks. Gotta run. You run faster on the pods, by the way. But I am gonna be fucked again because I don't have any sticks. Sticks, I need sticks, I need sticks. Please, for the love of God, give me a stick. No. Please. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be game over because I don't have any sticks. Can anyone of you rescue me or no? Stick! I know, I know. I made a torch. Yes. Panic. Oh my Jesus. Oh my gosh. That was scary. Yeah. Oh, I can also just light a tree, by the way. You can just burn a whole tree down. Nice. Nice. Okay, okay, we're alive. We're good. Oh no, I walked in my fire. Okay, guys, I'm alive. Are you near spawn? I was so scared. Okay, I'm just gonna run like crazy towards you guys and then regroup. Wait. Okay, okay. Sanji, if you're still here, we're still alive. We're good. Yeah, we do now, right? Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, nice. Okay, Sanji, look, I'm back alive. We're all good. I revived myself. I'm on my way back to my people. while trying to heal. Doing okay, we're doing okay. Grabbing all the sticks, all the flowers. Okay, do we already have the machine? Okay, Star? Yeah? Noise. Very high! I missed you! Okay. Still trying to heal. Okay, have a good berry run. Gonna cook juicy berries. What do I get? Roasted juicy berries. Okay, okay. We have this, we have that. Okay, we're good. Yeah. Okay, now we unlock a whole bunch of other recipes. We can make shuffle. We can make a garden hoe. We can make seeds. We can make our own farm. Oh, shave off your racy beard. You can shave your beard. Okay, lol. We have so many stuff. Nice. Okay, boards. We need like a chest or something. And we need armor. And a backpack. Oh, and he. Okay, okay, but the back we don't have a chest. Oh yeah, we can make a chest. Chest, we need 3 boards. Oh my gosh. Where's this? Prototype. Okay. Yeah. Oh, now, yeah, you have a trap for the bird, but you have to put seeds in them, I think. If I remember correctly. Denji! Thank you, Kill. Join that Denji if you want to. Oh, join. Hi. I'm just a friendly spider. I still don't know how to train them. What is the Tenja dungeon? Tenja dungeon, you can just join with !join, and now you're a little naked guy still. If you go in the Tenja extension, so you can find it like on my about, I think. And then with the little door symbol, you can click on like customizing your character, collect armor, level up. There's boss fights. It's just a little fun mini game, so you can see it like there's a there, over there on the screen. Hi. I'm making boards. What? Did you kill spiders? Oh. I don't know. Yeah, we at least like we need a shit ton of I don't know, like the grass and stuff, so you can make some basic armor and backpacks. What? Ooh. I've already seen buffaloes. No. No, I'm just making bows boards. Okay, I can make a chest. Okay, I'm gonna build a chest right here. There we go. And we can put resources in here. You first have to get the other stuff to till the ground, I think. Wait, you can do this to see the info engine. I have one board in the chest. Dungeon! I have one board in the chest. I'm gonna... Wait, where's the grass again? No. Okay, I'm gonna grab a shit ton of grass. I still need to heal more. Yay, Denji's in the Denji again. You're missing out on a lot of Denjis, guys. Yeah. I get that. There are bunnies down at the grass. So we can. Oh my god, you guys picked all the grass already. Oh my. What? I found another sinkhole thing. Raffle via sinkhole? Okay, I kind of... I'm scared to try this because I don't know where I will end up, but I'm also kind of curious. Does anyone want to go in a sinkhole with me? No takers? Okay. Okay. Okay, I already died once, so... I'm gonna take it a little bit careful. Hmm? Yeah, no, okay, I'm just happy to be alive now. So. We can catch a lot of bunnies here. Epic pirate guard, you got loot, nice, congratulations. So then Tenji, if you go in the dungeon, if you go in the Tenja extension, you can click like the dungeon symbol, and then you can equip your pirate guard. You have your own weapon. You can also color your little character, so Kill is bright red. I can spawn you another. I'm little pumpkin bing bong. Oh, you're already level 2. Nice, nice. What extension? I couldn't see it. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think I have it set. Here, let me check if I can. Yeah, it's a panel on the about. Hmm? Very star, what was that? God, I don't like the eye. Oh, they're attacking, they're attacking, they're attacking. I don't remember where I died. Berries are nice. Are you on mobile? Yeah, are you watching from the browser or on mobile? Good question. You died. Hmm? I went for a giant grass run, guys. I have 23 grass. I'm gonna make everyone backpacks. Do you guys have a backpack already or no? Hiya. Oh, I gave you all my wood. Okay, I'm gonna make you a backpack, Silk. There's a backpack. Here you go. Backpack! They also heal, that is good. Am I standing in the fire? Yes, my god. Just overheated or what? Yeah, if you roast stuff then it heals and okay, that's good because I'm still half health. Still trying to heal. Okay, what else can I make? I can make rope. Do we need rope? I make rope. Oh yeah, I need twigs. You just yeah. I lost my spider whistle and I don't remember where I died. I think it might have been left of there. Yeah, with the killer bees and stuff. Okay, yep. Okay, I kind of know where I died maybe. Like up north. Tomorrow I will go on a quest. Chop. Yay, you found the extension. It's at the bottom of the page. Yes. Yeah. And you can customize your little character. Okay, wait. Can I make a little armor? Do you guys want some? Oh, wait. I can only make one for now. I'm gorgeous. Oh, wait. It's only armor or backpack. Okay, no. Then I can put the armor. Oh, this one in here. Pick my backpack. Pick up. There you go. Yeah, first you need the other tool, Silk, for the gardening, right? Wait, let me check. Digs up. Still soil. You first need the pitchfork, I think. I'm gonna make a pitchfork. Okay, if I do this... Okay, where do you wanna have the... Here? Yeah! Does this work? But can you now garden it? Okay, well, I put the thing there. Wait, but still soil for crop seeds. Do you need a seed with it? I don't know. Maybe we need to Google it. What? Benji, thank you for the follow. I got to go for now, but I enjoyed your stream. Thank you so much. We will be playing this some more probably because yeah, we're just trying to figure this out for now. Thank you so much, and I will see you next time. I have to be level 8 for the gear. I got all the legendary. You can get one more dungeon to go. And have a good rest or have a good day. Have a good time zone. And happy new family. We got a new follower because of the cast and chill. And we got a new follower because of the... Oh no, I don't want to climb it. Sorry. What was... Wait, we got a gift. This requires more science. Oh. Hey, that works. Okay. Wait. How did you do it now? What does this do? Today we're making a garden? Whoa. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm impressed. Can we make torches or anything? That would be nice. Oh, hey, luxury housing. That was a nice dessert screen that just came up. I know, right? Oh, the little cupcakes. You ran out of cakes today, but you will have one tomorrow. You were lurking last time. Nice. It's good. It's good. Oh, I do have Lincoln. Ooh, you got juice. I got one. I put the grass back. With the guys. Okay, just these one. It's already getting nighttime. Quickly gonna chop right buffer cam. Or should be. How are you, luxury housing? You doing good? Working today, you will be eating late night for pizza. Ooh. I have water up. Oh, I have it. You have a good one. Oh, gift. Opening. What is it? What is it? I also got shoes. I got ethereal flutter shoes. Nice. Do not wander too quietly into the night if they look fancy. I have very cute shoes on. My gosh, I'm adorable. Yeah. Oh, if you have charcoal and cut stone, we can make a little crock pot. Oh, we need charcoal for food. Oh shit, the fire is gonna go out. Okay. Oh, I want traps. Okay, I'm going for another. No, I want to check for the for my body if there's stuff still there. Hmm? I have a beard. Look, I have a beard. I make a beard. Was busy, but was still okay, good. Okay, good morning. Hey, good shit. There. Did you guys find any of my stuff or no? Oh no. Oh. Under attack. Trying to remember where the fuck I did. Gosh, I'm living off carrots and flowers. Yeah. And we are close to the water, so that is nice. think my stuff may have just like expired. I don't know. But that's a shame from the spider was. Or it's somewhere else and I forgot where. I do like the fact that the spiders just don't attack me. Yep. I think like that's near where I died. Dolphins broke it on purpose? Was it on purpose? You're in a... Oh, there's the altar again. But I never want to kill it. Sorry, what was that, sir? What did you say? What? Where am I now? They're scary. But you survived. Good job, good job, good job. Oh. Temple? Table? Shuffle! Oh my god, I heard the temple and then also a table and then, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I got a shit ton of resources. Wait, I need to shave my beard. Do I need to make a shuffle? I have all the stuff for a shuffle. Do you need me? Okay, cool. Here's a shuffle. What is this? Really fat? Ooh! Something to soothe the nerves, a little garland. Yeah, I made a shuffle for Star. Oh, you can make an oar, but we cannot make a raft yet, can we? A boat patch? Boat patch. Your boat afloat, but we don't have a boat. A boat kit? Use the think tank? We need a think tank. Where's the think tank? Spider. Spider whistle. Oh, all good. Okay, where's the think tank? Okay, wait, we do have... Did you use all the boards? Nah. It's okay, it's okay. Oh look, I'm gonna shave my beard. And then we get silk! We get silk for my beard! Nice. Oh, you got a spear? Oh no, where? Okay, I also need a weapon then. Fuck. I don't... Oh my god, where's the weapons? There. Oh my god, I can't make a weapon because we don't have the rope. We don't have the grass. Oh my god, I should use... Oh, we have a rope here. Then I can make a weapon. No ass. Oh no! No! Fuck my life. Fuck my life. I'm running. I'm running. I'm running. I'm running. I don't want. I'm gonna die. Okay, let me heal first. I'm so low health. Ow! I got hurt. Ah! No! Okay, run, 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 run. Distract them, distract them. Ah! Okay. Ow! 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 You're dead! Yeah, then I have to find like another stone, so if I'm dead, I'm dead. I can show you where the one is, Star. Oh no! I'm dead. Fuck! Okay, okay. Wanna hear a joke? I told Viper. Yes, yes. Tell me. Sorry, I was really focused on not dying and then dying. Okay, but I can show Star where the other revive is. That's one I found. So. Hi, 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 hi. Hi. Yes, yes. Yeah, like we can do the normal thing. Like I have to find out like where, like how to revive. I'm just gonna, okay. Don't starve together. You can craft something. You can do an amulet, a meat effigy. Aren't you dead? Okay, we're gonna do the easier mode, yeah? No. Yeah. Like we're still fire beginners and now we're just dying. Okay, reset. Yeah. Oh wait, it's generating world, but now I didn't click options. I kind of have to go back, I think. Yeah, okay, gotta go one step back because now it was just the same type of world, yeah. But we do get to keep like the little gift thing that we got. Okay, I gotta disconnect and make a new one then. 1 second. Because this one is just like set to the survival, yeah. Okay, did you hear about the study on wolves where the term alpha wolf came from that later was discovered to be actually a father wolf instead of an alpha wolf? I did, but okay. No, it's... Wait, I can just... It's... It's our... Ah, yeah. Okay, do you want to hear the follow-up of the joke, Silk? A dad joke, a dumb trait, yes, I guess so. Yeah, yeah. Maybe. Okay, invite. Okay, maybe instead of the spider, because it is not that... I don't know how to make them. Like, they're not attacking me, but then they're still attacking the rest, so it's not that good. That's why I keep splitting up. But I want the one that sets everything on fire, I think. Just a witch. Witch with a teddy bear. Yes. Then we can just chill with like a normal... I can wear the cute shoes, yeah. Okay. Cool skills. This is a teddy bear. Reviver filter off. Ooh. Unlock skill sets and everything. Become a sea. Maybe have a good, but you're not really, you know. Yep. I'm a little pyromaniac. Yeah. It's a dumb joke, but it's still funny to me. No, but it is. I do. Like, I'm like, yum, maybe. But that's also like we have here, the daddy joke. That's also like... Yum. Okay, I can do a B because I can grab another snacky.
You're sweating.
Yep,
Relax.
Yep. Oh!
Take a deep breath.
Benjamin, stop sweating. Yeah, we kept dying, so now we're gonna do chill mode so we can actually survive. Okay, B. Yep. I'm sitting really awkwardly, but only you see like the whole thing that I'm seeing like... Oh god. Can you see my face? Okay, that was a good placement. Now clip that and send it to your friend, and I'm never gonna sit like that again. Okay, I can see your face.
Okay.
Sorry. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board, indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was. Yes, I'm gonna kill it with my knife. I'm fighting the troll with my knife, and I did it. Okay, that's the classic Muffin move. I love fighting the trolls with my knife. Okay, that's one troll down. Okay, he just took revenge instantly. He was mad.
Okay.
No.
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 Don't follow after me. I just had this argument.
I'm very much not okay.
I'm so sorry.
I hope somebody clips that. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Did you eat? Are you stuck up on your food? Cookie Silk?
Yes. I have 14
Okay.
minutes on it.
Okay,
Hello.
drink one potion resistance
There's a
right now,
skeleton.
yeah?
Wow.
Hello. Do I have to wait with starting till Silky is back? If I start, do you start as well or no?
I think it's just a once one person joins, and then whenever the next people join, it's just wherever the person is.
Like if I press go, then you don't necessarily get
Like
plopped
if
in
you
the.
were to press go and start, and you got to say nighttime, if I was to then press go and join it, I would just join on the nighttime.
So it doesn't matter?
Like the world's been started, but it doesn't affect anyone else but you if you're doing it.
That's true. Should I already make a little head start then? I can make sure we have a little campfire set up and everything. Yeah? Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum, yum. Because we're not really making any progress so far. And I do feel like I want to give Silky a more fun experience than just restarting over and over again. But now. Veggie. Yeah, now we're playing on relaxed mode. So. Relaxed mode. What was that? Yeah, okay, the relaxed mode. We don't die from. Wait, I'm. Hey, join that Benji, and thank you for the beat. Okay, we're now doing this one. Just spinning this. Yep. So now if we die, we can always resurrect. So we can just resurrect. No, so we can
my
just
dog takes forever.
figure it out.
Swear.
Hi, hi.
Hey. Oh wait, no, go back. I didn't. No, back. There it goes. Oh no, do I want to be allergic to bees?
What effect does it give?
Do you want to be allergic to bees?
I don't know if anyone wants to be allergic to bees, but like, can you not be near them, or is it just when you get stung?
Well, they are the fearless, Walter. Not afraid of anything except getting hurt. Good with a slingshot, has a four-legged friend, so I bring a dog with. Allergic to bees. Has no interest in fashion.
Can I? There you go. Still pipes.
Oh, I want to be the half pint. He's adorable. His name's Wirt. Can't get him. He's locked.
Aw.
You must weave them using spools. The shop. Using spools or purchase them from the shop. 27,000 or 2,700 spools are required to weave. Item. I need 2,700 more. I don't have any.
Oh no. Well, this time I said it. Yeah, I set it to relax mode, so I pinned it like in the chat what it means because I kept forgetting. But we can now infinitely respawn. Because then the penalty is still like you have to get back, but you don't get just game over it out of the game. So we can just see how far we can
I don't
get.
think I want to be her. She only eats. That's not a good idea.
I'm the little fire starter. As long as it's not all the bees, I wouldn't want to be allergic to boobies. Oh my gosh.
You got a point. I wouldn't want to be either.
Me either.
It took me way too long to read. I was like, wait.
Boobas, not my boobas.
Yeah, not the boobas. Yay. Okay, that's a
Arilla
good
and
one.
Wilson sibling.
Wait, let me check. Oh, I'm again gonna fuck a butt. My gosh.
Like siblings.
Oh, Stream Elements got a rare sunfish. My gosh. Okay, I'm already making like a little head start, so we have some basic material at the beginning, because if everything is correct, like I have a lighter. I forgot what Bernie does. Bernie protects my sanity. I have a lighter, so I can just light a tree on fire or something, and then we have like something for the night.
Random.
Oh my god, Fredgem is also gonna fuck
doing
about.
random.
Random? Oh my.
Yes.
Oh my. Who are you gonna be?
I don't know. Let's find out.
I can make you
Oh,
guys.
I'm you.
What?
Hi,
You're also
twin.
the lighter girl?
Oh, hi, twin.
She's nice. You have a lighter and a teddy bear, right?
I have a pair. My teddy bear's on. I have it equipped right now.
Teddy bear.
Where are you? Where are y'all?
I'm coming back. I was just gathering like crazy. But the thing is, if we both have the lighter, that's fucking nice, because then we can just light a tree on fire. We don't necessarily have to build a campfire right away. And we can wait with the materials so we can make a better, like a cooking thingy or something right away instead. I think that's a good plan. I finally found a carrot. Okay, I'm going back to the spawn.
What did you do? Why do I see lights already?
I'm a fire starter. What did you expect?
What did you do?
Oh, nothing.
I guess I'm committing a life insurance scam. Wait, is that like a what?
Nothing.
Wait, you're gonna marry? Oh, Silk, Silk, did you see that Veggie is gonna marry you and then kill you?
Hey, don't do that.
Damn.
Damn. So he's committing a life insurance scam, yeah. Don't involve Silky in that. Just do it with like a butt then. That's better.
I feel like the better option would be fucking kill.
At least we'll be safe by the tree. Oh, never mind.
Oh no, we are. We're gonna be
Turtle?
pretty safe with the, oh my god, it's gonna be night.
I can't make nothing.
Hello.
Hi.
Good thing
Oh,
this
you're
skin's
doing what I was doing earlier.
But now we're safe for the night.
Yeah, I'm a fire starter. What did you expect from me?
Okay, do you guys need materials? Do you have a pickaxe or an axe?
I have 9.
I always have an axe.
Okay, you
I have
have.
3 petals and 1 seed.
I can make here another one and another one. Okay, here's an axe.
Another one, another one, another one,
And a pickaxe.
another one, another one,
Star, do you need a pickaxe?
Ooh,
Yes.
oh.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Oh. Sit down. Ooga booga, ooga
Ooga booga, ooga booga, ooga booga. And teddy bear. Do you need a teddy bear? Look, teddy bear, teddy bear, teddy bear, teddy bear, teddy bear.
Okay, which direction are you guys going? So we can all go in one direction.
We can go.
Somebody go left, somebody
We
go
could-
right, somebody go up.
We can go right.
Or
I have
southeast,
been
west,
like up there, but there is a little rock. We need like the gold so we can make the
There's
machine.
a
But
pig man.
we can. Oh, nice. But they don't necessarily hurt us if we don't hurt them. Look, we can chill here.
Oh, he's
Oh.
huge.
Too close? You has meat?
No, I don't have me. I'm sorry. What's his name?
Big
His
man?
name's Karis. He's adorable.
He's adorable.
This must be his house.
Yeah, that's his house. Did we lose Star? Is Star okay? Meh?
Star, you good?
You wanna come with us on an adventure?
One second.
Hello. Did we lose Silk?
No. I just went left. I didn't go that far.
Okay, we're going right from the spawn, yeah? How you doing, by the way, Veggie?
Where
I went up and left.
Okay. Follow the silk.
Hi. A fish. There's a what? What is that?
An otter? Did you see an otter?
It's a marble otter.
I think that's an otter.
It's a fish otter.
Yeah, the fish otter
and
is so cute.
A fish and an otter had a baby.
I know. They're adorable.
Oh, there's a question
Is
mark
that-
over here. I'm gonna go
is that
find out what
funny?
it is. The
Wait, is
plugged
that its little
sinkhole.
Okay, wondering
What
what to
happens
play.
if I
Stuck on
unplug the
this one.
sinkhole?
I have no idea.
Unplug
Do you
the
have those
sinkhole.
stars again?
Unplug it.
Did.
Okay, right is a dead end. You're not a pig. No, I know. I'm just chopping this.
It's a hole.
It won't let me travel.
I need food. Oh no.
There you go.
Oh,
Oh, connecting.
but now go to the left and behind.
I'm connecting. What'd I do?
Same.
Oh no. Okay.
Hey, Muffin. We went in a sinkhole.
But it's going
Yeah,
in.
I'm on my way back. Like I was checking to the right, but the right is not really. It's a dead end.
Oh, sinkhole leads to a cave. I can't move. Oh, there we go.
Hi y'all. I'm back at the spawn. Where are you?
Go left and up.
But I already was
Yeah.
there. Okay. Okay,
Well,
but
we went into a
there are
sinkhole.
rocks there, so that's good.
Left up. Left up.
Yeah.
Up.
Ja, 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 ja.
Ah, da, 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 da.
Ja, 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 ja,
Trim
ja.
the wind.
That's where I came from. I picked all the grass here. I have like 40 grass.
We went in a sinkhole. We're underground.
There are beds near the sinkhole. I don't trust that. Okay,
they
I
weren't
am
there
I'm
before.
kind of way up. Where are you
Hey,
guys?
there's more stairs.
Hey, wait, what is this? An overgrown statue?
We went down the sinkhole.
Oh. Ouch. My god! No!
What are those? Oh, I guess I shouldn't have.
Run. I don't know where I am, but I will be coming back to the sinkhole once I'm safe. Are they gonna chase me forever? Ah! Is that working?
I think I'm gonna go back up. I'm gonna go up the stairs. The other stairs.
Oh!
See where these stairs lead me.
He's just gonna chase me forever.
Looks like a Joker
Sinkhole.
on my loading screen. Oh, there's bats.
Help! Help!
Just keep running. That's what I'm doing. I'm running.
Oh my god, I'm safe.
There's too many bats.
I went to the sinkhole. My fucking Jesus. Hello. Where is
I need to
everyone?
go back down the sinkhole. I'm going back down the sinkhole. Go back down the sinkhole. Go. Go.
Where are we? This just
Run,
an
Star,
entire
run.
new world? Yes.
We're coming.
This is an entire new world. That's awesome.
A whole new world.
A whole new world.
Yummy apple. Hi.
Hello.
I had to run away from some bats.
Making us some science machine.
Is
Gonna
this
put it
where we
right
live
here.
now?
Yes, we live in this cave, okay? Okay? You're welcome.
Okay.
Ooh, we can make opposite day. This fire is from opposite day. That's a gold fire, yeah.
We this
Need more stone. We need this.
Yeah, this is where we live now.
Need this, yes. Does anyone need a backpack? I can make an extra backpack.
Yes, I do.
Silky, there's a backpack for you.
Just make yourself one.
And
I'm making myself a figure.
Okay.
I don't know what to kill. I don't know what there's gonna be killed in here, but I got a figure.
I can make a little hat. Fuck yeah. What else do we decorate? Yes. Sleep through the night, yes. Oh my god, yes, no more rope. Yes, we can sleep. I have sleeping backpack thingies. Wait. I'm gonna make 3.
Um,
Can I? No, we need more grass. Oh,
there's
okay.
rabbit.
But we have 1. So
There's
we have a
rabbit
straw roll, and
holes.
then we can just sleep. Normally, I thought you could just place them.
There's rabbit holes.
Okay, but yeah, this is kind of safe, but kind of dark. But then we can also still venture upstairs. But we have a little cave camp now.
Need a gold nugget.
It echoes here. Oh my.
You shush.
Else can be sure it really wants. So we're just little fight.
Flare requires knife. Kona, will you shush?
Burn faster. Oh my god. This is really like a pyromaniac. You're like, fuck yeah. Be right back. The sound is playing up. Need to restart. Okay.
What happened?
No, Vegemus said that, like in chat, like he had to restart real quick.
There's more
Okay, but
fingers.
we can collect
I
like a
found
lot
more
of basic materials here, so.
What'd you find?
I found more
Oh,
saves.
the blue fire is for when you wanna, when you wanna be cold down.
Okay. The thing really wanted me to prototype it, so I was curious. I'll come back.
Need food.
Yeah, there is not really any food up here, I feel.
But I don't want to go back up because there's things in the way.
Yeah. I'm a light flower? What's a light flower? It's burning inside?
It's
Okay.
cool. That's what it is.
I'm going up these stairs first. I want to see what's above ground.
Be careful. Don't die.
Need food.
I got my pointy stick out.
Storage, yes, prototype chest.
What is? Wow! What is it? I can't see.
What?
What is that? What is it? What is it? It's coming from over there. There's no, where's my lighter? Damn it! There's muffin. There are lights. There's eyes in the dark. There's eyes in the dark.
This is a living carrot. What is this? A rabbit hutch?
There are dark things.
A rabbit? Oh my god, it's raining rocks. It's raining rocks.
I'm going away. I'm leaving.
I think this is oh my god, we're under attack. Okay, we're alive.
My sanity is going down. I'm seeing things in the dark.
Yeah. I found another gold nugget. That's good news.
Nice.
We can make the cube thingy. We
What are
can make.
these
Ooh, we can make a compass. Ooh, what's this? Bucket skill?
And I lit them on fire.
How do we make this? How do we make that? How do we cut reeds? I'm asking everything at the same time. How do you cut reeds? Fishing? Oh, but yeah, still, we need still fish.
Stop
Fishing.
following me. Stop following me.
No. I don't wanna.
Stop it.
Next thing you know, you're asking why the sky is blue. Yeah.
It's a
You did a
werewolf.
driver update and
Werewolf
auto
won't
started
leave you
messing up. I'm happy that everyone.
It's one werewolf. The others stopped following me except for this one.
A werewolf?
Brer wolf. There's a wolf with roses on his head.
Oh yeah. There's I kind of attacked them.
Yeah, well, it won't.
I didn't know. I wanted to pick a flower. I didn't know it was a monster, and then the bush transformed into like the wolf, and it's scary.
It's very scary. And this
Mhm.
one just won't leave me alone.
What
And
did
my
you two get
sanity.
yourself into?
Leave charcoal now.
My sanity. Do I need to hold the bear? Is that helping? Does the bear help with my sanity?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't seem to be going up, so.
Yes. That helps. Okay,
What is
oh,
this?
it's bright.
Going
Okay, I'm
up.
going back up. Eating mini cake.
I don't care if it was kind of gross. We're freaking eating it.
Oh gosh. What is this? This is poo. Ow! 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 The bats attack! Oh my god, the bats attack, the bats attack, the bats attack.
No, you're with the bats. That's a different area. I don't know
What is this?
area it is.
I got
it's
a
way up
moth.
there.
Equip.
Way up there now. Again, I can't. How do I get my sanity to go up?
They don't seem to attack me. Is that the mask effect? I'm wearing a really weird mask now. They don't know what
Does
to do.
anybody know how to make it go up?
Yeah, with your bear.
I'm holding
And also,
my bear,
like,
but
if
it's
you have to
still
stand in the light, it is dark. So, light something on fire.
Yeah.
I did. Oh, there we go. That's better.
And then,
I'm
where's my
burning.
bear? With the
Oh
bear.
god, there's things in the dark and they scare me. I'm sweating.
Oh my god, I'm starving.
I nearly died.
I'm starving. Oh, join the dungeon. Am I too late, Jess? Hi, Grimmy.
Spider. Oh, Spider's being nice. He's not attacking. Okay.
My sanity is also going down.
I ate a light bulb.
Nicer goal, yeah,
Just need to build like a campfire.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna kill me, at least come in
It
and
helped,
do it. Don't be a
I
bitch.
guess.
Hmm?
I ate a light bulb.
Damn, you really pushed like that and you got shit on that bad, bro. You probably
One of
should
those
stop
little
playing
bulb
the game.
things. Made of light.
Okay.
This dude jumped through the door, cracked me without my gun being out.
Well, it is.
That's true, that's true. Okay, wait, let me click.
You're
Click.
correct.
What is this? Guano? I have
Guano
weird
is
poop.
bat poop.
Guano? Like it was dropped
Guano
between the
is bat
beds?
poop.
Yeah, but what can we do with the bat poop? Hi, good morning,
fertilizer?
Leo. Can we use it for the farming or something?
Probably.
Tried it, yeah, because yeah, I fell asleep and then I started streaming. But it's getting hot today and tomorrow. So then I'm gonna unpack it and test it out. I have a little eye here. What is this? An
I have a
inside.
full costume, and I don't know why I have a full costume. Where did it come? Whose costume? That's what I want. Whose costume? I want to change my character.
Why should you?
I want to.
Oh.
I found poop.
I'm still looking for food and I'm starving.
I found poop.
Starving
I
hard.
see you up there.
I can eat foliage. I'm still starving.
How close
Hi.
are? Okay, here. Drop. Here. Here, cook this and eat it.
A carrot.
You're
Thank
not
you
as
so
bad
much.
as I am.
Oh my god, oh my god. Thank you so much. Alive. Found the seed. Okay, this is still bad, but we gotta find more. It's gonna be fine. We're upstairs. I'm gonna run. Oh, the spider. Spider. Oh, frog. I found another carrot.
We found another carrot.
Okay, do you need the carrot desperately, or are you okay? Oh, I found berries.
So did.
The spider's still following me.
The spider never hurt me while I was over here, as long as you're not.
Well, I just killed the spider.
Okay.
Yeah, the spider.
I'm trying to kill this turkey. It's very fast. Ooh, another carrot. Okay, turkey is getting away. There's a turkey.
Turkey.
Gobble gobble gobble.
Yeah, gobble 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 turkey. I'm chasing it to the ends of the earth. Like,
Ow, 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 ow. Too hot, too hot.
I think it's gonna win.
Too cool, on fire. Ooh, that hurt.
Okay, I'm going way too far. Gobble 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 gobble. No, we're going up.
Is there a way to switch your character at all?
I don't know. Mr. Z, let's go. Call me then, I'm curious. Yes. I'll let you know. Now we are at least getting somewhere, but I'm still very much starving.
Maybe if I just come back.
Oh,
I can new character.
you want to rejoin like as a new character?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm gonna starve. Oh god. Okay, I found like two characters.
They really put the don't starve and don't starve together.
But I thought we couldn't starve. Are we still starving, or is this going down? Or yes, no. Like the easy mode. Wait, I pinned it. More relaxing. Survivors will not die from starvation. Ah. But the panic is fake. We don't. But we still starve. But okay. Okay then. I don't know. Too many things on.
Aw, I didn't change.
I got ice. Ice. Baby.
Dun, 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 dun.
How do I become a different?
Myself. Pickaxe. But how are you today, Leon? Have you already decided what to play, Vegemis?
No. You're a bad spider.
Okay, now that I know that I'm not gonna die, I'm just... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I do need to hydrate. Genji, yes. Look, oh my gosh. Okay, so I do want to show that I found this monster that has no bubbles. And it's like iced tea.
Bad spider.
Okay, Vegemis, you did, and then it just went down for maintenance, or no? What did you want to play?
Ah, bad spider.
Hey, Miss Relaxing, good morning. Did you get some more sleep? Alarm just went off and I don't like my life at the moment. Why do I need to wake up now? That wasn't fun. No, you didn't get a lot of sleep. I hope you're feeling okay enough. And don't let it stop you from just acing that bitch feeding, as I know you will. Yes, we are finally playing Don't Starve Together. It's a... Gosh. Okay. Look, are you still at the same spot there or no?
Yeah. I haven't moved.
Here were the berries. Fire. There's. Oish. I forgot where our cave was. And I don't know where
I need to find a
Star is.
moon rock.
What
You
is
need
this?
to
A
gather
full
moon
costume?
rocks
Oh my god.
or
Look, wait.
celestial orb.
Are you ready for a surprise?
What?
Wrong surprise. Wait. Okay, yes.
What the heck is on
Look.
your face?
I'm a
Is that
fool.
the full outfit I dropped earlier?
Yes, I know. Yeah, I don't know if they're shoes or something else, but I found the face like just washed up on the side of the water, and this was just laying next to you. Hey, that's my face. Now we look different, but yeah, I cannot pick up the other stuff then.
Well, you can't wear the outfit and the backpack.
Yeah, and I do prefer the backpack.
Let's see,
Put on
it
my
says
Roblox
you
music.
can change your character mid-game by upgrading the Florid Postern starting spawn portal into a celestial portal and offering it on Moon Rock.
Okay. So you can change it, but later on we need to make more stuff first, basically.
I'm waiting for my sanity. It's at 40.
Where do we... Where's the portal again?
Map.
That's a world.
right.
Oh, there. So all the way up.
No,
Yeah.
go this way.
Okay, I'm gonna
this
check
way.
back in our cave.
Nope, not this way.
We do need a better way of food. Like, I know we won't die now of it, but I'm still not happy with it. You woke up like 3 more times because your dog decided to bark in the middle of the night. Oh no. Did you get scared or something?
I know that feeling.
Yeah. The symptoms have calmed down a little bit, but not completely. I should have had a rest day today, but I can't because of the stuff. You will survive. You got this. You got this. And I'm happy that your symptoms are less... They say it less bad? Like at least a little better? That's good.
It doesn't like my lighter. The vines spoil away from my
Conqueror's
lighter.
Blade. I don't know that game. But they're so cute. Can you... Did I just put my exit thing there? Okay, I'm gonna... Oh no, but we can also...
Water
Need to go get ready and
water.
stuff. Have fun playing. Have a good day. You too. Good luck at your business meeting. You can do it.
It's a rabbit.
It's gonna attack me? No. It's stealing my stuff. Okay, I'm sorry. I love you because you're so cute, but I'm still attacking you.
Oh, I found rabbits, but they look like chickens.
I
When they
killed
run,
the I
they
killed the otterfish, but he was stealing my stuff. Oh my god, I do
Hey,
feel
Star,
bad.
where are you?
Oh my god, now another one is coming and
Otters are trying to
attacking.
get you.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Hi.
Where'd you go, Star?
Full of stuff.
I'm stuck. Uh-oh.
I need to go. I need to go into our hole here. Yes. Today is the hospital. Tomorrow is the business meeting. Okay, okay. Then get some. Good luck. You got this. Yeah. It's a wild Star Wars. There's a blue gem here. My gosh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think the cave was shaken.
Let me move my dungeon 1 second.
To see.
Dungeon.
Oh, it's a swarm of bats. It is a swarm of bats. It's a swarm of bats. I'm coming down.
There we go. That's no. Wait, let me. It'll.
Hi.
Put it here. There we go. Oh, that's okay. Am I in time to join? I think so. Mild Odious has appeared. He is sleeping, but he is here. Okay, wait, I have this costume, but I'm gonna put it in here. Just
Okay, right
to make a share, we can this. I want to click this. This.
Training.
Yeah.
You're training.
Is your Shannon down?
Still one. We need more wood.
Mine's at 72. Wow.
I need more rock.
Yeah.
Rock.
The thing is, like, we can keep like sort of warm and safe, but we still need like a campfire to just cook stuff. Oh my god, there's ice in the dark again. Oh, a rare stormtrooper blaster. Oh my gosh.
I need 4 more.
What is
I need
this?
4 rock.
We're getting hydrated or we're getting wet? Like we have a water
Do you
drop.
have rock?
Yeah, but I'm making them into the cut rock the whole time. I put everything in the chest. Well, we could. Oh wait, yeah, because we need to make the other thing, right? This one. We need 12 rock. Okay, I'm gonna go for rock. Yep.
I'm wet.
Yep.
I'm going up the stairs again.
I think there's.
Do I need
There are no rock here.
Okay,
Not a blue gem. Right, I put my line here.
Oh no. Oh no. Run. No, that's water. Run,
Oh, the
run,
light
run,
flowers.
Run. Oh no. Oh no. I'm surrounded by water. Water
I
on
don't
all
see
sides.
any. Oh, the light flowers make you space the fuck out. Though. Makes me dizzy. Another dungeon. Oh, the light flower. They do heal.
Oh, that's better. Oh, I started a fire. Bear.
Trying to find if there's. Hey! I'm trying to find if there's any stone here, but I don't think so.
Stone. Hey, red mushroom. I probably shouldn't touch that.
Sparkle. I still have. Do we have an underground? Carrot houses. That's where the bunnies live. That's where our machine is.
I clicked on the tree. It says die in a fire. Okay,
Yeah, of course.
I'll light it on fire. I think that made her happy.
Maybe no. Maybe just. Oh, what is this? I think I found rock, but there's also very scary creatures. Um.
If you happen to see the world on fire, no, you didn't. I didn't do it.
Where's my teddy bear? I need my teddy bear.
Do
Okay.
it.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The shadows are getting me. Ah! No! No! The shadows
You
got
let
my
your
light.
sanity go down too far.
You know.
I found rocks.
But I'm in the dark.
But my health is going down because I'm great.
Okay, I put a lot of stuff in, and then I'm just equip my teddy bear as well. Stand next to my giant fire. Yeah. Yeah. We're good. We're good. We're good.
And that took me really far away from.
We're so hungry. Like the games don't starve, but we're just starving.
Yeah, the more you starve, the longer you starve, the lower your health.
Yeah. My health is not doing so good. No.
Where's my axe?
The monsters are coming again, but sanity should be going up.
What? I tried to sneak attack, but I can't get the stupid thing to attack.
Is it ever gonna get lighter here or no? In the cave? Not sure. I have. Okay, I'm getting a. Oh, no.
Pick Bernie back up, you dumbass. Oh, it's getting hot.
God, I'm scared.
I think it's my health.
I run with a torch. I'm gonna go back upstairs. Is it day? Is it night? What year is it? Where am I? There's a monster here. It looks like a giant ant. I got 10 stone. That's not enough.
I don't know. I'm looking for food. I'll just keep going south.
Star Wars was killed by a basilisk? What is that? What is a basilisk?
A bat.
Oh
A bat.
no.
The
Killed
bat.
by a bat.
Okay, I went up, but I don't know where I am, and I don't know what time it is.
This
Day is it
pond will
night?
definitely not ignite. How tall?
Are you gonna find a touchstone? Oh no, the bats. Okay, I do have 12 stone. So, we do have enough stone for whatever we wanted to make, and I already forgot.
Oh,
But,
I found a huge stone field, so. But
okay, I'm
it's
kind of
very
dying
south.
still. Okay, the bats are scared of fire.
It didn't seem to work for me.
They stay away from me now. I'm chilling here. But I'm kind of starved, but I'm chilling. Gosh.
Oh no.
Okay, my health is going down because I'm starving, I think.
Starving. Yes.
Yeah. Where am I? My god, all the way here? What the fuck? I
If you
just
look
went.
at the map,
Yeah.
you'll see how far it took me to get to the rock. And there is no food here. There's no food. But
There's all the
if I
food.
had enough health, I could kill this otter thingy. But I don't have enough health
Spiders?
to go attack an otter.
Killing spiders. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so many. No, 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 no. Okay, just one at a time. I'm hoping to get monster meat. Not yet.
Somebody needs to grab this thing's egg while I'm taking. Oh shit!
Oh no.
No. How do I get sigil thing? Haunt and or like.
Bow thing, the starter beginning thing, and there you can just revive.
I want to haunt this pale bird.
You can just, if you haunt the starting point, you will be revived. Because we're doing the relaxed mode. So Star, you don't need to find like the touchstone. Oh my god, I'm gonna die as well. Hey, bisons.
Oh, I'm scared. Oh, let's go. Wow. Let's just go all. Can I
I'm so
float
dead.
over water? You can tame those.
Oh my no.
Bell.
Okay.
Can you float over water? Question.
Yes, you can float over anything. Oh, I have to go all the way back home as well. Okay. Hey, Buckbeardus! Time for some breakfast? Have a good breakfast. And good morning.
Can I unlock the map while dead? Okay.
Yeah, you can look at the map. Like, the map is just not updating. Because otherwise you could just cheat. Good morning. Let me... Oh no. Oh, borders. There you go. But yeah, you can float everywhere. You can just hover everywhere. But it doesn't update because, yeah, otherwise,
This must
yeah.
be a long trip back.
Yeah, we're just floating, 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 floating.
He's dead.
I'm full blind.
Floating, floating, floating.
Now I'm back, and I'm gonna rush it.
Floating, floating. How you doing, bird? Oh my god, I'm still floating down. I went out in a different wormhole than where we entered in, and I came, like, so far across the world. I thought, oh, it's not that far. I'm just gonna take this one because I was dying and I needed food. Hey, there's pig heads. Hey, Star's already back. Nice. Okay, well, we're all grouping up now again, so that's good. But we kind of need to get our stuff back, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, damn it.
That's what I'm doing for.
So we're gonna run all the way back up again. Oh my god, that's gonna take forever.
I think my stuff's all down here. It's not too long.
Yeah, I am
yeah.
all the way over
It was
there.
that eye thingy that killed me.
The walking eyeball? Waking up?
Okay,
But you, we're just pulling it all right because this is way too much fun of a game. Last time I played it was 9 years ago, if I remembered it correctly. What the hell is this? Maxwell statue? What the hell? Clockwork Knight and statues? What was that?
Fire of life was extinguished from silk. That's what it said.
Aww.
Going for your egg.
Message in a bottle. It is a really fun game. Have you ever seen this game? Playing with Silky and Star. What he does? He knows. Okay, wait. Can I hunt him? Oh no! I made him into a werewolf. He's a werepig now.
I stole its egg. It's not happy. It's not happy.
I may have haunted the pig, see what it was gonna do, and it's not happy about it. Okay, Star, are you good at walking to get your stuff back?
Stop following me.
I got my stuff.
Okay.
Word of the wise, do not steal her eggs. I wonder if you drop it, it'll take it back.
From what?
Take your egg. Leave me alone. No, take your egg and leave me alone. I dropped it for you.
This is a skeleton. This is Star Skeleton.
I'm taking. Ah! No.
I see you, skeleton. Okay, you were not so far. That's good. Yeah, I went out the wrong exit. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
No. No.
Yeah. Okay.
No. Dodging.
What is this?
Dodging.
Oh no no no! This
Why
is
are you
where
like
the
so
doggos
long?
are. Not a good place to
Dodging
be.
me. Dodging me.
Okay, let me do
Wireless
basic.
go. No.
At
Does
least
this
have an
work?
X.
No, it don't work. Ow.
You okay, Silk?
Oh, it finally left me. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. No. I'm okay. I'm gonna cook this, I can eat it.
Oh, there's a gift. Nice.
Ah! Was it you? No, Cars killed me. Why did Cars kill me? He was such a cute pig. Did somebody attack him? Who made Cars go feral?
Not me.
Are you sure?
That's not me.
Or is Cars a were-pig? Is that why he's like this?
Maybe? I made him a werepig. By accident.
How?
Ah!
Where's it got nothing?
This is kitty. How I haunted him. And then he became a werepig and I regretted everything in life. And I ran away. And good morning, Kitty. Thank you.
Why did my stuff turn to ashes?
That was your last 50 biddies. Thank you so much.
I found a lot of good nuggets.
You scared me awake again. It's a good one. Okay, where am I?
I no longer have a backpack.
Make a
Some
tool.
of my stuff got turned to ash, and I think my backpack was a part of it.
Oh
Because I died on
no.
top of my fire.
I'm still trying to get back to my... Oh my god, there's a meteor rain here? What's happening? Okay. I got moon rock.
Where's the hole?
Ah! Ah!
This
I got
way.
moon rock. That. Marble sculptures? No. No, please. I need to go up east. But good morning, Keeney. Thank you so much. And how are you? Okay, run, 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 run,
Down,
run.
down,
Run, run,
down.
run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Flower. Oh, yes. But at night is not nice.
I went there. I went back there.
Chop, 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 chop. Chop, chop.
I had no choice.
Robot vacuum is coming to attack. Okay, we can make a torch. We're good for now. Anyway. Where's my stuff? Still further up. Oh my gosh. I'm so far away, people. I see light eyes in the dark.
What's that?
They're super... Wait, I'm good, but super tired today and found out why my arm hurts and itches and
Dark
just...
is attacking.
Easty.
Oh my.
Oh no, Star's dead.
Oh boy.
The dark
He
attack.
was killed by the dark. Crawling horror. There's so many bisons here. I'm gonna pick up the poo-poos. Good fuel. Yeah, I should be near where I died.
Oh. I can come back.
Yes, yes, I died here. Okay, can I still hold stuff? Yeah, that's me, I know. Yeah, yeah.
Don't stop, don't stop.
My god, I have too much stuff.
I just want to make a backpack.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the poopies. And then
Increase your lighter's brightness a little. Controlled burning controlled fires you won't set, won't spread, and burnable loot smolder. Items like torches and willow lighters have a 100% chance to targets.
I got my stuff back.
Got her stuff back.
Fuck yes. Okay, I have way too much stuff. But I am gonna go down and try to travel through here because I think that's better. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I took a nap like when I was still in your stream yesterday, and then I took a nap for way too long, so I woke up like at what was it? I don't know. 1. Hey, wait, there's someone's stuff here as well. Is this your stuff still?
Oh no, I found my stuff. That's probably
Star? I think this is Star.
probably stars. Yeah, he died under there in the rocks.
I got a gift. Okay, Star stuff is safe. I got a Petalmine garden hoe. Use later. Wait. We can make traps. Yes, please. And what is this? Flare, light the way. Befriend the beef friend. Yes. Guys, yes. Or this. Or else can.
Reeds.
You need another chest, maybe.
What are
Can I
reeds?
make another chest?
Cut reeds ready for burning. Crap. Come in the swamp.
My god, I still need more wood. Okay. My god, but I have so much.
I don't like that noise. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh.
Maybe it was not the best idea to have like the main
Oh,
storage in the base, like
no,
inside a cave.
No.
Is
Swamp
Star
is
gonna
scary.
be okay,
Swamp
or
is
are you
scary.
gonna come back to life?
Swamp is scary. Swamp. No, swampy. No. I'm running away. Oh,
Here's the
no,
carrot people, and I don't trust the
no,
carrot
I
people.
don't like being whipped like that. Don't whip me.
Huh?
It's,
Oh.
the bot says that you're.
No.
Oh my god, that's a
You
bunny.
heard that?
The bunny does not
Oh.
look nice. Like, are you okay, Star? Do you need help? Do you cry of assistance?
I'm okay. I will be okay. You heard nothing. No, you didn't. I found a
Okay,
graveyard.
I'm gonna get all the wood here. All the wood.
Oh, I found a little pipsqueak. Oh,
I got the evil bunny is coming closer. I don't trust him for one bit. Why is there an evil?
No, you didn't. No.
Also, Star, did you get your stuffs back already?
I think you took star stuff.
Oh yeah, there's a star. Okay, I got this one, so now I can make a fire pit. Right here. There you go. We hold Bernie. Yes, very important. We make this. Process everything into more resources.
That tree was scared.
I will quickly be back.
Okay. I need to put bait in here, but I don't have any bait on me. Nope. Okay.
What happens when you eat a green mushroom?
I don't know. Maybe it depends on what mushroom.
I could it. Wow. Oh, that was scary.
Nope.
My
Oh,
curiosity is really bad.
I'm just starving.
Bernie.
We need some better food. Like I want the fishing rod. Sanity. Just yes.
Oh, I think I poisoned myself.
Oh no. Okay. What do we need? Like I made a trap now. Maybe we need to make a gardening stuff as well, like a gardening hoe. But then we need 2 rope, but we got 2 rope. Yes. Then we can make this. We can make a garden. Do we want to have like still the base sort of like...
Go away. Leave me alone. Go away.
Move stuff around still later?
Go away. Guano access fuel too, by the way. Yes, I know you're hungry. Oh, we're gonna die anyway, so. Oh God, what I do? Do not eat stuff like that. It brings out the dark. It gets rid of your sanity completely.
What stuff?
Do not eat green mushrooms.
Oh no!
Oh
no!
Green mushrooms.
You're not okay. Oh no.
Do not do it. It is a bad idea.
Okay, how do I fill this? Whip? Fill.
Very bad idea.
Fill. Okay. What? Why can't I fill this? Oh, because it's seawater. Oh my gosh. Where is the other water? Why can't I fill the water can? What the hell? What kind of water does it want then? Where's other water? Do you know, Silk?
Just puddle basically.
Hmm?
A puddle.
Bottle? Oh.
Puddle. Find a puddle.
Okay. Are you a ghost?
Yes. Ooh, spooky ghost.
It leads to my new friend. Hi.
Huh?
We can dig up the grave, mate. Actual.
That's where I was. There's a little guy named Pipsqueak over there.
Oh?
Pipsqueak's a ghost.
Nice. Is he
He's
nice?
right here. Look,
But I'm
yeah,
trying
he's
to
right
find
here.
water. Okay, wait. Oh, Pipsqueak.
He's...
What are you looking at, Pipsqueak? Pipsqueak. He's cute.
Oh,
Hey,
you
fish.
said...
It wants invisible water since it doesn't allow seawater. Wow.
Here's water down here. Follow me.
Wait, I got a fish and I got a poke catch and then water. Water.
Follow.
Water.
There's frogs there, so you might want an axe. Right here.
Fill.
An axe because of the frogs.
Okay, okay. Do I have an axe? Okay, okay, we're gonna fight. Ow. I'm gonna die, 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 I'm gonna... No! They took my walls! No! They're stealing my walls! I made those walls. Oh my god, I have no health.
I'm
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I'm picking up my walls. Fuck you. They stole my stuff.
I know.
My meanies.
Get the water while you can.
I think I got it. Right? Yes,
You gotta
I
make
got
sure
it.
it's okay. Good.
Yeah, 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 100%.
I'm
Yes,
gonna
yes,
go,
yes, yes.
I'm gonna go
Okay, I'm
now.
just gonna run.
Don't die.
Yeah. Where am I?
Die. I don't know.
Okay.
Just
Where am I going? I didn't know anymore. Okay, there. Yep, yep, yep. We're good. We're good. I was turning the world the whole time, so up is down and down is up. Yes, you need some nice, stagnant, dirty, old rock water. That's the only water allowed. Is this a Star? Yes. It is nice that Star died here. I'm sorry, Star, but like you are marking the correct entrance. Your body is my how do you say it? My guiding point.
Wow.
But thank you for dying right at our entrance. That's nice of you.
Now, where did I die again?
Okay, I'm back. Hi, 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 hi.
It goes to the right.
Okay, I want to make a shuffle. And we really need more storage, but I don't have any wood. Materials. Yeah, I need wood.
I don't remember where I died, so this might.
I can put this. We can make a garden.
I think I was. Oh, I see where I died. Oh no. Getting dark. This is not going well.
Can we make an underground garden?
It's not gonna go well. Bats. No. I'm going around with bats. No, Pipsqueak, help.
Oh, nope, nope, that's not where I want.
Pipsqueak, help.
Damn it, that looks flammable. Okay, fine.
Everything looks flammable.
Oh no, my
to
farm.
Pyro.
No, 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 no. Get it. Okay.
Nope, drop toast.
Okay, I'm burning everything accidentally here. We have a problem.
Did you start a giant fire?
Oh my god, oh my god. Star, save the science machine. Put it in your pocket or put the fire out. I burned accidentally everything down. Move the science machine. Move it. Move it. Ah! Ah! Burning everything down. I'm sorry. Can you move the thing? I can't stop it. I don't know.
Going the forest. Fine.
Please help. No. 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 Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This is where it all went wrong. I know. I planted the whole forest. I was really proud of the forest. Then I removed like one wall here, but I placed it in the wrong spot and I didn't know how to remove it. So it said like, "Ooh, that looks flammable." And I gave in to the urges, and then it got everything on fire. So the science machine keeps smoldering. No, the chest! No! Get the chest! Star, get the... No! Stop that! No! 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 No, our stuff. No, Star, your stuff. No, you're on fire.
And what did we learn?
What? Muffin can't be trusted with fire.
Sorry. No, Star, everything is turning to
That's what we
ashes.
learned. Muffin can't be trusted with
No.
fire.
No, the
He
science
can't
machine.
be trusted.
I'm sorry.
Muffin, you're no longer allowed to be a fire starter, so as soon as we can get all this stuff to change,
Burn everything. Oh my gosh. It's over. Not the science machine. Not the science machine. No, not the rest of the stuff as well. No.
Everything's burning, everything's gone.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
It's just a
Oh,
clean,
dear.
clean slate. It's just a clean slate, that's all it is. Just a restart. Just a restart. Yeah, you. Yeah,
I'm
you say it, you
sorry.
watch what you've done. You look at it, oh, what you've done.
One tree survived. And the farm survived. And my stuff survived and a garden maker. Some of Star stuff survived. Yes.
I think it's time we go out of the caves. Maybe.
Yeah, so let's just not stay in the cave anymore. That's a good idea. Oh my god. Like this is all where it all went wrong, yes. Yes.
Someone
Yeah.
gave Muffin a lighter. That's what went wrong.
But it's that looks very flammable.
Of course it did. It's a tree.
Yes, 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 I did. Like everything is so dark. I don't know how that one tree survived. It is really cool. It grew up in the middle of the fire. And still the farm survived. I died not even from the fire, but from the meteor attack. Or whatever. No,
Where is the next
everyone
power
needs to see the snow. I literally burned down everything. Yeah, fire starter is a dangerous one for me.
Hey, let it burn.
So what do we take from this? Don't give muffin matches.
It was dark, and I was over.
I'm sorry.
Where'd it go?
It was, yeah, the one wrong in the worst possible ways. Pro tip, when you have a lighter and you have flammable stuff, just because you can doesn't mean you should. But the game was testing me.
It was testing your.
And I failed, okay, I know.
Yeah, you failed spectacularly.
And everything got fired, that's the worst part. Like, there was a perk that you could choose that your flames don't spread. But I didn't pick that perk. So everything just kept spreading more and more and more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I learned my lesson, and now we gotta get new resources again to get them. Okay, I'm gonna see what saved. I'm sorry. Here we have a beautiful forest.
And here we have a
Wait.
beautiful forest
Oh,
full
no.
of life. Wait, what is that smell? Oh shit, Muffin is burning it all to the ground.
But okay, to be fair, I was the one that planted the forest in the first place. I only destroyed what I created. Does that count? Oh, there's a fish. Oh no, I attacked it with my bare hands. That was not what I wanted to do. Oh, and there's also bats. Oh, travel. Goodbye.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone, you weird.
Doesn't mean you
Oh,
should
no,
burn it all out. No, I know. It wasn't my intention, okay? Shit show. There's no learning from that now. Oh my gosh. My lighter survived. Oh my gosh. Okay, I do have like an extra pickaxe and axe and everything if you need it. I have more stuff than I can hold. And okay, maybe where should we make this the main build? Just at the revive point still? That is kind
Where
of.
I'm at, there is so much flint.
Oh, join the dungeon. Oh Lord, someone take the lighter. The lighter still survived.
Oh well, done well.
Okay, I'm back at where everyone's here. Okay. I didn't grab all my stuff yet, but okay, we're gonna make a new main spot. Should we just make it at the revive thing again or no? As the center.
Jimbo? Who's Jimbo?
Jimbo?
Play with Jimbo. Got the playing card.
What?
Flip.
He just died on me. There's a start. I mean, we have water here. We can make some fishies. We can make some traps. I think I did see funny stuff.
I don't know
Okay,
how to
Silk.
play this game.
Where are you?
I'm trying to play with Jimbo. Choose your Joker. That one.
Okay, I think I'm gonna make the base just right to the revive point.
I don't get it. Okay, here.
Fuck. Where's my lighter here? Okay. Hi. It's dark.
I am next to a plane, dude. So some kind of Joker machine. Where is it? If you go up and take a
Not only
right.
did you burn down the forest, you burned the farm, the science machine, your chest, and your friend. No, the farm is not burned. The farm didn't burn. All the rest, yes. But the farm is still good, and I got the farm maker thingy. Look at it. Yep.
There, you can see where I'm at now.
What? How?
Well, Discord.
Oh, thank you.
I think I'm being attacked. Oh.
Oh.
I died. One of the bird things got me.
Again, the eye.
You think you're being attacked?
The eyes don't like me.
Wait, unequip. Okay, we're gonna make a main base.
No.
Oh, here's where the pig lives. Need my teddy bear.
Burning my stuff. No.
Burn.
No,
Burn.
it's also burning. No.
Also,
This is what happens
Feeling
when you
great.
both play with
This is,
fire.
yep. Hey, Piggy. How you doing? Stay away. I'm sorry. Okay, but I was thinking of making like our base here.
I was apparently
Somewhere here. Because this is that island thingy, but where do we want it? Do we want it near the pond more? Maybe just up. Above the beehive? Should we make it above the beehive? What are you doing to that piggy?
Nothing.
Okay, what do you think? Wait, what do you think of this place?
Where am I? Keep going.
We do need a new sewing machine. I need to grab more stuff. But I have gold. What do we need? Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Maybe our normal resource. Burn down. Do you have some stone or something or no?
I had a lot of stone. Oh, I
I'm just
made
gonna
angry.
mark this place like, okay, we're just gonna make a little base here. Be like, right.
So you make things angry.
Okay.
Okay.
I got inside. Okay, I'm now gonna do that the thing that it doesn't spread. Okay, we have a little starter thingy there. Gonna try to get the rest of the stuff. I see a silky ghost. Okay, I'm making a new like home base just to the right of the resurrection thing, I guess.
Gonna get my stuff. Gonna get my stuff. And
Yeah, we still have more stuff to get.
Maybe die. I was
wait.
apparently also not where I
We're
thought it was.
83rd in one go.
A map
Yeah.
lied.
You won roulette? Damn. Congratulations. Holy shit, that's impressive.
Go, Mister. No. Stop. Doop, doop, doop. And try to
Okay,
avoid
shit.
the ice dogs.
Why are all oh, my sanity is just not doing good still, so then the bunnies are just shadow bunnies.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they look scary. I don't like that. Okay, I am gonna like I'm getting literally like a little motion sickness from the distortion, so I'm gonna put it like on the weak one. See if that's better. No. Maybe just
Okay.
8.
Yeah, it's an unguarded.
Is it?
No, it's not an unguarded egg. I lied. It's not unguarded. Leave me alone.
I gambled,
Leave me alone.
guys.
Oh my god, there's so many. My stuff. Stuff. I want my.
Oh. So we don't have any stone. Wait, can I take this? Like I made the fire pit, but we cannot take it with me, no? Can I destroy it
Found a
or?
sinkhole.
Okay.
No. Bats. Leave me alone.
Okay, I can't pick up the trap. Just need to collect the shit for stone and rock. Wait, here's more twigs. There you go. Okay, we picked up this. What is this? Garden. Get out of there. That's nothing. Okay.
I'm coming back.
I'm just gonna leave the stuff here. Steal one! Fuck yes! Available items are the hydrate, whoop whoop, muffin, super muffin, shout out. No, you have to do like the redeem troll, no? Oh no, the bats.
Not the bad.
Bats, the bats.
Not the bad.
I'm getting chills, my kill.
Not the bad.
Great roll.
What do we do with the bad?
Gamble 20%. Oh my god, you won. Holy shit. Nice, he's stacking up on the leaderboard. Are you? My sanity is so good. Not good at all. Does it help if I
Could
just
be a
light a
dead
little tree on fire? Just a little bit.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Hey,
Hey.
trying to get home before my lighter runs out of fuel.
Double pyromaniacs. Burn.
Where is the home?
Okay, home. We went too far.
Yes, your carnival. What about your carnival?
Okay, wait, I'm
No,
gonna.
no, leave me alone. Leave me alone, Karis. Karis, leave me alone.
Oh no.
Where
It's
is
here and to the
home?
right. Home is here to the right, but oh my gosh.
You mean the left?
Well, that depends how your camera's turned. I'm sorry.
Oh, my lighter's gone. I don't have a lighter anymore.
Uh-huh.
No! 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 Ah!
No.
Where's the fire? Where's it?
Don't burn it.
I don't think we have a fire.
What the hell? Did the fire just go out? I think so. Or where was
Oh,
it?
there we go. Oh, thank goodness. He's back to.
Okay. My gosh, okay. I need to get stone. Yeah, I could make a normal
I have
fire,
a
but
lot of stone. You can steal the stone from my body. Like 20. I had like 20
okay.
stone. But you can have it.
Thank you. I will offer you this seat. Okay, where do you want home? Here? Or maybe not here with the pig, but down there.
Well, he's normally okay.
Okay, you can pick the
Oh,
spot.
he's...
At the water or near the water? What do you think?
Well, we need, if we want to be able to grow stuff, we need it to be near a puddle of water.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay. My god, I'm dying so bad. Oh my god, Bernie, heal me, Bernie. Okay, let's find a puddle nearby. I don't know if there's a puddle near. Everything says like, it looks like it burns well. Okay, I don't have any room for anything.
Oh my gosh.
Evil bird! Okay, I'm doing a little better. Everything, yeah, okay. We're okay. But I don't see a puddle close here.
Come here.
You found a puddle here?
He's too fast. That's what he is. I'd say south would be a better option. Puddle.
Another fish. Another fish. Oh no! Star's killed by an otter.
That's okay.
Not the fish otter.
It's okay.
You're back. Good. I haven't found a puddle.
It was eating my berries.
Away from everything. Well, I mean, just like one tree. There was one tiny tree. Maybe. Oh my god, why am I... Oh. My character is not doing so good.
I'm looking for water.
We need a puddle.
We need to be near a puddle.
Yeah.
Puddle?
Puddle.
Puddle.
Denji. And thank you, Tail.
Puddle. 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 Puddle.
Denji. Fish, fish, dancey, dancey, fish, fish. Puddle, puddle, puddle.
Wano.
Puddle, 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 puddle.
Peter Pan.
I have found a buzzard. That's not a good sign. I don't know.
You know, I'm
But
probably gonna
ice.
die because I don't have the stuff to make fire.
Okay, I have not found a puddle, and this is way further. Puddle, puddle. Okay, I'm gonna go back
Fire
this
pit.
way. I think the puddle is upstairs. Not upstairs. Yeah, like up.
No, up is rock. Up is just rock.
Oh, down is my up is your down.
Yeah.
I'm in the
It
rock.
looks like it. Fix your map.
Fix your map.
No, my map's right.
Okay, fine.
You got the wrong map.
My guys. Just your map's wrong. No, my map.
Your map's wrong. Your map's wrong. Your map's wrong.
Hey, awesome Wolfie. How are you doing, lovely? Oh, they're so cute. This is all burned down. I didn't do it.
Gee, I wonder why.
My god, I'm dying. Eat food. Okay, we gotta pick a place to restart because... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
wonder why.
I have all the golden stuff to build like the science machine
why.
again. I'm sorry.
I wonder why.
Meanie. Okay, I have another axe. But I'm making up for it by getting like all the resources. Yep. Hey, how are you doing, Azim Wolfie? You have a good sleep. Getting nighttime again. Where are you guys? You already found a puddle?
Not yet.
We made a fire.
For the night.
Did you make... Okay, I'm coming.
We are protected.
Hello.
This is just for the night.
For now, we are protected.
Where does that music come from?
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, and beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm. They're the Jedi on the sea, stop Cthulhu eating ye.
What? Am I burning?
Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals.
Oh, see anything? There's two narwhals. What's happening?
They are narwhals, narwhals. Inventors of the shish kebab.
Or something trying to grab you.
Get back here!
Did you see
I
me?
didn't see it.
Oh, you took my.
No.
You took my. Muffin, give me back my lid.
Bitch.
What is my wood?
No, I gave you 10 on accident.
But now I have
Now my
19.
wood.
How do I get
That's my
your
wood.
wood back
That's
now?
my
Give me
wood.
back my wood.
That's my wood. That's my wood.
How do I split this then?
I don't know.
Okay, give you. Okay, here you go. It's so cute. Oh my wood.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Like it says give all, so that implies that you can also not give all. I don't know. Woo, it's so flammable. Hooray.
Oh, here you go. I'll get my own way.
But I'm getting my own wood now. You can get that wood.
Oh, okay. Fair
I'm getting
birthday.
my own wood. Thank you,
Right, what I
Feeny.
saw scared me so mad.
Yeah, I
What were
didn't.
you, Birdie? Terrified.
Yeah, I keep seeing like my character has gone fully insane. Like this has turned into a fucking horror game by this. Like yeah. Should we pick a place where we can stay? I can build the science machine for us. Then we can actually make like a chest and put stuff in and yeah. Maybe I have a chance to reset my sanity again. But we have to find a puddle first, right? Yeah. We have found a puddle where we filled the water can.
That was on another one.
Oh my gosh. No, because I have a filled water can.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. Never
It's so
mind. Don't
confusing.
listen to me. But
Okay,
anyways,
okay. I already have like 15 wood. Okay, should we
insane.
continue searching for the puddle waddle? And then once you have a puddle waddle and like a base, we can decide how we're doing
Okay,
energy
I'll go
wise.
this way.
Puddle waddle.
Puddle, puddle,
Puddle puddle.
puddle, puddle,
Me?
puddle, 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 puddle.
Done. Puddle puddle puddle.
Berries.
Berries? Ooh.
I hear bees.
Puddle, puddle.
Puddle puddle.
We are bad at this game.
Yes. We really are. But that's why, like, I at least want to have like a sort of a base because we were doing pretty good. But I fucked up. Yep. Okay, okay. Here's the puddle. Okay, but we shouldn't build it like right next to the puddle, because then we have the frogs the whole time.
So we want to go left of the puddle, south of the puddle.
Oh, what is... Oh, pick.
Joe, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? No.
What did you do?
No, that's what Muffin did. Why'd you do that?
Oh no! Did you attack the rose?
I didn't know that.
No! Stop her!
The end of the world. And we just found base. I didn't do it. Leave me alone. I didn't do it.
Okay, I think maybe let me check. We need a reference point.
I found a wormhole.
No, ho, leave me
Yeah,
alone.
the wormhole is right next to us. And then the puddle is there. Oh no, Star did it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Leave me alone. Leave me
Look, I
alone.
found a wormhole.
Yeah, deal with your consequences.
No.
This is not the
Damn
consequences
it!
of my actions. I've ran far away already.
No,
I
you
am
haven't.
I am
I'm
both.
bringing your consequences to you.
Oh, I found another wormhole over here.
I'm in the wormhole.
Here's your consequences.
You're just bringing him right back to him.
Why won't it? Why is it aggroing me and only me?
No, come back here. Come back
Yes,
here.
get him. Get him. Get him.
Come back here.
No. Hey, there's a master. I don't want it though. Puddle. I found a puddle.
Okay, but are the monsters gone? Are they gone? Are we good?
No, let me get checked.
Do it. Don't do it. Oh no.
They're not there anymore.
No help. There's a rose bush thingy surrounded by bats. They're fighting. No. Leave me out of it. Leave me out of it.
Statue's gone. Oh well.
Don't
Huh?
go back to that
Did
puddle.
that just say flammable
I don't want to
vines?
go up there anymore now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'll do it again. Whatever should I do?
Okay, I'm going up.
Oh no, they're coming back. Coming. No.
Oh, the bats! Look at
The
it!
bats and them are fighting.
Hi.
No, stay away.
Why are you dressed like the Joker?
They're fighting.
Come back here, Muffin.
Oh, you're scary.
Come back here, Muffin.
I thought you're an enemy.
Hello, Muffin.
Okay, now I
What
get
is
it, Silk.
this?
Why it scared you. Yep.
Oh, this
Okay,
is
we
this is
should.
the hole.
Yeah, we
This is
should
that
build
hole.
it here.
Yeah, this is the hole.
This is that hole.
We should build it like right here. Area.
Okay, but the puddle is right to the left here. Where should we make the
Well,
base?
let me tell you how it's my time right now.
It's to the right, Muffin.
What?
It's not left.
It's to the left.
Muffin. That scared me.
What?
But be scared.
What scared you?
I tried to get you again.
Hi, it's a mole.
Oh, mole!
Coming up for a peek. Oh my god. Where's my teddy bear? I need my teddy bear. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh my gosh.
Oh, why is that birch tree on fire?
No reason. No, my birch fire. Well, it was so pretty. I have to perk now that I don't sprout the fire anymore.
I don't let to do anything with fire.
Mango, go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away.
No. Touch her.
Oh, it's...
Oh my god, yes, I'm finally healing up again. Okay, Silk, do you need food? Here.
Yeah,
Wait.
I'm running on.
Here.
Thank you. Food.
Oh my god, I'm
Yay.
finally have a full belly again for the first time in like weeks.
It's not full, but it's close.
Okay,
What is
where's the
that,
puddle?
Please don't. Please don't show yourself.
Let's see,
I don't
where
want
am
you
I?
to.
Yeah, okay, I have my map flipped again. There's a hound.
that's
Dog. Okay, they stay away from the fire.
I'll feed the fire then.
No, they don't go to the
Why
fire.
is
Never
he
mind.
on the fire?
Oh, more, there's more. Keep running, I don't know why.
No, run.
We need walls.
Take them to the bees.
We need a base.
The bees will do it.
Well.
There's 5 of them on me!
Run!
Just keep running, My god, this is terrible.
Oh my god!
Oh, no.
Oh my god, no!
This is the easy mode as well, like my gosh.
No. That was scary. Just the funny thing is if you go on the path, you're faster. So get on the path and just run.
Nope.
I don't wanna.
I found another puddle. And there's spiders here, so I'm leading the spiders to the hound.
And
Oh
then
my god, the
I would do
spider's
anything.
killing all the butterflies.
I killed one, but my health isn't.
Okay, I brought it to all the enemies and they're killing each other. Okay, this is nice. Now let's chill.
And they've all
Look, chill, there's one up there.
me.
They're
You
fighting.
don't want to go back towards his body. It's terrifying. Oh, how did the frogs kill it?
The frogs kill it. It's 2 versus 1.
Kill,
But we
kill,
can.
kill him.
Okay, come up here. Come up here. The frogs are fucking strong.
Well, you should have seen. You should have seen. Oh god, that was scary. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Star.
Did we make the base right here at the end of the path? That kind of makes sense, no?
Again?
Oh no.
Are they still down there? Oh god, they're still down there.
Yeah.
Help. This way. This way. This way. This way. This way. Towards this way. Yeah. Yeah. Where are the frogs? Muffin? Where are the frogs?
Oh. Okay.
This way.
Hello. Oh my Jesus. Oh my Jesus. Those are a lot. I don't know if the frogs are gonna win this, but there's also spiders, so that's good.
Spiders are attacking.
Spiders are attacking the hounds. Okay, look, they're all fighting each other now. Yay!
Oh, spiders are not winning. The spiders are not winning.
And the frogs have gone to sleep. These are too many. We can just... Okay. Oh my Jesus. There's another spider. There's also stronger spiders.
Not 2 zigzags.
Oh, well, we do have free silk now. I'm just doing a silk round. Nice. Okay, and I have decided that we are gonna make the base right here. Okay, and then we can actually build something up, and then everything is gonna work out. Yep.
Tell that to the dogs that are still at the spider nest.
Make a wall again. Which we need.
They're coming back.
Oh god. Ah. No. Okay.
Did you zig when you should have just ran straight?
Yeah, I got stuck behind a tree.
Is there any frogs around? Any frogs? Any frogs? No frogs? Fuck me.
Oh,
no.
I glitched.
Like, this is easy mode. Why is this game so mean to us? How do we kill the hounds? Like, no! Oh my god, I got resurrected and they come straight back. Jesus. Hi. My god.
I'll try to find more enemies because they destroyed that whole entire nest. It's
Oh god.
I can't see.
I'm gonna
Oh
die.
god, I'm gonna die from just being in the dark now. Go back. There's light here. No! My god, this is a great way to spend the night. I'm dead. I'm gonna Google the hounds now. This is just bad.
This is evil. This is evil. That's what it is.
Don't starve together, hounds.
Where'd they go?
They attack periodically every 3 to 13 days.
Oh no, Star. I'm sorry, Star. They're just attracted to the place now. Why are you doing this, Star? Why do you keep respawning? Are you going for the most deaths possible? Are you trying to get an achievement?
You can set them on fire. Nice solution for everything.
Of
That would
course,
have
you
been
realize,
nice.
of course you realize you can set them on fire.
Oh my god, but they chase until killed, or when you are more than 100 meters away. Look, your specialty. I know, right? But the thing is, I first have to get my stuff back. Where's my stuff? Is this my stuff? Yes, between the trees. Okay, if I get my stuff back. Oh my god, Star. You keep dying and resurrecting and dying and resurrecting. And... Are you
Yeah,
stuck in a
stuff
loop?
No.
Yeah, well, because they're at the respawn. They're at our spawn.
Yeah, yeah, see? Maybe if we
Oh my god,
play
there's a
the
blue hound now. Did one of you guys hunt him?
Maybe.
Why the fuck is the what's that blue one?
You made it into a
I'm
husky, like a special. That's even stronger, an ice hound.
I didn't know it would do that. I just kept hunting that one dog to see what would happen.
I'm free.
I'm just gonna keep hunting you.
I'm free.
Okay, if you keep hunting them, then they do pause for a little bit at least. But I want to get my stuff back.
Oh, he's no longer an ice hound. Just a hound.
I'm free. I can grab my loot again.
Gonna catch him on fire, lighter, starter, fire, what? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can light them on fire. Okay, they killed one.
Fire starter. I don't even have my lighter anymore. I have to get a new lighter.
Okay, they killed one.
I'm getting on path as soon as I find it because I want to be faster than these monsters.
Okay, now the dog killed one frog. Shit.
Oh, you found more
Shit,
frogs?
he ate the frogs. Okay, he ate the frogs. Fuck. God damn it. Okay, but I killed one. Well, he killed one, but god damn it, I need to get my stuff here.
I took your wood. So I
What? Why?
It was just 3 wood.
My god, how could you?
Taking Muffin's wood like that? That's crazy.
How could you?
That's crazy. It is taking her wood.
My
like
god, please. Kill this thing.
So despicable.
Silk, where were those eyes that kept killing you?
What?
Where were the eye birds? The walking eyeballs.
To the south.
Now you will never have any morning wood. No, I know. I just want to get my lighter so I can set it on fire.
I don't even have a lighter. Oh.
Please leave me alone! Silk. Look.
Don't do it. Ah!
No, he's still stuck after me. I just want to get my stuff. Oh, he went in the water.
Cooled himself off. He was too hot.
My god, he's tiring me out.
Coming.
He got my backpack. My god. No!
I'm coming. I'll distract him.
Goddamn bats.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah! Yeah, thank you! Okay, thank you.
I'm stuck.
Okay, do I have everything?
I hope you do.
I think I do. Oh my god, yes. Where did he go? Oh, he's still there.
Here. You got your lighter?
Yes. Okay, where's my lighter? Equip. He's on fire. I put him on fire. Finally. Oh shit, he's still alive.
Put him back on fire. Hold on. I'm coming. I'm coming. Ow!
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, that was so much faster.
Grilled doggo. Finally, something that we can light on fire. And that has, yes, okay, nice. Okay, I think they're all dead now. Finally. Star, you can come back now.
Safe.
It is safe. They are all dead.
Yay.
My god, I ate cooked monster meat and it's not good for your sanity, but... Oh my gosh. Okay, but this, I thought this is nice, like recognizable because it's at the end of the path here. So that would be good. What can we make? Can I already make now a chest? Yes. Build a chest. Right, where should we do that? Okay.
Okay, to make a new lighter, I need 1 gold nugget, 1 rope, and 3 petals.
We have 4 golden nuggets. Hey, Fanarona. Good morning, Fanarona. What are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Okay, I have moon rock. I have 4 golden nuggets.
Tackle receptacle. I can make a fishing rod now.
Can you make a fishing rod?
Yes.
My gosh, yes.
Look, I got a fishing rod. It's so cute. It looks
Oh
like
my
I'm holding
gosh,
a
it's
wand.
tiny. Okay, if I put this in, Nitra, this one. Spider gland, the guano, this, that. We can plant these.
Why a bad so many?
Different types of lures. Pros and beginners. Classic bobber. More discerning anglers. This one is a downy float. Fancy float, furious owl. The early fish gets the worm. Use a tackle receptacle to make this. Need a red cap. This lure. This one just no.
Oh, wait, do we still have more silk? Yes.
Yeah, I got some.
Silk.
Do we have silk? I need some twigs, though. I'm gonna grab some twigs. Silk from silk. Yeah. Silk. I'm gonna let Bernie come to life. I'm making him animated at my sanity, if my sanity is high enough. But my health is so low that it just keeps getting shitty. My sanity is so shit. Thanks for the follow, Muffin, and congrats on this huge charity stream. Much love. Thank you for the first time chat. It's not necessarily like a big charity stream right now. I did start the charity already at the World IBD Day, which was half during May. But I decided, like, because it is still an active charity and thing close to my heart as someone with like Crohn's disease myself, so that's why I let it still. Oh, yay! Star's back to life. That's why it's still up, and we already have over $100, so pretty proud. It's going well.
Somebody get some more stuff so I can have a backpack, please.
Thank you. What do you need?
A backpack.
A backpack. Okay, do we need some grass for that, I think? Need to heal my butt.
I need some flower petal. Flower petal, flower petal, flower petal. Petal, 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 petal.
I'm just watching it. I just watched the otters eat the bats.
Eat the bat?
Yeah.
Oh my
Draw
Jesus.
water.
Nice.
Oh, there's a costume in the water, but I don't have a fishing rod.
I have
Well, we're
fishing
making.
rods,
We can make.
but I don't know
If
if
you
it'll
go
work
to our
without
camp
lure.
thingy, I can make 2. Yeah.
Pick up my loot.
Okay, I'm making
again.
2 fishing rods. Yep.
Stupid bat.
Fishing rod 1. Fishing rod 2. And I'm putting one in the chest.
Fishing rod 4, fishing rod 5,
Let me
fishing
check.
rod
What
6,
can I
fishing
make?
rod 7, fishing rod 8, fishing rod 9.
Okay, Silky, you have a backpack. It's. I dropped it here at camp. Winter items. Fish. Gardening. What is this? Bird trap. Oh yes, please. Bird trap. Okay.
Tools.
Kind of want cooking stuff as well, but we need more charcoal and rope. Nobody. Oh yeah. Okay, Star can grow beard, but
There's some charcoal.
I can't even shave off
I
my
took a
beard.
rope because I needed some rope, but I still don't know how to split. So shift click maybe.
I can build one more. I'm just trying to figure out. We need like a shit ton of wood, I think. Okay, did you get the backpack? Oh, there's charcoal here.
What happened?
Wait,
Yeah, I left it there for you.
Ace? I think we want to make like the think tank, but that's why we need the things. Okay. This in there, put that in there. We have spider eggs.
Yeah, I could.
Not gonna lie, I don't even know where you guys went.
Normal trap.
Normal.
And a bird trap.
Um,
Let's set a trap here.
need flower petal.
Seeds. Bait. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can catch some birds. Yeah, we found him. Oh, we got a bird. We got a bird. Heck yeah! I've got a bird, people. We have our own personal crawl. We can murder it? Oh no.
Yes. Gotta make some food.
Herb.
There you go. Oh, we got another one. Okay, nice. This is a good bird spot. Okay. If we have seeds, we can feed it as well. Can you make it like a pet crow? That would be nice. Maybe we just gotta murder these ones first. Till we have more seeds though. Murder, morsel.
Make a drying rack to make jerky. Don't like too cold.
Good morsel. Yes. That's some good food. No, go away. I need those seeds. Oh, they ate them all. Oh.
And Muffin, can you open up your map?
Yeah. We're at the end of the path. That's where we're building the new base. So, like, if you spawn, then you have a path. Thingy. So, now we're just at the end of it there. You should be able to see, like, the bird trap and the chest and stuff on the map, no?
Where is the puddle again?
Oh, you're that way. Okay, I see.
Yes. And I'm gonna build a little bit of walls as well, so we're actually die in a fire. Oh my jeez. Why? Because you don't want to chop with your hands. Jesus, die in a fire. My character is savage.
Yes, she is.
I need some flint.
To play.
Oh, flint is upstairs. Oop. can we fish just like this, or do we need to fish with bait or something?
Yes, I'm very scared of the dark.
Oh
She
no.
says I'm not scared of the dark. Yes, I am. Why do I have a...
Oh my god, no, the hand is coming, the hand is coming.
No, no,
No.
no, there's two of them.
No,
There's two
fuck,
of
no, no, that's our fire.
It's stealing
Fuck.
our fire.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. God damn it. Add fuel, add everything we got.
Stop, leave our fire. Why do I have the crow? Why do I have a crow?
You can put the rope in the chest.
Crow.
Oh, crow, I gave you the crow.
Like, why the hell do I have a crow?
I was like, I don't want to kill it, you can kill it. I'm sorry. Oh no, 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 it's coming again.
No.
Fuck, and I need branches. Oh, yes, it's daytime. Okay, good. I need a branch.
What is this crop?
Fish. 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 Stupid fish, get on my hook. We have a freshwater fishing rod, and this is the...
Ah! Ah!
This
tree's alive. It's a living tree. Help!
What? Oh
Put it on fire. You're the only one with a. You're the only one with a little lighter.
No, but my lighter's gone.
What'd you do to it?
It's done. I need branches.
God.
Oh my Jesus! Why did the tree? Finally, I can light a tree on fire, and I don't have any fire. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm on my way. This is a mission for me. Oh no!
Get it with an axe. Get it, tree man. Lumberer. Yeah.
Star Wars.
You can do it, lumberman.
Okay, I made myself an axe, and I made myself. What the fuck is this?
That's what I was looking for.
Oh, that's it. Where is it?
Oh no. Your turn, Muffin.
Yeah, Muffin, your turn.
Yeah, put him on fire. I put him on fire.
Around that way.
I'm gonna die too, probably, but.
Wait, left her axe.
Oh, I died too.
Oh.
But I did set him on fire. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hi. How you doing?
For you. With my spear.
I think an axe would work better on this, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We need to make some armor, guys.
It's not attacking.
We do. We really do need armor.
Yeah. We instantly die from everything, basically, now. It's kind of, yeah.
Okay, he's not attacking me. Cool.
Oh, nice. He's not aggro anymore?
No. Even though I'm
Nice.
right next.
But maybe you just chopped his feet down and he was mad.
Yeah. Maybe that's the problem. I did chop a tree right next, so... Need a shovel. Oh, what'd you do? Why is he attacking you now?
Tree here, tree man. Nothing to see.
What'd you do?
But
Nothing
still,
to see,
the
tree man.
fishing rod is not gonna work, I think, is it?
What?
It says a freshwater fishing rod. Oh, I need the sea salt fishing rod. I made the wrong fishing rod.
Oh. It's...
Fuck.
I'm fishing in the little bug ponds.
Okay,
Maybe
that's
it might work
okay.
then.
That's, yeah.
We can do it in the pond.
Maybe? Let me test. Also chop up everything. There's two. Oh no, no, that's not a spear.
I lost
The
bird.
tree is still following you.
We no longer have a bird.
Hmm?
Herb.
Bird's gone.
Did you kill it?
No, I dropped it. I guess dying. Made it 3.
We can get a new one. Okay, wait. See? Oh my god, it's still here. Yes.
He's on fire.
I know.
Put him on fire again.
Oh my god, now I'm dying. Oh, Star's dead.
I can see that.
Maybe if we just wait, it will unaggro.
He doesn't like it when you cut the trees down because he's a tree, and we need logs.
Yeah, I cut down.
Right, so he needs to die.
Okay. I'm so low. Okay.
He do need to die. Otherwise,
I'm dead.
we cannot.
God damn it, that's what I mean. Like, we just go like,
Only
nope.
attack him after he attacks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's my stuff, Star. You're up there. Yeah. Can I wait, I can haunt him maybe.
Don't do it.
Oh yeah,
He gets
see
stronger.
if one thing that does anything.
No? This is close enough to the revive that it is not that bad. But we do need to kill its butt because god damn it. And I have a gift. I want to open my gift. Hey! What you doing there, Silk?
Really? We caught a bird.
Oh, there's my torch. Okay, good job.
Oh, it's a cardinal. Release the cardinal. It's your loved one coming back to you. You can't keep cardinal.
Okay.
Oh, here's the torch. Okay.
Oh no! I put the cardinal on fire. Oh my god! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No! I'm a murderer.
I ate it.
Oh, I'm dying.
It's
No, I'm such a bad person.
Did you just burn the crow alive?
It was a cardinal, not a crow.
He burned it. So I had to kill it.
A cardinal. Whenever you see a cardinal, it's your loved one coming back to say hello.
My god, and then you just murdered it. Oh, and there also. Oh my Jesus.
Why isn't he dying? I put him on fire so many times.
Every time I come close, he's already like trying to attack me.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh! That was good.
Okay, I don't know if it's working, or if he has just immense health. My precious light is gone. Oh my god, no! I don't have a thingy anymore.
Bernie.
I have a burn. I can't burn. I can't chop. I can't do anything. I don't have burn. I don't have chop. Oh my Jesus!
Equip Bernie.
I don't wanna be here anymore. Goodbye.
I never should have chopped down that tree right next.
Oh my god, he's stealing the logs. The otter is stealing the logs. Oh my god. Otterfish, why? I need necks.
I need lots of.
My God, we're not making. Yes, I did start more. No, yes, but now it was necessary. Okay, so I needed to set the hellhounds on fire. Yeah, and that actually worked. So that was necessary. But Silk chopped down accidentally like the foot of like a tree monster instead of a tree. And now it's been just haunting us and following us, and we have set it on fire like a shit ton of times. But it's not working. Oh, there it's coming. It's coming. No, it's another one.
Oh no, not another.
You're two now.
Oh. Say it again. Oh.
Hold on. I have.
We suck at this
We
game
don't have
so
to
bad.
merge
We
club.
are so bad at this game.
Why? Why?
We try.
I'm trying to catch a bird.
You put seeds in the
Not
bird
another
trap.
cardinal.
What's a
Don't
cardinal?
burn it.
But
What?
when I do this, he just wiggles, and I tried to click on him. Oh, there he goes. Oh, thank God.
Just gotta leave him alone for a second.
Well, I've learned my lesson. Okay, that was an accident. I'm a murderer, a bad one,
Oh my
an
God.
unintentional murderer.
Hello.
Is the tree dead?
Do we have
No,
anything
there's
here?
2 of them now.
Did the tree die?
No, there's 2.
Dude, where? Hi.
Wherever Muffin led it to.
Well, maybe they're gone.
Oh,
I think I might have lost my
Oh.
teddy bear. No, they're not gone.
I was killed by a frog.
we just keep catching cardinals.
Will
They just
somebody
keep
come?
getting caught.
Will somebody come kill this frog? Maybe I'm
There's-
using the wrong. Go kill the frog. Or
But
come
I'm
back
just
and
leaving the
stuff.
tree alone, and now it's okay.
Until you cut down another tree.
Yeah, then we just never cut down trees anymore.
Then we died from the darkness.
The trees are scared. No, the frogs! Why? What have you done? Why are all the frogs following you?
They were attacking me, and I asked him to kill one of them. I guess there's more than one.
Oh my! I lost my teddy bear. Where's my stuff? Did anyone grab my? Oh, is this my teddy bear? Here it is, Bernie. I missed you so much. Oh my God, I miss Bernie. Okay, we need grass. We can just leave the wood for a little bit in the hopes that they don't get more angry and leave us alone. Maybe.
This has been a terrible, terrible time.
Okay, I'm building us a think tank. There you go. Can research new stuff. Looks like a little fire. I don't know, lighthouse? Yeah. Little weird lighthouse. Okay, we need armor, so we need a lot of just rope and wood and everything. And we need to plant like a little farm. We need a source of food.
Can we get rid of our skeletons? There's too many.
Battle rope. Okay, we're gonna do a shit ton of resource collecting, and then we're gonna be rich, okay? It's all gonna be fine. Don't forget to unpack your gifts. I have fashionable pants on. Nice.
Gift.
Okay, I'm gonna bait another bird. And make another trap, maybe? What do we need? More cobwebs. Do we have more cobwebs? We have 2. Yay, another bird.
Crow! We can eat that.
I can finally eat one.
Look. No, 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 no. Oh, another one. Get it. Nice. And oh shit, I ate the seed. Wait. There you go. Okay, so now you're making the farm. That's awesome. We have a thing. See, we have a little base. Now we gotta just get a lot of wood and a lot of, like, how do you say, grass. So we make a little wall around here. I think that would be a good idea. Yes.
What?
Building a wall. Mm-hmm. So then we're safer if the hounds come and everything.
Build a wall.
Build a wall. Yes, yes. I did build a buffalo bell so we can tame a buffalo.
Nice. We can't even feed ourselves. Why are we getting buffalo?
I have a bunny trap too, but I need to find out where the bunnies are again here. But the freshwater fishing pond, yeah, maybe it can be used in the pond, I'm not sure. And we had, oh, but I burned that down as well. We had one bed.
I need flint. I need flint and I need twig. Twig and flint.
I have 5 flint.
That'd be enough. Get need. Anybody got a twig?
Okay, we gotta wait a little more. Oh, it's getting late. We're early.
Oh no,
we're
the
late.
sound predates. Means it's coming. It's coming.
Oh, no.
Muffin, look down. It's coming. No. No.
Does anyone have
Muffin.
any wood? Something? No. Does anyone have wood?
It's coming.
I have the one grass.
Some grass.
If I could have one stick. One stick.
Oh, take gosh.
Okay. Okay, I'm going down. Oh, there's another bird. My God.
They need 3 still.
Cook the bird, eat the bird. Get the seed. Get another bird. Oh no, did the bird trap expire? Shit.
Probably.
We used it a couple of times. Okay, shit. Yeah, but we just need a shit ton of sticks. Oh my God, all the skeletons and dead things just around. Like, oh my. Yeah.
Is that a skeleton fish?
No, it's just for the freshwater fish.
Okay, but we're back on track. We're finally done with just continuously dying, basically. That was a great experience.
They're gonna be friends.
We can put a shit ton of bunny traps down in the field with all the grass. Then we can catch continuous bunnies. Would be nice.
Frog spawned right where you were. Stole
A
your
soaked
fish.
blacksmith's
Oh, there went your spear
costume?
again.
Give me back my spear!
Pick it up with this.
But don't ton me! I don't want to be tunned. I don't want to be tunned, Mr. Frog.
Hi, King. Good morning. How you doing? Fuck, the tree was very big and I walked beside it and it just turned into like a tiny tree. I have a doll costume? What the hell? Can I wear this? It looks cute, but then I can't wear my backpack. Backpack is more essential. There's a Dungy. Thank you for the Dungy Viking. Let me join.
You got the costume to go with my mom.
What?
The doll costume. I got the doll mom.
Really? Then we can match.
Yeah.
I have full outfit again. We need another chest.
Coming.
Hi. I'm not Muffin.
Already at day 19, I guess. Right there?
Where be the muffin?
I don't know.
I'm where am I?
Where are you?
I'm like down. What is that? Are the stones north for you or no?
North.
Hold on, let
Then
me open
then
my
I'm down
map.
south.
Let me see. Yeah, they're north.
Yeah, I'm down south. I'm
You
just
mean
getting wood where we are not attacked by wood guardians or monsters or whatever. What
Yeah,
this
don't
game?
touch
This game is Don't Starve Together. It is already like a little bit of an older game. It is on Super Shield now, is Steam.
Oh yeah, I'll put the fucking the rose dog color. I'll following the
I can
band.
imagine playing this game singular.
I got reeds. Haven't seen that. We needed that for something.
We have died so many times in our own home.
Yep. Yep, there's just dead bodies everywhere.
And there's this. Yeah.
Okay, what is this? Is this also water? This is also water. Spiky bush. Ow, that hurt. Okay. What is this? What is that? Is that a mosquito? Attack. What is it? What are you? No! No, why did you bring the bats here?
Plant. You're in the swamp. It's a plant.
No, that's a mosquito.
I don't know what the costume is. You're the one that knows where it is.
Why are you here? Okay, let's go. Let's go. This is not the same. Ah! There's tentacles!
Oh, that's where I was unconsensually whipped.
Yes, Star just got whipped by a tentacle.
I just got whipped.
You got,
It was
oh
very
my.
unconsensual. I did not consent.
My god, that's spicy. Like, spicy tentacle. Spiky tentacle, I wanted to say. That came out of nowhere. Okay, should I come with you to protect your butt here, Star, or no?
Well, it's gonna be nighttime pretty soon.
Nighttime. Daytime.
I won't even make it there.
Well, I did get reeds from the swamp, that's good.
I'll have to spend the night at
Ooh,
the camp.
there's honey. I got a honeycomb.
Ooh, nice.
What's a honeycomb that was just right here, just laying around? Okay, where am I? That's the thing, you can just run out. Hey, why do we have a science machine right here? What? Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Don't question it. Let's go.
Why do we have, why is there here a science machine? Why am I freezing? Oh god. Sorry, I'm panicking. I'm very cold. Where am I? Okay, we're good. Just panicking just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Do we get silk if we take my spider bag?
Okay, I'm here. I'm back home. Hi. How you doing?
What should we tie up?
Okay, I got a lot of resources.
It looks like we just live in a
I
graveyard.
can make a, not a bird. I can make a bunny trap. Oh shit, but I need... I already had a bunny. Oh.
what I ate, but it was not good.
Need more wood. It's
I'm sorry, but I cannot give you my wood till the night is over. It's coming. I can hear it. It's coming.
oh
It's
god,
coming
oh
from
this is a
above.
lot. Oh god,
no.
I'm planting this spider egg right here.
Spiders have reformed.
Oh no, I just placed the spiders next to us.
Why did
That
you
was
do that?
What did you do? What did you do?
Found him right here.
Why would you do that, Muffin? I don't even have a weapon to destroy it.
Okay, I'm just sabotaging us now. I'm very sorry. I didn't know, like it's a plant. And I thought it would like have the time to grow or whatever, and then you could just destroy it. I didn't expect it to just instantly be a spider then.
I'm trying. I'm going for the tree instead. Ah,
Oh my gosh. I love you
I got
guys.
seals.
I'm sorry, I love you.
We got seals.
we love you too. I can't eat this monster. Drop it. I can't lose any more Santa.
You know what that means now? You know what that means now? With the free silk and the boards, we can now make a sea fishing room.
Oh, what now?
See, it was all for a good burp.
We can now fish in the ocean.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess I made the
That's
other
all we need.
fishing rod that I still want to test if you can use it at a puddle. But
All we needed was
we needed silk, yeah. This was not maybe not the best way to get it. I'm sorry.
We shall live.
And so I learn. Oh my god, look. Bernie, Bernie. Holy fuck, did you see that? Bernie is alive.
Oh yeah, Bernie comes to life. Apparently.
Look, he's big.
Sorry, wrong Bernie, as you were. That's so funny.
I cannot pick him up, okay. He's just chilling with me. Okay, nice. I guess. Okay, but I've random as. Does anyone have enough wood to make another chest, maybe, or no?
I have 9 wood.
Yeah, we need to make more of the. We say that. We need to make more traps and rope. We need just like every more resource. Yeah, I'm gonna make shit. Gonna eat the honey. What did I do with the reed? I needed a reed for something. Papyrus, that's why. Yeah, prototype this. And then with the papyrus, we can make a cookbook. Now we have a cookbook. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, we have a cookbook, but we don't have a crock pot yet. Wrong order, maybe. We
My hoe broke.
move something.
Oh, costume.
Somebody make
I'm gonna take out the seat.
a watering can, please. Need a watering. And another.
Our camp is looking really nicely decorated. Can we destroy our boat?
I wish. Maybe a hammer would work.
Proud of we just dead bodies, like.
Maybe a hammer would work.
Can we chop trees here at all now or no?
Just don't do the evergreens or whatever it is. Do the
No, but I did the
pine,
other tree and I got the
birch.
other tree as yeah.
It depends if there's any around us. We can know if there's any around us, though.
Wait, we don't have bait. We got fishing
Well, they
rod.
hide as a tree too, and I didn't even know it was there until
Yeah, you don't
got
see it.
cut
That's the
down.
issue.
That's the problem.
We still need to make bait. Use a tactical recipe. What? To build a prototype. A tackle recipe. What's a tackle recipe? Oh, this. What's this? An electrical doodad? We can't fish. We need bait.
No, you don't.
No, you don't?
No.
What?
It is a tackle receptacle.
Yeah, but for that you use that to make bait then.
No, it's not to make bait. It's to make the lures, I think. Use a tackle receptacle to build a lure. That's what it's for.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like we need, yeah, that's a lure then. Yeah, but we won't catch anything with just throwing it like this. I think I can test.
can.
There's fish.
Been working for me.
Yeah, you do need the tackle receptacle to build the lures and the bobbers and the floaters.
Oh god, it's dark. Oh god. Ah no! I'm under attack.
And you need to use some driftwood.
Bernie, help me. Oh, calm, Bernie. Sorry, Bernie.
Here, Bernie down. He's hitting himself.
Yeah. Calm, Bernie. It's okay, Bernie.
Oh, he was attacking himself.
I'm just picking him up now. I'm just gonna hold
I
it. He
need
was just
food.
smacking his own head in.
Food.
I made a little cookbook, but I do want the crock pot so we can actually make food and stuff. But wait, we can make the crock pot. Wait.
After it becomes stage time, I'm going back to my loop.
Use a science
So
machine.
don't
I can make a
bother.
crock pot.
Okay. I have 5 gold nuggets.
Where do we want to cook?
Nothing.
Here.
How do you...
Might need maybe multiple foods in there.
What do we put in here?
You need recipes for that.
Yeah, we have a cookbook. We first need to find recipes.
Okay, what the cookbook have anything in it?
Experiment with ingredients to discover new recipes, so we need to find them.
We just need to put random things together. I'm going to grab my shit.
Oh, I can put a carrot in there. Okay, what kind of recipes we got?
You might just need to fill up all 4 pots, maybe. That could be it, before you can cook.
Make a muffin. Okay, I was just checking like what kind of stuff. But we have like none of the stuff that we need. You can make a muffin.
Of course you can make a muffin.
Yeah. Oh, I like it. Yeah. Okay, but yeah. I still need to want to build another chest. We unlock here. Wooden fence. Wooden gate. Wooden walls. We need shit ton of wood. And armor.
Oh no.
Hear fighting music. Wait, did you say you still have a gold nugget silk? Is that in a chest or not?
Yeah. I have 5 of them.
Then I can make a new lighter.
I need one. I need a lighter too.
Do you have flower petals?
No, I don't.
Okay, if we get 3 more flower petals, we can make 2 lighters. Wait, I will build one and then I'll give you this one. Wait. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Then I'm gonna go down to get more wood. Can I chop this one maybe? Okay. And then just gonna get more flowers and I make another one and then we both have a light. We can then make a lighter for Star as well, right?
I don't know if you can use it.
Well, I think maybe the bonus is that you can craft it and you start with those items, but if I can give it to you and yeah, but you're the same character. I don't know. We need to make more traps. What do we need for the traps again?
Fishing. So you
What
can
the hell?
open up you
I'm
can
under
open up
attack
the
by
thingy.
penguins. There's penguins. They're not attacking me. They're nice. They're kind of fleeing. They're cool.
It's getting cold.
It's getting near winter, but what the hell? They came out of nowhere.
We're gonna die.
What? Why?
It's gonna fly.
What are they doing here? They're just waggling along the land. God, the days are getting shorter and shorter because it's winter. Oh, Star Wars is killed by a tentacle again.
Again?
I don't think I can get my shit. It's all where the tentacle is.
Do we need to come with you?
Well, I don't know how it works with the tentacle.
The best thing to do with the tentacle is just run from it. But you won't be able to get all your stuff.
But that's the thing, so if we can go with you, then we can distract it, like maybe for a couple of seconds so you can run, get your shit and get out.
I have to get food and stuff first. And so I'm like dying.
Yum. Oh shit, my
It's
axe
fine,
is done. Need flint again. Hey, there's a fish here. Why are they just... Okay, I'm not gonna attack them. But can I pick up their axe? No. They're protecting the axe. Like crazy. Have you ever seen these? They're penguins. I need food. I know. I'm looking. That's why we need more traps. We can catch infinite amount of bunnies. Trying not to eat. And some. Oh my gosh! Where? Oh, more penguins. Why are they just invading here? You can boop them aside. Kick penguins around. Why? I'm just looking for like a little
Storage.
flint.
Where's storage at? I'll be able
Yeah,
to
we
come
need
help
more.
you in a minute if I can get more storage.
Yes. Oh, my precious light is gone. Oh no. Okay, there we go.
I don't know under what section is though.
The
There
cold,
it
it
is.
burns. Oh my god, I'm gonna die from the cold. No, Star. Okay, let's group up at home and then just get your stuff together, yeah?
I died. Oh, fuck. No tentacle. Fuck. I thought I died from the darkness. But no tentacle got me. Damn it. Fuck.
I'm back home.
Need more wood. Oh, it's coming
Oh,
again.
the thing is coming.
No. No.
Ow!
Asshole.
My
Are you
sanity.
insane?
Yes. Yes. Ow!
I
Oh,
can't
no.
help you. I can't touch him.
God, we need armor and weapons. Is it morning again? Oh, there's another arm coming.
Oh! One of you made ratatouille.
Hi. Yes. Yes, did I do
You made ratatouille.
it? Yes! Wait, but I
Throw
wanted
the
to see
grenade.
the. Can I open? If it gets
Stop
morning,
it.
I want to see
My
if
fire.
it gets added to the cookbook. I added a carrot
Yeah,
and 3 sticks. Oh my god, is it still attacking me? Yes, I'm dying. Have a good laugh. On burning.
Okay, yeah. I'll check the cookbook and see if it just updates it.
Yes.
Very good.
I put a carrot and 3 blocks of ice in. Apparently it worked. I still don't know what the penguins do. That make them wah 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 wah. So.
I'm chancing. I'm chancing. Oh,
Oh,
damn it.
man.
Hold on.
I think it's incoming.
I'm back, baby.
Don't turn into a tree monster. To a tree monster.
Hi. Oh my god, why is it so difficult to pick up my stuff? Because I think there's a skeleton in another. Yes, there's a skeleton in another skeleton. Jesus. Too many skeletons. I want to know how we can kill those. They are annoying.
You have a look at the cookbook.
Okay, wait, where's the cookbook now? There's the cookbook.
Kind of good, yeah.
Three?
There's nothing.
Okay, I didn't. But is the ratatouille in here? No. Did you steal my food? Give it back. Give it back.
I didn't steal your food.
Can I now update it? No. You won't let me? Okay.
Well,
Okay, wait. Silk is just. Are you okay health wise, Star?
If you fall pretty health climb, then yes.
Wait, I'm gonna feed Silk.
Feed Silk.
I dropped it.
Feed the Silk.
Silk.
Hey.
Are you amazing now? Yes.
Apparently you can talk to plants.
I made something. Plant rot. Fertilizer. Fertilize. Nice.
Penguins. Penguins laid eggs.
Are the penguins are here? Oh my gosh. Shit, I still needed flowers. Did anyone see any flowers? I still need a new lighter.
I don't think the flowers are year round for much though. I still
Yeah, put everything back in the chest. Let me check. I don't know where to but we can make more stuff. I still need to see for where flowers are. I need one, maybe just like a simple weapon. Still some armor. But then if we have armor, we cannot carry the other stuff. I have 2 bunny traps. We have we can make the no, we need more rope, but we can make the bedroll so we can also just sleep through the night at some point. Would be a good idea, maybe. You know why I have a flare up? Because of old friend group
Are they
drama?
chasing you?
Have a good night, luxury gaming. Luxury housing, sorry.
No, I stole a penguin egg. It's going in the pot.
But are they chasing you? No, you're good.
No, they didn't chase me.
Okay, good job.
They had the eggs on the ground, and as soon as I came around, they went to pick them up, but I managed to get one quickly.
Okay, we can make wooden walls. We can make stone walls. No, we cannot make stone walls yet. An alchemy engine? How do we make an alchemy engine?
Oh, hi, Phil.
Then we also need to electrical do that. How do we get an electrical do that?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I got this. I just.
What? Wait, we need to make the compass. We have a compass thing, and then we can make like a shared map, like a cartography table.
Anytime, just go in the pot. Maybe.
Is this radon meter? If it's gonna rain. Where's the compass? I'm blind. Who's compass? Why did you die?
The shadow got me.
Oh no.
Bad shit.
Shit, I still need flint. Okay. I don't know why I always get dragged into it. Yeah. Are you okay? Well, yeah, no, you're talking about shit today, so you're not okay, but like, does it involve you, the drama? Is it something you can let go of, or no?
When did I do that? I don't know. Oh, my butt.
I need flint and I need flowers. And I'm hungry. There's an egg. Maybe you can put egg and ice. And a honeycomb. And cook. What's this gonna be? Oh no, wet goop. Oh no, I ruined your egg. No. Okay, you cannot cook a honeycomb. Sorry. That's not honey, that's the whole comb.
You're lucky I got a second egg.
Okay, good. I'm gonna eat the wet goop and not waste it, but it's disgusting.
I want onion muffin.
It might help with Catlock's one.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back 1 second. Get another drink. Maybe we have to set an end time at some point. Yeah. Okay, be right back.
Okay. I'm snacking.
I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but
Hi, back.
I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was.
I wonder what happens if we kill it.
But we're still surviving. Yeah.
I wonder if we get
That's fun.
I wonder if we get penguin. Now I'm invested in the That's what they get for enjoying the
Oh
cold.
no, it's snowing.
So many dumb ways. I'm sitting really awkwardly,
I
but
got some forget-me-nots.
only you see like the whole thing that I'm seeing like, ugh. Oh god.
Where's the
Can you see my face?
penguin?
And it was a good placement. Now clip that and send it to your friend, and I'm never gonna sit like that again. Okay, I can see your face.
Okay.
Monkey, 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 monkey.
Good luck, eh?
Monkey, 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 monkey.
Monkey.
Yeah, do it like this. Oh my god, I couldn't go any further. Whee!
Cold sucks up your health, by the way.
The cold never bothered me anyway.
Can someone clip that?
This
Can
cold
someone
does.
do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud.
Tara.
Morgan! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true! That's true! I prepared everything so I could make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Oh no, Stars dead by a penguin. Oh, it's snowing! Let me check. Did we make?
It's snowing.
My god.
It's
I look away 1
snow.
second and we're in the full midwinter. Oh.
It's snow.
It's cold, that's what it is.
It's the no snow.
Oh no, I'm starved. Starving. Starved or starving. Do we have any food?
No.
Yeah, the egg, but I'm gonna keep that egg because I'm not gonna ruin that egg. I have seeds. Okay, I'm gonna roast seeds. I was keeping them to make more traps, but what do we need to put in the trap for the bunnies?
Probably hay. Grass.
Do you need some seed silk?
I'm starving. I'm almost dead.
Okay. What are you doing now? Feeding silk.
8. 13. 12. 17.
I'm 18. This is not feeding like a lot. We need traps. Okay, okay. How did we make the traps again? Where am I? Where am I? Do we have spider webs?
I think we used.
We have only one.
Oh.
Food and garden is where the traps are.
I mean, Muffin. We always have an infinite supply of silk.
What?
Give us your
I'm
skin.
just gonna close this.
Give us your skin.
I'm running back.
Okay. Got any?
Wait, I need to go up by the way. I need to get flint. I cannot make anything now, can I?
No stick.
Do I have an axe? No, I can put this in here, this in there. I have 2 bunny traps, so if I'm gonna take that,
sticks. And we can make a capture small creature.
Okay, wait. How do we use that trap? I'm going to listen to music and see you later. Oh, good luck. Oh, who's calling me? It's Bikini. But I wish, yeah, I can understand that. But that's the thing, it is really important, especially with chronic illness and stuff, like that you manage, yeah. Learn to balance your own energy first. Hmm?
By my insanity creature.
Oh no. Okay, we were not prepared for winter. This is still, oh my god, I can't even move there. Should we make the, do we have enough for the bed rolls? Can we make a bed? I want to make a bed. I want to sleep through the night. I'm done with nights. Where's the bed? I can ride a bus. We have winter stuff here as well. Winter item. A raincoat. Keep you dry. That's nice. But then we need to kill tentacles.
No, we need something for warmth.
We need to kill bunnies. We need air okay. We need to kill the bunnies. Or buffaloes. We need to kill something. Just
I vote bunny.
We haven't made it that far, have we?
Hmm?
I vote bunny.
We haven't made it that far in this server, have we, in terms of things?
We interrupt our program to bring you
No,
this
do you want to
important
restart
message.
again?
I love you.
Yeah,
Now back to our show.
I don't want to wait more. That's up to Star though. Does he want to?
I don't mind.
Okay.
If that's what everyone decides.
Yeah, I think we should.
This was so cursed. Like, it was just a fucking curse. Like, I should have never burned the entire cave down. I am saving those two, so we do have like our survival one and our relaxed one. But now we do know the game a little bit. This is gonna be the last one for today. But we are gonna start this one up to make a decent base. Like, that we can prove that we learned in this process of restarting for like 5 times in the past 6 hours or so. But it's, yeah. How do we want to call this one?
There.
Relaxed world? How do you want to call this?
Stay here if you want, but I'm gonna continue speaking English because otherwise Elle doesn't understand me and I don't wanna exclude anybody. Dank je, ik ben 21 en ik heb er lang op geoefend. De enige wat je er tegen kan doen, is het veel praten.
The final word is still fish. We got this, really. Maybe this time. We need kills, tentacles. When did I get tentacles? I don't know. Maybe we have tentacles because we do need some tentacles. And not to slap people involuntarily around. That's not, yeah.
Wait, we need Kale tentacles.
Yeah, like if he has some tentacles for us, like that would be very convenient.
I mean, sure, yeah. We don't have to go searching for them then.
I know, right? That would be nice. But I don't know when you grew some tentacles, Kill. Please enlighten us. And I love it, Keeny's just like, he did like a and I kind of hear Keeny just laughing at the Keeny voice. I like it. Hi, Dungy. And Viking did a late bit here. And what the... Oh, I've completely forgot to look what kind of muffin you were, Viking. A pumpkin maple muffin? That's an interesting flavor. Wait, Viking, do you have clippies? Also Clippy from Viking. Joining the dungeon, joining you. You fighting the Silky Poo.
I wonder what my 100th muffin will be.
Okay, I won't be the fire starter because yes, that went terribly wrong. I'm sorry. What does this one do? What is that? Abigail's flower?
I'm gonna be the one allergic to bees. I'm gonna be allergic to bees.
Be allergic. Be allergic.
It's gonna be everybody's jobs to deal with the bees but me. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. The one Muffin was looking at.
Oh, okay, no. I was thinking like I can be the culinarian so I can make food, but only eat gourmet food. I'm gonna starve.
Yeah, that one said no.
This is
That'd
just
be
a performance artist. Okay, it only eats meat now.
Yeah. So you need a good constant source of meat.
No.
What
What does the flower do? Do you know? Abigail's flower. What is that? You can summon the ghost of her twin sister? But it drains your sanity? Why would you want to do that? Does she help with anything? It will attack mobs. But it drains your sanity, and I was already going crazy. I don't like her.
I have a puppy. Yay.
What? Puppy? Oh my
have
god,
a
that's
puppy.
adorable. I don't know who I want to be.
His name's Wobbers, or Wobby. Will I have to feed Wobby?
Maybe I am gonna be like a Viking chickie. It is nice that we then can fight stuff because we've been just really defenseless. But on the other hand, like my thingy, no, I'm just gonna go back to being a spider. I think. Fuck it.
It looks like I have to feed Wobby.
Yeah, I'm going back to spider. Back it up. Because the thing is, like, then I can grow like the silky beard, and then we don't have to kill any spiders or anything. Like, I'm just gonna produce silk. That's kind of nice, no?
Yeah, you get to produce silk for us.
Yeah.
Close.
Woody's just good for always having a axe without having to need to make
I don't like this pet. I want to wear these. I don't want to wear any pants. Okay, yes. But what does... Okay, so what does the spider do? Now I want to understand how to actually train the spiders or like use the flute thingy.
Well,
I have a Reign of Giants, so I have like the DLC. That's why I have the spider, I think. But how to use starting items? The monster meat, you get spider eggs, and you get the webby whistle. And the webby whistle, it spawns constant. You can craft more. It allows Weber to wake up spiders from spider dens in addition to any nearby wandering spiders. Using the whistle calls up any friendly spiders.
Your skill list.
Draw the allies from potentially wandering.
That'll probably help you.
There's him to come to eat.
Oh, you already are him. Ignore me.
Okay. I'm going spider with pretty slippers.
Spider with pretty slippers.
Okay, now we're gonna. Do we already have a spot where we? Oh my god, you have a doggo. Adorable.
His name's Wobby.
God, he's so cute. Wait, he can carry stuff? You can open Wobby?
Oh yeah.
Nice. Okay, okay. Where do you want to build a
pet
base,
Wobby.
Silk?
Wobbers is a girl.
Oh. Sorry. Did a dead end? Yes, that's kind of nice. Did we build our base up here?
It might be a bit too far, but yeah, we can.
There's bunnies here. And birds. It was too late for the dungeon, but Viking and Killjoy joined the dungeon. Let me give you guys another dungeon. Okay, do you want to pick a place, Silk?
No.
No? Oh, but it's also a dead end here. Are we just stuck on this weird pointy? Yeah. Can we make a bridge or something? We can make a boat at some point. Soggy seeds? Oh my god, I got wet seeds.
What?
Wet seeds.
What is it, Poppers?
I'm just gonna speedrun trying to make us at least like a base. Okay. Like we have berry bushes. There's birds from here. There was bunny over there. I want a little central. Let the bunny go. There's one bunny. There are birds. We want to have it like a place where it's recognized. Do we have a pot? What? You're like, what do you're the how do you say that? Like the serious business guy, man. Hi. What a good face. What is your perk? What do you? Oh, bongos. It's a bongos. I suggest you build like at least like bird-based thingy, just lower the spawn, because then we're in the middle of like on the right is like at least one bunny and the left there's like another bird. Good beginner. Yo.
Hello.
Mm. What is that? What is that? What is this thing? This is squid? You see that?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Come back to me. Come back to me for a second. I think that.
We got that works.
Get in my show.
Oh, cute. Thank you for saving my buster. I owe you for everything. Yep.
I may be fragile, but I have minions to do my bidding.
You're like an evil businessman. But it is awesome. Silky left the game.
Nice, Silky's gone. Oh, it's still attacking.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I can't get that meat.
Okay, do we want like a little... Where are you? Oh, there's meat here. Ugly monster meat. No.
No.
Oh, I think we need a boat or something. How did you get there? Oh, there.
Oh.
Yeah, it's still fighting.
Yeah. It'll probably just keep running around finding things, honestly.
Oh, I lost an X. No, not a campfire, an X. X. Oh, no. Right in the pyramid. I think that's a good one, maybe. Why are there no pots? Or maybe just on the pot. I don't know if there's bunny there, but we can just... Please. Are you gonna rejoin, Silky?
I don't know if my shadow guy will kill. I don't know if my shadow guy can actually catch up with both.
There's a little camp.
Oh, it can! It absolutely fucking can! Bunny's dead, no chance!
What?
My shadow guy got a bunny!
Nice! Okay, we need to, like, okay, we can make a first basic camp, but we need to find some rocks and stuff.
Oh my god, it just killed a butterfly.
Silky completely dropped off.
Yeah.
There. You have a pretty good starter thing this round. Should be good. But oh my god, your shadow is awesome that it can just kill a bunny. Like, it is possible to kill a bunny, but it is hard.
It's the fact of he straight up just rushes at the bunny and it can't like run away, it just dies.
Nice. Need some flint. Need another flint.
We need to make a fire pit. We need to fire pit again. I think it's stone.
Yeah, we need like the science machine first.
No, not for the fire pit.
Yeah?
Which
Like
thing?
for the
Which
normal,
thing's
yeah, we had
stronger?
a normal fire thing, but that just goes out every time, so then you have to keep it going continuously.
But yeah, but if we have a fire pit, we can just always replenish it. Whereas if the campfire goes out, we have to fully build a new one.
But for the for the fire, oh my god, no, the ice. For the fire pit, we need science machine, no?
No, we can build a fire pit without the science machine.
Gonna be fucked if I don't find grass. Got flint.
I got grass. That's wait if you got the. Oh shit.
Yeah, but I moved away a little bit too far because I was looking for flint desperately. Now I need to find grass desperately to get safe back on. Oh my god, am I too far? Grass anywhere, grass. Nope. Okay. Oh, I found grass. Okay, I'm good. Oh, and I had an extra torch. Okay, I'm good. I was so scared. Because I wanted to make I already make a extra pickaxe. Okay, I'm gonna mine some gold and then come back. And then we can make the... Oh, the internet went out for Silky, okay. He's gonna be right back. Okay, I got everything for a science machine.
Nice.
Where am I? Go up again. Oi! It is nice to have the base like sort of with the pot so we can move quickly. I think so. Maybe down from the portal. Is that a good one? Down from the resurrection thing? That still depends how you turn your map south. But it still depends. Near the rocks?
I haven't turned my. It doesn't help me either because I don't know where the rocks are. I haven't been far enough to see rocks.
Water everywhere. Hey, there's a fishing rod. I got a sea fishing rod, but my hands are full. I'm just carrying it. Go. Okay, where are you? Over there. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Look, I have a sea fishing rod. Oh, now I can pick it up. Nice. Oh wait, I don't want to equip this. Okay, should we make... do you want to make still the camp over here on the top, or do you want to make it at the bottom? It is kind of safe here, so that's nice. But at the bottom is closer to the path. And there's still... I think maybe... I don't know, maybe around here? No? Where are you going?
This or whatever.
We do have a lot of resources. I thought maybe around, like maybe just make the camp here. I'm gonna place the... Make... Fire pit.
I'm grabbing some rock.
Okay, we need a shit ton more stone. We need this. We can make that one. Oh, my grass go. Oh, I spent it on that one. Oops. Another dungeon. Okay, we're gonna see if Suki can come back or no. I gotta get more rock. More wood. Oh, for everything. Always. For everything, always.
It is.
My god, this is a filled up dungeon. We have a dungeon with Viking, with Salty, with Kale, and the Muffin.
Find away my save.
Are enjoying your super ninja.
Yeah. Oh my god, and when he's done, he picks everything up and gives it to me.
It's so nice. Hi. Do you have stone?
Yeah.
Oh, then you can build the fire pit here.
Right here. Drop that for a second. Build the fire pit.
Hey.
There we go. Now all we gotta do is just fill it, is just replenish it every time it goes out. But let it go out. Easy peasy. Need to put some stuff away.
I can plant my little spider nest here.
I should definitely cook food.
Wait, let me put the spider nest somewhere a little bit away from our camp.
Well, because I don't know if your friendly ones count as friendly towards us or not.
It should be, but I don't think so.
It's just because the other ones mainly won't, because they were just wild.
Wait, I'm gonna plant it here.
Well, you plant it, and I'll go near it and see if they attack it.
Okay, I woke them up. Yes.
Oh, yeah, no.
But if I do this, then they will stop. No? But that one, okay, wait. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sad I killed my own kind. But okay, like if I heard spiders here.
That's just...
They wake spiders up and then it just gets them. Like these are my friendly spiders, these two. Are they attacking you? Yes. But if I whistle them back.
No.
Nope, okay, they will attack you, so that's how can you be Weber then in a multiplayer one? That's weird, no?
Wait, if
Like I can examine my spider then as well?
If you attack it, does it get angry at you, or does it still stay friendly?
Wait, I dropped my what the fuck? Where did I go? Oh, my axe is just done. I'll make a new axe. Come back here. It's just not listening to me. I'm sorry. But that's the thing, like they're nice, but to me, so yeah, I don't know.
Nice, but it's... You'd think for a game like this, they would make it so, you know...
Yeah, that's why I'm like,
so
am I doing
normal.
something wrong? It says like if you put it on the, how do you say it? Like if you call them back, then they should stop attacking as well. But they're just continuing to attack you continuously. So I don't know.
Something tells me that only works for like random like in-game enemies.
Yeah. Like your shadow doesn't attack me, so they have to ability to do that
Yeah,
stuff,
I
but
don't.
okay, what do we need for the traps again? More silk, more grass. Okay, put a little bit in there. And I wanna, yeah, okay, we're just gonna make a shit ton. Like, I want the walls, but maybe we can, like, it is maybe easier to get stone even than other stuff. Then we need an alchemy machine. Oh, but I don't know how to get the electrical do that thing. I have no idea what it is. Okay. Where are we? Okay, I'm going for a wood run, a wood run, grass run. This way. Grass and wood, another dungeon.
The internet went out.
You're back.
Yeah, I had to go turn the box, unplug it, and then plug it back in, turn it on for it to work.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, we have like a science machine and fire pit thing with the stones.
Nice.
We have a good spot this time. I'm pretty happy with it.
Oh, where did the fishing pole go?
Fish, fish, fish.
The fishing pole's gone.
What? I have a fishing
Damn
pole
it.
in the chest.
Did you pick it up?
Yeah.
Okay, that was the fishing pole. It was a sea fishing pole.
Yeah. It was. Oh, was that your body?
Yeah. It wasn't my body. It was just Ow!
Okay, should I remove the spider nest over there? Is that what you're saying, Owl, or no?
Don't steal food from. Oh, don't steal food. Don't steal food from a. Die! Why aren't you dying? I'm running. I'm running. It's not going well.
Har is a pretty cool character with a ninja clone that he can send to attack everything now.
Do not steal food from a buzzard.
Okay.
Vulture.
Okay, good one.
Hit me.
There's a lot of bunnies here, so we can just hunt bunnies here. I'm so hungry.
Coming. Oh, hello. I live.
Okay, the main camp is down the portal. So if you have up where the end of the triangle is, then down is where the path is. So yeah, you see it on the map, I think, with the science machine and everything, no?
Sea fishing rod. Yay.
Thank you for the lyrics, Salty.
Stop.
Damn. Oh, present.
And another dungeon. Dungeon.
Shoes. Oh.
Look at my feet.
You got shoes?
I got butterflies. I got butterflies on my
They have
feet.
some shoes.
I got butterflies on my feet.
I have nice little bows.
Wobbly.
Oh, I found a puddle, I think. I see a frog. Yeah. Berries in a puddle. And immediately he starts to attack me, obviously. Fuck you, frog. Let me grab this carrot and just leave in peace. Okay? God damn it, frog. Damn it. It didn't have to be this way. Okay, I'm just gonna go away.
But it did. It totally did.
Picking all the flowers. Oh my god, I'm dying because I'm starving. Okay, it's time to go.
Ooh, I want to learn.
Let's go, Mr. Z. Let's go. How you doing? Thank you for checking in again. Gotta go eat something.
Oh no.
Hey, does any one of you already got a backpack?
Just stay around me.
Oh, okay, wait.
Oh, never mind.
Should I just... Yeah, that's what I said. Like, should I kill the spiders?
My shadow guy can't take the damage, genius.
Maybe I should kill the spider. Okay.
My guy
Cause
doesn't like being hurt. Where's my dog?
I will kill it.
Oh, there you are.
There you go.
At least you get some silk for it.
Yep. Yeah, I spawned with a spider egg, so I wanted to try, but the thing is, it's still weird that they keep attacking you guys as well. That's not what we want. Okay, I'm gonna make some.
Maybe we should all just be spiders next time.
Yeah. Okay. Who wants a backpack? Anyone wants a backpack? Oh shit, we need more sticks. Anyone has sticks?
I got 1 stick. Exactly.
I need 2 sticks.
I got some sticks.
Wait, can you give me some sticks? Then I can make you guys backpack.
Oh, now I have 7 sticks. Why do I have that many
Oh.
sticks?
Oh,
Can I get the
did
sticks?
give them to you?
Yes, you did. Here you go.
Thank you. Okay, there you go. This is backpack number 2. Backpack number 3. Okay, there's a backpack for both of you. What are you talking about? Why do you just keep talking?
I'm telling a spooky story at campsite.
How did you do that?
She's a scout. That's what she does. They have little campfires.
You're teaching us about nature, everything. Oop, Denji, and a raffle. Join. Okay, but there's a campfire here, people. A backpack for both of you here. I went looking for him myself, you know. They say he was once the owner of a big lumber company who gave the order to clear cut an entire forest against the wishes of the people who lived
About your
there.
past life.
Yes. Yes, you were. To be continued. Okay, we have to wait until the next night then.
My sanity is going down because I'm hurt.
Oh god.
Well, why when I hover over your pet it says open? Why am I opening it? What?
Yeah, we cannot open it, but it has a little backpack.
Oh. So why the hell am I trying to open the dog? What's going on here? What kind of weird stuff is this?
I can make this one.
Was it for me?
Yeah. I don't know where we can get an electrical doobie ding. But we need it. We can make it. Oh, we can make it! Oh! We are suffering. Okay, yep. Everything is gonna be fine now. Okay, and I need a shit ton more sticks again. Okay. Let me put this in here. That one there. That one there. That one there. Oh, goddamn. Wrong button. Every time. Okay, still whistle. Put one in there. Put in there. Gonna put the tools in. No, cook the berries first. And eat the berries. Oh my god, I'm so dead.
How does one
Those are gonna save it.
increase their sanity?
Their
So
what?
I'm gonna die with my sanity.
Yeah, you gotta eat better. Like that's if you find like the berry stuff that heals your health and your thing. Like if the rest is low, your sanity drowns, and then if the rest is okay,
Yeah, well,
you just stand near
I've
the
got
fire.
110 thing and like 35 health. Yes. Healing.
Like I think like if the rest is okay enough, then you should heal up if you're standing near the campfire. You get like the little arrow. Wait, okay, don't starve. Sanity. Okay, insanity effects, yes, but how do you improve it? Eating, magic, water resurrecting ghost player, sleeping, eating stuff, sleeping on a bedroll, killing a monster, repairing something. Yeah, eating a beard gives you more sanity. Prototype items. So if you prototype items from the science machine, eating most crockpot dishes, picking flowers. Quite a bit, actually. Surprised me. Okay. We have a little gift. Ooh, a little gift. What do we got this time? More shoes. I like my little butterfly shoe.
Oh, you got buckled shoes.
Okay, the fire is going out. Uh-oh. But still, so if you have really low sanity, you can also like prototype the next few items if you want to.
I've run away.
I go up. Stay a little close. Dying breed? What? What? Oh, my axe broke. Okay. But like, why can't I immediately, like, couldn't chop the tree anymore? And it just kept saying, this is a dying breed while I was trying to chop it down. Oh my. I'm gonna just, this is a nice spot for other resources and stuff, but we need to invest in getting the traps up quicker. Or Star can go around on killing sprees with his little shadow. Sorry, what?
Oh, I jumped in a wormhole. That was not my intention.
Oh gosh. You can jump back or no?
Yeah.
Hey, Viking. We join up.
Okay, picking flowers is.
I won the raffle. Back, yes, thank you. Okay, can you join back in or no? Like jump back in?
Oh, I did.
Okay. How is your sanity doing, Silk?
It's going up.
It is almost
15 hours
nighttime,
was
so we do
helpful.
have to get back to the campfire.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. There's berries.
Berries. I get to tell a campfire story.
Hi.
I get to tell a campfire story. Campfire story.
Yay, the were beaver. I can make straw hats that we need. Oh, this is a hammer. Smashes all kinds of things. Oh, okay, interesting. I can make this one. I need more sticks still. What do we need? Thank you. To be continued again? My god, the cliffhangers. We need this, so then we need that one. We need a gold. We need a lot more gold, I think. Maybe, no, we all have a backpack now. Gonna make more wood in the... And I want the crock pot. I need more stick charcoal. We need so much stuff, my gosh. Okay. Decent, but decent. Okay, I think I'm gonna place down the first traps.
Oh, shall we plan? I'm gonna stay by fire.
Okay. Silky, how are you doing energy-wise? Do you want to keep going for much longer?
Yeah, I'm good.
Why am I not? Oh, I'm still starving again. What? Someone got a special thing, a trophy? What did they catch? A diamond? Oh my gosh, amazing. It just continues to ring up. Vegimus, you got a diamond. Wait, Vegimus, are you still gaming or you can't sleep? You okay? Oh my god, it's still counting. Jesus. Okay, there's bunnies here. So then if I place a bunny trap, that's a trap. And then put seed. Wait. Okay, we're gonna catch bunnies here.
Oh.
We need a lot of sticks and we need a lot of grass and wood and everything. I'm gonna check. Another Denti. You're a rich man. Yes, you are. Wait, let me check on the leaderboard. Silk is still on the top. Damn, Silk. Still thinking fish is a shit ton. Vegemite is in the top 5 now.
No one will take my spot. Mine. Mine.
Oh my god, the bird ate my bait with the seed.
Oh. Yeah, they
Maybe
eat
the seed is not gonna work for the bunnies, I'm not sure. Maybe the bunnies need a carrot? It does make sense, but... Yeah, they
I would say
do.
put grass there.
Vegemite, have you played this? Yes, because you suggested Weber, right? Okay, have any one of you seen any carrots?
No.
Again.
Found another
Why is it
sinkhole.
so hard to find branches? Okay, find one. There's another wild spider here. I did years ago play with my own brother. Oh, nice. So this is our, I think, maybe in total 5th playthrough. No? We're learning, we're progressing. We don't know, like, that's the thing. I do like to just try to figure out the game first a little bit. And then Google more, because otherwise it's just following like tutorials and stuff. But there is a lot we don't know yet.
Found a carrot.
Found a carrot? You want to put it
Found
in the trap?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Nice. We have another dungeon. We got 8.5 hours in it. How many hours do I have? That's the thing. Like, I did play it, but I loved it. But I played it with a couple of friends. But I also had like 10 hours. It was a long time ago, so I don't remember everything. We are playing on the relaxed mode, so all my stuff is going down because I am starving. But we're not dying. Because we kept dying, so we're playing on the easy mode. Hey, there's the skeleton. That's just a random skeleton, that's not one. Okay, I have a productive day mining here. I check this.
Did you make more than one
More than one what?
trap?
No, not yet. We need more sticks.
Okay. I've got 5 sticks.
You can make them in the science machine.
What, sticks?
Oh no, the bunny trap. I need more. Oh, I found a carrot. Like I keep just processing the most of the stuff we have, so we have like, yeah, a little bit of extra rope and the processed planks and stuff. Ooh, Vegemite found an epic pirate hat. Nice. Already nighttime, not almost. Pick everything I can here. We found a place with a lot of the dry things. Okay.
Another nighttime story.
We go down. The path. Why can't I see the path? Am I blind? Well, it is dark, but there should be a path. Yay, there it is. Okay, got it. Oi. Oh no, my light went out. Make a new light, make a new light. Whoa. I went the wrong way as well, didn't I? Yes, I. Gosh. Oh, it is daytime. That went very smooth. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm getting all the sticks I can here and then going back down because I am kind of starving. But I do want to cook the stuff that we have because otherwise it's kind of a waste. But yeah, there are a lot of bunnies there, so I was thinking we can just place a couple of traps. Like this one. We need charcoal. This time I'm intentionally burning down some trees here because we do need charcoal and I don't know how to get charcoal. Other than burning stuff. Sometimes it works. My God, I keep finding so many resources here, but now I'm just gathering forever. Where am I? Okay, this is not so far. Good. Oh. The one sparkle. I think you can make a science machine to research stuff. Yes, 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 we do. So we do have like one place where we gather our stuff together now. So we picked that as our main base. I'm trying to get like all the resources and stuff that we need for that. For things. So that's why I was grabbing like doing like a little mining round, just grabbing all the resources basically. Because we have the science machine, we have the thinking machine thingy. We need to make batteries basically, and we need to get more scraps, some more steady sources of like food. Because if this was like the normal Don't Starve, we would have been all dead again. Like I'm happy it's the relaxed one because now, but still our health is just dropping like crazy. Okay, I did get some charcoal. Now, yes, I'm gonna go. Gonna get more wood. So this axe is done as well. Chupa thinking machine. No. So you have the science machine, and you have like a thinking machine or thinking tank. I forgot what the exact name was now. Thinking something. Then you have an alchemy machine. There's a lot of different kind of machines. Okay, I got, what is this? Where I want to 11? I thought I had more. I have 11 sticks. Every time I think I have a shit ton, it's not that much. If you learn some, dying all the time doesn't really teach you much. Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, like for sure, because well, this is the first time. I don't remember much, or doesn't remember much. If you just continue to die from the basic mechanics in the game, then it is not fun. You first need to figure out a little bit, train a little bit, how the game works and everything. And then at some point we're gonna try like the rifle again, I think, but maybe if we have a bigger group, that can also be fun. You can play with 6 people, like unmodded, vanilla. Another dungeon. Music stuff like a day list. What's her name? Are you focused, Tilky?
Yeah.
I got a shit ton of resources. On the wrong side of the water still here. I'm curious, we can make a boat as well at some point. That would be cool. Okay, so this is where our main base is for now. Okay, I have all the reasons. Now, I want this one. So we need this. Yes, and then I can make electrical doodad. And then we can make 2 more stone. More wood. Potter's wheel? No, first I still want the alchemy station, I think. Oh, and also we need to cook. That's why I needed the charcoal. We need more charcoal. Now we can make an alchemy machine.
Will you stop picking that up?
Can you pick up stuff that you placed?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
Gotta be a way.
We got an alchemy machine. Nice. Now we can make that one. We can make that one. I need more. Yeah, okay. I want more storage for now. And we still need more wood again. Can make this more. Are you looking forward to the 1.0 launch of Valheim? Oh, when? When's that happening? I haven't seen much about that actually. We have been playing a lot of Valheim, but I haven't played it in a while. I do want to still get back to playing for some point.
Yeah.
The flower petals are just gonna die here, so that's the case. Ice as well. Cook all of my food. When is the 9th of September? Ooh. You maybe want to share that in the Discord as a little reminder. I didn't read a lot. Hey, why did I drop all my stuff? That was not my intention. Put it in there. Put it in there. One. Basically everything processed, and we can keep this, put that one there. Finally gonna eat, I guess. Oh. Just in main chat? Oh yeah, that's good, that's fine, yeah. We also have like a Valheim channel under the gamer stuff. Like I have, for the all different games that we play, I have different threads that kind of close when they're not active, but we have, and in that way, yeah, just a place for every game that we play basically. So you can always put stuff down, yeah, just related to the game. We use it as well, like with Conan, to put stuff or game guides or tips or whatever. There's also the gamer recommendation there if you see a fun game like, oh, I want to see Muffin play this. Fish, 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 fish. I kind of want to work on getting us like walls as well, so we have like an actual like sort of a base. And then we can make a farm again. Do you need a specific resource? Are you working towards something, Silky?
No.
No? Baltic. That's the sweets, right? Or well, not really sweet, more like licorice. Finnish fish. It is very fitting. Finn gets a Finnish fish. Yep, yep, yep. Does your doggo pick up stuff automatically?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Just came here to steal the sticks. Smart. Okay, but the spider one, like, I didn't know which one, and I do like the fact that you can sort of train the spiders, but I still feel like it is kind of stupid / useless, like, that it will attack you guys continuously, because then I cannot keep a spider's nest close to the house.
Here.
That's sad.
There we go.
Another dungy. Okay, what level are you now? 38. Nice. Standing FB here. In a whole row. Hey, if we chop everything down, we also gotta replant. Otherwise, we're out of trees in no time. Planting an entire forest next to our house. Just don't mind me. I promise not to burn it down. Okay. Like, I want to figure out, like, if we can actually, like, place the beds, or if they're basically, like, a one use only, or if we all need a bed. And thank you for the message. Yeah, I saw the message in the server from Vegimus. It's so kind.
Do not catch those on fire, you hear me?
But we do need to light some stuff on fire somewhere, because we need charcoal. I'm gonna light this on fire. This far away from the house. No, put the matches down. But we need charcoal. Just trying to see if we can get some charcoal. This is far from the house. I'm sorry, Spider. I'm not gonna attack you. You're my buddy. If we need silk, we can check, but I also just have to shave my beard still. Are we only getting ashes? I need charcoal. Charcoal! And And it is light for now. Hey, did we check the bunny trap already? Are you making more bunny traps?
I haven't checked it.
Okay, wait, let me... Where's our home? Over there. Got a campfire story. Oh gosh.
Oh, he's coming to steal the fire. Ah, he didn't make it. Music to soothe savage beasts.
Hold on. This one. I have a compass.
I need food.
Oh, we have a card! Oh, yay! But can I map scroll? And we need a feather. And papyrus. Ah, why is that locked? There's a science machine. Oh, we need to read, but we don't have read. Okay. Okay. I need to make this. I need to shave my beard, people. It's so funny still. If I shave my beard, we get silk because I grow a silk beard.
That's funny.
What else can we make? This, a bug net. I can catch butterflies and a bird trap. Nice. Oh, yes. Still working on the farm again. Fuck yeah. Jerky. We can make jerky. But I still want to make the pot. Crock pot. But we can start with making jerky, maybe.
I don't like that you can't put the outfit on. Oh. Yeah. That. That's stupid.
Your dog keeps picking up the seeds. Okay, we have one bird trap here.
We all remember that horrible and tragic
What?
night.
We all remember
Everyone
that
was out
horrible and
enjoying
tragic
themselves.
night?
Muffin's evil mind thought it was a good idea to start a fire by their base.
No, don't remind me.
Many trees and villages never saw it coming. Oh, the humanity.
Don't remind me. Oh gosh. Yes, that's the thing. So we just started a completely new save because it was just, yeah. It was bad. Okay, it was bad.
Wobbly now has a drying rack attached
What?
to her. Wobbly?
Yeah?
She's got a drying rack attached to her.
Did you make that?
Yeah. It was a skill. Wobbly, come here.
That's awesome.
So you could put food in the upper area to dry.
Yeah, I just made the drying rack here, but then you have like a portable food thing. Then you can just go adventuring forever.
Portable.
Awesome.
Aw,
I'm wearing a
look
hat.
at you with your flowered crown.
Look at my little butterfly shoes and my flower crown. Oh no. I have seeds, but that's it. And I have some steel petals. Do you need this? I'm feeding you. This is just healing a little. Okay, there you go. I gave you the rest. Okay, the bird trap is there. What else do we need? Maybe another chest. Oh, we have a grass suit. Okay, okay. Oh, did you use all the wood again?
No.
And the wood was used with other stuff. But I gotta get more wood again. Wood. What is the next thing we need? Maybe we need to unlock better weapons, but then we need the alchemy engine to build a prototype. Yeah, we need more boards again. I want better tools. We have a shit ton of gold. We can make golden tools. I feel like they should last longer. Okay, gotta get more sticks, gotta get more wood. I'm gonna try to catch butterflies. Butterfly. Wait, do we have one stick or did I just spend all my stick? Yes. Okay. Ninja! Whoa, 9 hours! Yes! Yes, Ninja, that is the thing. If we're like really into a game, then yeah. This keeps happening every time we game together, Shilk. Are you a little sleepy or no?
No. I'm just here.
Okay. Yeah, I think I might like check. Like I am planning like a Counter-Strike stream tonight as well. I feel still very awake, so that's yeah. How was our bunny trap? Oh, over there. Okay. We gotta run up like. Oh gosh. Gosh. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm attacked. Yeah, I'm okay. I know. Friends huddled close. Are you telling a different story every night? Hoping it's light and safe and from alert beyond.
Some of them are the same, some of them aren't.
Us already too late. No. And then just dramatic pause. I said late. No. Bobby, you were supposed to jump out and scare them. Okay, that might have been my favorite. Oh, then you're just gonna start again. The Lord of Gorge? Gorge? Hello, night searching for the perfect carved pumpkin. Your place is missing it. If your pumpkin is chosen... Oh no!
Oh.
I was so into the story. Okay, I think maybe because we're standing too close, this bird trap is not working, so I'm just gonna...
Oh, I caught a bird. It was working fine. I caught a bird.
Okay, then I'm just gonna put it back. I was like, I haven't seen a bird in here.
My sanity's going up right now.
Okay, that's for the birds. You can make more bird traps if you want to.
I think it's the woods. All these trees. Whenever I cut a tree, my stamina or my sanity seems to go down because I'm a Boy Scout. Oh, caught a cardinal.
Hungry rabbit. They're hungry and angry. We could make something with live rabbits as well. What was that? What needed rabbits again? Miner hat. Oh my god, yes. I'm gonna catch fireflies. Next night, I'm just on a quest to catch fireflies, okay? I'm blind on the magical power of your top hat. Is this gonna spawn bunnies? We need 4 bunnies, 2 boards, and a top hat to make it. Yeah, we don't have the materials right now. Can I just hang the bunnies here? That's against the rules. I have to murder them first, okay? Murder. 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 Feel bad. Oh my gosh. Okay, can we make more bird traps? Oh my gosh. Oh, we need to get more shield, more sticks. Okay, I'm gonna chop down all these trees. The trees are a little much. Maybe we can make the forest a little bit more up. Hey, English muffin!
Those trees. Those trees are what's giving me sanity. Little trees, and I'm not happy. Trees give me sanity. I've just learned that.
You're happy with the trees?
Yes, my character is happy when there's trees. Sanity goes up when I'm next to a living tree.
Okay, so we do need the forest next to us. Good to know. Hello, hello. Let me give as well. What the hell? What's this? Is this a Tangia? What the hell was that? I never seen that one before. What the hell? Blue screen? Ninja. Okay, that I was like, what the fuck's happening? But no. Okay. Thank you. I've never seen that one. Did you see that, Silk?
No.
The whole screen was just like error messages. Yeah? Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, go sprinkle some love to the English muffin. That's where I said earlier tonight, where you get packed in the chat right away when you enter. But they have very fun commands. Nice. Now we're talking. We're getting some food. Finally. And yeah, in English muffin, the thing is, the same with Ninja Rope, you were like, oh my god, you're still going. That's the thing. Like, when I'm tired, I'm tired. But I slept a lot. Like, I did a big, good nap yesterday. Then I got too much energy. And this is a very fun game. And we started like 4 or 5 times over again. But now we're finally getting the hang of it a little bit. But then it's also a shame to... You also just want to keep going, you know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah. Hi, Star. One can never get enough of naps, that's all. Yeah, but I went swimming yesterday again for the very first time in weeks. Oh my god, it was good. It was freaking cold, but because it was freaking cold, there were like no people around, which was really nice. Hey, okay, you're back in the game as well, Star. Welcome. Hey, I'm impressed. I get it. Streaming is fun. Yeah, that's the thing. So I get energy from the stream, and then I just have to set like an end time for myself at some point, because otherwise, yeah, earlier this year we did like 20-hour streams on accident, which was a good time. But I am planning to go live again tonight. In, what is it now? 7.5 hours? So I am gonna take a nap in between. That's a good idea. I'm just planting trees, chopping trees, planting trees, chopping trees. That's the life.
Trees make me happy.
Yeah, I'm gonna replant them again, don't worry.
My man was talking.
Can we remove the stumps as well, or how do we remove the stumps?
Do they disappear? To remove the stump.
But do they disappear after a while, or how do you... Or do we have to get the shovel for that?
You need the shovel to remove them.
Oh my gosh, okay. Shovel time! Yes, okay, dig.
Still pick up button shirt.
Oh, it drops wood still even. Okay, nice. Because then it won't be a complete mess here, but we can just make the same rows. Okay, that's good. Oh wait, your doggo can pick it up. Doggo, follow me.
Yeah. Yes, the trucks do.
Eventually I can assign her to follow you.
Get the wood, Doggo. You got
Yeah,
it.
she holds on to all of it.
Oh, Dunchies. We can't trust her with a lighter. Don't give her dynamite. Okay, so yes, one of the reasons still that we started again was because I burned down the last base. It wasn't. Yeah, I know. Okay, I do need to drink. Thank you for making me a marshmallow. Drink. Okay, I did say sorry for burning everything down. It was an honest mistake. Oh gosh, the darkness is coming. Oh, more. He has a hook for a hand. Oh my gosh. Huge? You're not supposed to know that yet. Oh no. Put more? I can put a red bird here. Murder. I didn't get stuff. Oh, okay. Click. Oh my Jesus. Of his hook hand. Oh my gosh. He has a hook hand. The hookman can get you. The only thing in this forest are beargers, hounds, dragonflies, tree guards. Yeah, we have experienced that. My gosh. Just updating us on all the more murderous beings that there are here. Oh my gosh, why is this so full? Okay, I'm gonna drop my seeds, but I don't want your doggo to eat them. No, my seeds! Okay. Wait, maybe these are spoiled, so we can just put them in the fire. I need to make another chest. Where can we make a chest? Yes, we can make a chest. Craft. Make this. Plop it next to this one. And I'm gonna sort a little bit. I'll just get the resources in there. Just gonna put my... No. I'm gonna murder this one. Put other stuff here. Like the more rare stuff. What's this? Forget-me-not seeds?
Bobby,
Oh,
I put those down.
That reminds me, I got a flower.
Nice.
That's forget me about the flower.
I put it in the other one. Wait, let me put it back. I was like, that's special. We could put like the special stuff there. I don't know. But now I moved that. Okay. I put the gold back. Put this back. Charcoal. We need more charcoal.
Wow. Well, we got like a fire running.
If I have one more rope and a straw roll, it's a portable protection from the elements.
Straw roll. The only problem is you need to be not hungry to use it.
What?
Why am I? Why can't I?
Oh, the bear trap is expired again?
Why did I go in my inventory for, huh? I didn't pick it up. Why the fuck did... Huh?
No, it just expires after so many times, I think.
No, it put it in my inventory.
Oh, then you can put it down. Oh, okay.
That's why I was confused. Like I didn't click on it. So I used them like.
Hey, don't forget to put a seed in it. Do you have seeds? I have seeds. Here. There you go.
No, I do.
Magic. This will now be a meme for you. No, that one time that I burned down everything. I know.
Yeah, we don't think about that no more.
Oh, tent! What the hell? Oh my gosh! Can you make more
We
tents?
decided-
Yeah, I can.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I need another shovel. Oh shit. Wait, I put my things in here. Wait, shit, do we not have any more sticks anymore? Okay. If anyone has a shovel, maybe they wanna clear up the rest of the stuff, but I'm gonna plant more.
Hold on. Let me move. Wobbly. Come here. How many sticks do you have?
Bobby?
5. Now I have 43 sticks. How many sticks do you need?
Yeah, I needed like a shovel because I was clearing out all the stumps here. But I'm now just planting new trees again. Come on, come on, come on. Focus! Yes, okay. And I got more bunny traps. Do we have carrots? What is this? Punching bag?
Yeah, punching bag.
Bird.
Oh. What's their food doing? Small jerky! I made jerky. The birds mostly give feathers. Okay, I put everything in the chest. I planted a shit ton of new trees. Do we have any carrots? I don't think so. This is not working with the seeds now. We need carrots. I'm gonna put down another trap. Doggies are coming! Doggies are coming! We didn't make any walls yet, people. The dogs are coming again.
I can put a guard down once I know.
Are you gonna protect our butts?
Yeah.
I need, okay, twigs, flint, and rope. Do we have flint, rope, everything?
Once I actually know where they are, I will summon.
Oh, you used every rope? Okay, good. I do want to make a weapon quick. Like just some weapon, something. Shit, does someone have one stick for me?
I do.
No, I do not.
Here. Come here. Where you at?
Here. Thank you.
Here. Hey.
Oh gosh.
Here. Oh.
Because I need to
Here's
take
your
my
gun.
flint out. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I want to make a
Come
weapon!
Come.
Prototype. Am I making it? Nope. Okay, I died in the house. We need walls!
No.
Okay, I'm just gonna go back, grab my stuffs again, and I wanted to make a weapon. Oh my god, your ghost has a little toy! You got a stick for me, nice, thank you, come here. Protect us. Okay, I'm dying.
I don't have my book on me.
I'm gonna take them with me, and then just run somewhere. I don't know where yet, I don't have a plan.
Damn dog.
Spider attack! Spider, oh no, I'm dead, oh no. Spider, go, you can do it.
We're back.
Spider's gonna do. Spider's dead. I'm dead too. He ate the spider! What a mean bastard. Thank you for the lurk again, Salty. Okay, the doggos are swimming next back to our house. They're getting you. We need walls, people.
Ah! Oh. I froze.
Thing is, my weapons, everything, they're just stuck under.
Where that becomes a graveyard.
We have no weapon.
Nope. Just reading them somewhere. Anywhere. Someone haunt the bees. Make them come out angry. Maybe they'll go after the dogs.
Yeah, I'm trying to look like I did see a puddle with 3 frogs at some point, but I don't know where. Or I just want to get myself so I have a weapon. Where's your ninja attack guy, Star? Okay, I want to get my stuff. My stuff is gonna fade away. No, yes, yes, yes.
I know. I'm lagging. No.
I'm dead.
I'm just looking for a swamp at this point. Okay. Okay. Ah! They just don't leave well enough alone. A yak.
We can set them on fire.
People though.
If I revive myself now, and I should at least be able to get my stuff right. I lost my flower crown. Wait, is that still here? Yes.
Ow.
Get everything?
I found some froggy.
Okay. Now make a weapon. Oh, I need rope. The head rope on me. What? Where did all the rope go?
Found frogs, but frogs aren't doing anything.
Yeah, they're healing like very minimal.
No, I mean they're not attacked. Oh, I'm being attacked by monsters now.
I need carrots. Holy shit, our garden is amazing. Your potatoes? You can talk to the plants?
Yeah.
That helps?
I'm going the wrong way.
My gosh.
Oh,
Can I put one corn in there?
Oh, I'm dead. I think that's the...
How do I put them in the farm?
swamp. Yeah, found the swamp. Cool.
Got one. Another bunny. Oh my gosh, why?
Bunny?
Oh my gosh, why? Not let me get my grass. I'm mad.
You're not allowed to have grass.
We still don't have armor or walls. Like that's, yeah. Gonna try. Like I want to try to attack them, but the thing is, if you have like a whole group like this, they just cluster you, which makes it fucking hard. So we gotta lead them to other enemies, but
It's if we knew where they all were.
found enemy. Making the eye bird attack. It's working. Eye bird killed one. Eye bird 2.
Hey, Wolfie. Here.
Oh my god, it's working! It's working! Look, 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 look! Eye birds are killing every one of them for us.
Good.
It worked! Okay, now I gotta run. They're dead, people!
Let's hope that's all of them.
They're dead! We did it!
I hope that's all of them.
They killed 5. I think that was it. My god, it was intense. Oh! Okay, you're back, nice. And we have a Danji. Hey, I'm down at the hospital. I need to go and prick some blood. They're gonna do a fetal DNA test. His weight can be 5 months. Yep. Like, I've also been, like, tested for autoimmune DNA stuff, and I had to wait for so fucking long for any results, but it can help. I got a scary rabbit on me.
Are you stuck?
I'm just gonna murder the scary rabbit. Nightmare fuel?
Oh, you picked up my stuff. Why thank you. Why do I have nightmare fuel?
Yeah, me too. I think because our sanity is dropping. I killed a bunny, and then the bunny didn't give meat, but it gave him nightmare fuel. That was not what we want. I can't hear you right now, so I don't know if you saw my message, but I also sent it to Sep. Oh.
So I got a tent roll. It's portable. There's another one where you can just make a tent, which requires 4 twigs and 6 silk. Speaking of, where are my twigs? I think I gave my twigs to you. It's not.
Yeah, exactly what Benjamin said. Oh Lord, I'm sorry to hear the wait is that long. That is the thing, like I also have to do the DNA test. I'm in the Netherlands. Currently, I had the test scheduled, I think last year, like in January. They were done like in March, and then the results were... Oh my god, jeez, we're gonna die again. Oh, it's daytime.
Adding fuel
Hey, does
to
anyone
right
want to-
as they're coming seems to help.
What?
Does anyone want to come read the sign here? Anyone want to read the sign?
Sticks.
Oh, here, Silk, I don't know how to plant stuff, so I'm just gonna give this to you back. Oh, the bird.
Oh, yeah,
Bird trap
I
gone. Hey, there's my bucket. Okay, does everyone have all their stuff? Are we all complete again?
For the most part, yeah. You need a hoe. A hoe.
I got a tomato, a potato. I got a corn. I got a carrot.
So much resource.
I got a
Okay,
pumpkin.
but the backpack is nice, but I want armor and a backpack, but that's not
I got
possible.
a pepper. And I
We
got
need
an
rope.
eggplant.
Cross.
And then I got the rest of seeds.
Do you need to replant the seeds? Do you need like hoe then to plant them?
Yeah, you need a hoe. I'm out of hoe, so.
Let me check what I need for a hoe again. I need 2 sticks.
Okay, here you go. Okay, I'm gonna go for massive resource run, I think. Oh wait, but we also can chop down everything. Are the trees now fully grown or no? No, they're still getting bigger. My gosh, so many. Okay, where have we gone? We have some there. What do we need? I need carrots, but I don't know. Are we farming carrots?
There's 2 carrots I put in the chest.
Corn is not working for the bunnies. If you want to, we have 3 bunny traps here. Need to refill them with stuff so we can catch more bunnies. Why did the rabbits still... Oh, the rabbits are still looking like horror monsters. I'm gonna catch butterflies.
Horror monsters.
Yeah, they're nightmare fuel. Literal. I'm gonna catch a bee. I'm gonna catch another bee.
I need nightmare fuel.
Haha! I can kill rabbits. I just have to hit them twice.
Okay,
with
okay,
my,
okay.
thingy.
Yeah, as long as they don't know how to get back to their place, you can kill them. But now they're just showing us nightmare fuel for me. I need to get better sanity. My sanity is doing really shit. I need food. Oh, there's honey here.
My sanity is no. Oh! I caught a bunny.
Yeah.
It was in one of the traps. It was in one of the. We got a bunny.
Yeah, you can murder. Oh gosh, there are bats here again.
No.
Oh my god, I'm killing the bats. No, they're killing me. They're killing me. Mayday, mayday. Fuck, why is my health so low?
I do remember seeing there was a recipe for bunnies that needed bunnies.
Yeah, the hi-hat. So we can try to get that, but then we need to catch a lot in a short amount of time.
Here's yours.
I think I... Okay.
Where are you?
I know.
Here. Stop, stay still. There you go.
Then we can sleep through the night and then I can finally heal. Oh my god,
You
yes.
gotta right click.
Yes.
You also need to be not hungry. I don't know what the right amount of hunger is. I just know you can't be hungry.
Our tummy is rumbling, we can't sleep.
Yeah.
I was making monster jerky, is that done already?
Oh,
Can I have some popcorn? Monster meat is not gonna be jerky, I think, maybe. No, maybe it is, because it is... I could put it there. I have a bee, by the way. Just a random wild bee. Yeah. And a butterfly. But I'm gonna murder the butterfly now, I'm sorry. Do we need the wings? But we can maybe make a honeycomb. I want to know how or where or when. Yep. Honey. A bee box. Okay, so if you have 4 bees and a honeycomb, then we can make our own little bee box. Oh, you can make a little thingy to put all your seeds in. 3 gem. Oh my god, we can make so much more food. You missed out on Muffin burning their first base down and killing none of them in the process.
I'm
sorry, Star. I'm sorry.
Muffin murdered me. She murdered me. Can you believe it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, probably is. Oh my gosh.
If you think there was another answer, then yes, you're wrong.
Okay, what is okay to eat? Do we have something extra? Can I eat some potatoes?
Just make sure you cook the food.
Okay, I'm cooking potatoes because I'm dying. And then we can sleep through the night.
And I don't know what gives the most food.
Okay, are we ready to sleep? Oh my god! I'm in my little tent!
Bye-bye.
Night night! Night Star! Star, you also have a little tent. Get in bed. Ah.
Hold on.
We're just gonna watch Star
Yeah.
Numb through the night. Not very
No.
lucky.
Okay, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough food.
It said the fire would spread, but yeah. Everyone is in their tent, right?
Yep.
Are we
Yeah.
not skipping the night?
And my sanity is going up like crazy.
Oh no, you're not in your tent.
I'm in there. Hi.
I thought maybe we were just gonna skip through the night. That sounds like her. No.
Ah,
Sounds like- Yeah, that makes sense. Muffin is a pyromaniac. Yep. Well, to be fair,
Nah,
there
it
are
does-
several clips of me saying burn everything. So yeah.
It
Oh,
doesn't
my
skip
sanity
the
is fully
night.
cleared.
It just makes us trade our food for sanity. That's what it is.
Build the bed.
Good job.
And go. Oh, the monster meat is gonna be monster jerky. Nice. Monster jerky all the way. Okay.
Silk. Before silk.
But now I want more bees. Okay, I'm gonna, yeah, I wanna hunt for bees. We need to cut down the trees here as well. And I wanna know how we can delete our skeletons because it's annoying.
So annoying. I wonder if a hammer would work.
Why does everyone think? I mean, it's in their song. Die, die, die. What's happening? Yep. You know what? I need on Twitch subtitles. I have subtitles on.
I'm going hunt.
Test subtitles. Okay, if you press the double
Damn it.
there you go. Because I actually added subtitles in the stream lately. I didn't know there was an option yet, and I was like, oh my god, fuck yes. So then you can still hear, even if yeah, you can only read at the moment. You can still hear. Does that make sense? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's fine. I keep forgetting what I'm on to make. There's so much to explore, and I still feel like I should need armor or. Oh, okay. I want to have like a shit ton of silk. And then I can make like the beekeeper hat, and then we have like our own little bee place. A buffalo groomer? A wardrobe? We need a wardrobe. I'm just still a fence or a wall or something. Do you guys want, what kind of wall do we want? Like maybe the easiest would be a stone wall for now. I can get a shit ton of stone. We need the other resources more for other stuff. Yeah. Those birds are making nasty. It is on mobile too. They aren't very accurate. No. It's like the automatically generated subs from YouTuber stuff. It's just auto, yeah. And then there's the accent, and then it makes interesting. I don't know. It makes for interesting subtitles sometimes. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna get us a shit ton of wood. Should we make like a nice couple of stone walls around our base? Maybe, yeah. We need to work on getting some. We are surviving. Finally, we're doing better.
That's just a goddamn hound.
Why'd you just jinx us?
Sorry. Okay, I'm knocking the wood. Knocking the wood. Nothing happened.
Gonna do it 3 times.
Yes.
Just like the nut.
Oh my gosh. No, Bird, I'm not doing anything here. I was just passing through. Don't have to attack me. No, no, no. Ow. That was my butt. No, 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 no. Thank you. We're good. Dynamite everything. What is this? A rock then? It looks warm in here. Oh!
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, and beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm. They're the Jedi of the sea. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Just don't let them touch your balls. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. They made us up dishes goodbye.
Oh, some of the subtitles?
What is this?
What am I saying according to the subtitles? So, 2 is move up soon, or Sherry Andrade known outside automatically generated sauce from teaching words of them that.
I'm so scared.
Silk?
I'm so scared. Help me. Help me.
Where are you? Silk?
I don't know if I want to deal with this. Somebody set it on fire.
What where? I didn't set anything on fire this time.
Yeah, you don't have the option to. Thank God for that.
I'm bringing it.
Not even nearby. I'm just getting us a shit ton of stone.
3 hounds and something called Varg.
But we do need charcoal if there's stuff on fire.
Help. Kissy.
Okay, where am I? Oh gosh.
What is that Varg thing?
Bark.
Uh,
I got these so cute. Okay. I want all the pets. I am a little far from home, but where were you, Silk? You're not streaming the thingy anymore because you went offline.
I'm at home.
There's a wormhole here.
I do not recommend going home.
They are at home.
I don't recommend going home. It's scary.
Oh my god, I'm doing super risky stuff, but I'm catching fireflies in the dark.
Oh my god, he's sleeping at the place now too. Look at him.
In our house?
Yeah, he's just sleeping here. Great. I got a whole bunch of hounds and something called Varg. I was following the footprints. Never followed the footprints.
It sounds like a horror movie.
I should have listened, but it said it feels like something's watching me.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Okay, I caught us some fireflies. I got 6 fireflies. I have no idea where I am though. Where am I?
Please, get out of here.
I get back there. There's another wormhole. It is far from what she is saying. I thought so. It is very weird. Yes.
What?
The subtitles. Like the Twitch nowadays has like automated subtitles, but it is making. Yeah, it's turning it into an interesting experience. What a hollow stump? What is that? Ransack, no one's home. Ow! What is this? A cat? A catcoon! It's a raccoon cat! I found a raccoon cat.
It's coming for you. Or never. I'm following the Icehound. He's going left. He's going west.
I love him. Have you met the cat coon already? Oh, yes, you're back alive. Look, have you met the cat coon?
Firehound, and there's two firehounds and an ice hound now.
Okay, should I come back home? Yeah.
No,
No?
it's ruined.
I'll lead him away. Oi!
Look,
Oi!
there's two firehounds, and there's an ice hound. And they said to call
I can
it
come
Barb.
help. I'm now just chilling here. We need, yeah, that's why I'm like collecting a shit ton of stone. We need,
Well, if you feel like, I'll try and find. We need to find them foes to something to attack them back.
I don't know where you guys were last time you got attacked by these things. Well, last time we had to deal with them.
Yeah.
So right now they're just chasing me to, I don't know where. We're going on an adventure.
You're just taking him on a ride?
What is that? A skitter squid? A skitter squid.
All I know is I'm following the path, and they're chasing me.
Fishy, fishy, fishy. A firehound? Is that one of yours, Muffin? Maybe. I would love that as a pet. It would be fitting, but... No, those are just the things that have killed us, like, over and over now.
That'd be a little bumpy.
They come every 3 to 13 days. And then they just eat your butt. Yep. They're not nice.
Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 hounds left, maybe?
You can take them to the eyeballs. That's so weird. Like, even with subs, it would be pretty weird to hear what I'm saying, probably. Take them to the eyeballs. Are our traps full? Oh, yes, one is full. I don't have inventory space, do I?
I'm bothering Barg. I'm just haunting the heck out of Barg. It's funny because Wobby is following me even as a ghost, and they're not bothering Wobby. Wobby is immune to the, and he's still collecting stuff too, some way,
Right.
even when I'm dead. And so he's collecting a whole bunch of sticks and stuff, and seeds and whatnot, and whatever he can fit into his inventory.
I'm back home. More store. How can we
It
make
looks
bigger
like
store?
Wobby is a part of the pack here.
How the fuck do we get key? Cut grass and broken shells.
I haunt the beehive.
Salty storage for food stuff?
I'm sending out killer bees.
The tin fishing bin? How do we make this? A think tank. We have a think tank. Think tank prototype. Fishing bin. We can keep our fish? Where do we keep that then? How do I build this? What?
Took out the beehive. There's gotta be another one around here.
Why can't I place this?
What else can I haunt? Where'd it go? Wait, where'd it go? Did they go home? So I'm not haunting them anymore? Oh, this ain't good. I hear them. Oh, there they are.
You still need charcoal. My gosh. Okay, build another one. did I want the fire flourish for again?
What even
Hat.
is bark?
Light hat. Oh.
Go back.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my Jesus. Okay. Panicked.
I'm still haunting the heck out of Barg.
Oh no. Briar
Did you
wolf?
bother the wolves again? Not the
I
vine wolves.
I didn't bother them. I was doing the little stage performance thing, and then they showed up and attacked me. I didn't actually touch them this time.
No, 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 no. Okay, this time this was not my fault. I need water. I need water.
What did you? Oh God.
This time it was not my fault. I'm dying. Like the thing lit up. Oh my Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna rush. Jesus, are you kidding me?
Blue watering camp.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna extinguish everything. No, no, because it is spreading. It's not with the fire thing. I don't have any control over the fire.
Dismantle the stuff that you can, like the tents. Dismantle the tents.
Tents are fine. I cannot extinguish this. Extinguish. Fucking Jesus. Extinguish. It's not working. Dismantle tent. Extinguish. Take the tent. Dismantle this tent.
What's burning?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like now fucking the thing burned. I'm trying to extinguish this, but I cannot extinguish anything. Okay, okay, it is, okay.
Wait, why the fuck is... Why the...
The contents of the chest are out of the chest, but that's, yeah.
Why the...
Jesus.
What the hell's going on over here?
Chaos!
Chaos.
What?
All tents are fine.
What the... Oh? I don't... Okay, I'm just... I'll leave you to continue watching that.
Okay, all the content from every chest is still here, so that's all good.
There's a dog. It's kind of
Right,
thinking
this
about
is the
coming
stones. This thing. This was my body. This is the butterfly wings. Jesus.
Dog.
Where's the backpack? Fuck, my backpack burned.
Dog. Incoming
We
dog.
lost.
Jesus, not again! Firehound!
I don't have a weapon. I have nothing. So we just lost everything, basically.
No? No. Okay. What?
What a chest of burns? What do you mean?
I know. Okay, you can look at my body here. I picked up a shit ton, like, I think, like, I picked up, like, the stones. I picked up, no, but the content of the chests. Are they at my body now or no? Are they gone now? The fucking... That's what happened!
Shit.
That's what happened. Jesus, okay. It's a firehound! Okay, fuck,
So
Jesus,
no one
Jesus.
realized the
Extinguish! Get the
Blooded.
tents! Fucking hell.
Firehounds Hounds are a hazard.
Extinguish!
I think whenever we have anything happen with hounds or
Anything
anything,
good starts to go happen.
we just run away from base and never return until they are fully away.
Yep.
Because
Okay, extinguish your punching bag thing, but the drying rack's gone. Chest.
everything literally has. We literally need the materials to remake everything.
Okay, but I have, that's the thing. I do have some materials, but god damn it, I had so many materials. The bees!
But the thing is, though, those chests were full.
I know, I built another 2 chests with it.
I doubt you managed to grab everything. Like the chest, like the all 3 were full.
I know. Okay, maybe we just rebuild chest. How we can we destroy the burned stuff and then we... Yeah, still I'm gonna focus on making a wall first of everything, just because yes.
I'm gonna go try and get my loot. That's like basically everything.
We don't have wood anymore either. No, okay, but we can chop all this stuff here. Okay, and I do have like I made more golden tools. I think no, I lost a shovel. No, there's a shovel. But yes, I know because I was just gathering resources the whole freaking time as well. Like,
At least you grabbed all my seeds. Thank you.
we had so much stuff. Did the doggo get more stuff maybe or no?
Oh, she picked up some of my stuff. Some of my stuff. No.
Right here, she'll drop some stuff here. Can't hold it. I have a lot of tools. Do you need more tools? Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to make a new science thing.
Jeez. It's gonna be a pain having to remake all like the science scene and all that.
Okay, we were doing better, and we are still again alive.
We
But
just need to
yes,
stop putting stuff so close together.
that is also yeah.
Well, not even that.
But they do
Just note
spread
to
like
self-
we need walls.
Just note to self, we can't kill the fire hounds anywhere near anything that we want to keep not burned.
We need to lead them away.
Like just if they're on you, just run away. Like even if you have to die so far away for them to chase you that far away.
Yeah, because yeah, this was like we had like filled up chests with all our farm stuff, and we had one with every. I think we had over 20 of the processed stone.
I need
Okay.
2 mosquito sacks to make a slingshot because my slingshot burned.
We got this. We got this. Yeah. This is the point where we're just getting a little annoyed and tired, and I want to know still how to remove the bodies because god damn it. We can still sleep. We saved the tents. That's something. But it's something. I'm gonna sleep. Oh, and we still have some things for farm, yeah. Karma cookie. Let me check on the karma bean. Be right back. Oh my god, no.
This is bullshit.
I took revenge. I avenged still. Hello.
Is there an easier mode?
I'm gonna hide this.
Can we turn the hounds off?
That was everything I knew.
There's gotta be a way to turn it. At least till we're
I have to position it like
better at this game. Or forever.
It is better already, but yep. Yes, I'm gonna kill it with my knife. I'm fighting the troll with my knife and I did it. Okay, that's the classic Muffin move. I love fighting the trolls with my knife. Okay, that's one troll down. Okay, he just took revenge instantly. He was mad. Am I being? No. No. Let me turn off.
After me, I just had this argument.
I'm very much not okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yup. There we go. We have a little bean over there. I got this. This Karma Dogo sushi. Literally called sushi rolls with salmon and cheese and other fish. Oh baby. With a little cookie from Salty. And because you're cute and oh my gosh, these smell so much. But yeah. Little Karma cookie.
I'm gonna have her hold on to all important stuff because her holding on to it has made it so that I don't lose it.
W.
So most of the stuff that she was holding on to, I still have.
I still have the 2 butterflies. I did save some stuff, I think, from the chest because I have 2 honey and I have 2 butterflies. Wings that are spoiled, never mind. God damn it, I can eat that? Ugh. Good girl. Oh, yibba yibba yibba. We're not allowed. Oh my god.
You got your
I
own
can't-
pet? I got mine.
What? How did you get Chester?
I found this bean in the ground called an eye bone.
Chester's
Oh, he's
amazing.
adorable.
Chester's a sort of pumpkin dog.
He's a chest. Heh.
Nice one, nice one.
Potato.
Potato.
And I had a
Oh my god, I still have to switch back.
well, I did have a firehound chasing us, nibbling at him constantly.
I think he's invincible.
Yeah, I think so because
So is
it allowed me to be able to collect all my loot because the firehound was just attacking him.
Lobby held onto all of my loot that I lost, so.
Okay, that is really nice. Okay, so the damage is like we still have the tents, which cost a lot of resources from Silk. We have the campfire, but that's not a lot, but okay. We have like all the trees that we planted here, so I'm getting us a shit ton of wood again. We still need, like, if we have 2 stones, we can make like a new fire, a science machine. I want to figure out, I have a pickaxe, by the way, yes. I need to make a new backpack, but I want to figure out how to, yeah, kill the bodies. Maybe we can just Google that. But I farmed so much here. If it's just, yeah, if we actually lost everything, that's, yeah. I hope stones and stuff will respawn as well at some point. Why are there foggy light bulbs in the water? And there's a miner's hut. I want that miner's hut. I'm literally trying to collect everything for the miner hut. Oh my god, can I reach it?
I think for stuff that's in the water, I think we need like the boats to do that.
Yeah.
There's the miner hut in the water, yeah. Only if it's like right next to the edge, then you can pick it up. But
Which if we have the paddle and just the boat itself, do we need anything else?
A boat?
No, but like I'm saying, if we have the boat and like the paddle, do we need like the sail or any of that? Like, I don't know how boating works.
I have never made a boat here. I think I don't remember.
That's what I'm questioning. Because if so, then we could just like.
We can make a boat because there's awesome
Oh,
stuff
no.
in the. Oh no! I mined the thing and it just landed in the water here. Oh my!
We got a dragon fruit.
Okay, I got stuff for a new science machine. I don't have any food though. Salty still fishing. Oh my god, the skeleton is so dramatic. Is this me? Is this a random person? Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, I got like a lot of resources back. Yeah, like that's the thing. I was getting so much stone because I thought we have so much stone, and then I chopped down almost everything, and then we could make stone walls. But like that was the reason I was putting things a little close together, like an easy access, and then we can lock it in with walls. But you can extinguish stuff when they're on fire, but it's hard. We still have our traps for the bunnies as well. Or no? Yeah, we do have 3 bunny traps. That's the thing, I want to destroy these. I think we gotta make the... And I saved the cartographer desk, even though we cannot use it yet, but... I'm gonna make a new science machine here. And then in the science machine... You need another think tank with the food.
I can't see.
Oh, it's night, it's night! Oh, good job, thank you.
Oh, thank you. That was scary.
God. Okay, I made another think tank. Right.
Fire! Don't touch our fire!
Here.
Fire.
Okay, we have the new thing here. And I'm gonna make I wanna make a hammer. We need more grass and more branches.
Can I open my present now?
What? This is smaller, you're not no. Oh, it looked like. Oh, you have the present? Nice.
I got a sweater vest.
Craft. What do you have? Gloves?
Stay away! Don't touch our fire!
I'm trying to get the freaking stuff inside of Wobbly's.
Does anyone have any sticks for me?
Oh, wait.
Oh, no, but I need more stuff still. Or any wood? Your doggo picked up a shit ton of wood. Can I get some wood back, Silky?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, go. Oh, wait, there we go.
I have an easy way to keep Tristan in one spot.
Fireflies! I got 6 fireflies because I wanted to make us all miner hats because they light up in the dark. But, okay. I do have the butterfly net still, but I need a new backpack. I need this. I need a chest.
How do we get rid of everything? That's the question.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to find more sticks and everything. Like, we need the hammer, I think, yeah. I'm just gonna build one chest. Here.
I need a mosquito sack.
Very often, 3 twigs.
Because my slingshot got destroyed.
Okay, I do have a lot. Okay, I will just put my resources that I got for now here. Don't use everything for, yeah. Like, don't finish them. Like let's say like that. Because I want to check if we... I think we now only need like the branches to make... Okay, never mind. I'm talking half sentences. I'm sorry. I'm just half thinking of... Yep, okay. But okay, again, we do have the campfire. We did have the 3 chests, but we have like the trap, so we do have some food things. We got another bunny. I need another backpack. I think we need the hammer to destroy the things.
Yeah.
I need 3 rocks and I can put that.
Oh, I put rocks in the chest, Silk.
What?
I put rocks in the chest.
Oh.
Yeah. Should be able to make a backpack now. Okay, we're good. We're good. This is still a learning process. Very annoying learning process, but it's a learning process. What is this? Is this a killer bee? Is this a queen bee? I'm gonna catch you. You're just a normal bee. Oh no, but now the killer bee are coming. Because I caught a normal bee, the killer bee are attacking. Just gonna continue. If they don't see me, if I don't see them,
Bone
they don't
shot.
see me. That's how it works.
Yes. I know we do. I can't remember. I remember there's something specific we need. Also need for chat.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is though, but there we go. We get rid of our skeleton.
How did you do it? With the hammer?
Hammer.
Hammer.
The hammer. Hammer does it. Hammer wins.
You destroy all the burnt stuff and the skeletons, yeah.
Oh, just give us sword back.
It is nice when you dig up like the twig tree. It doesn't block your stuff, and then you can just freely go back again. I am so hungry in the game.
I'll pick up whatever I can.
Ah. Done. Gosh. Hello. Oh, it's so clean again. Oh, that was the X I dropped. But I have so many tools.
We got this sign, and we got two skeletons over here to kill them.
Oh, finally have the backpack again. Good. And I got one bee again. Wanted to make this one. I want to work towards the mine head. Then I need to go catch fireflies again.
Wait, you
Nighttime.
put wood into the fire.
What?
Yeah, I got it.
Wobby, Wobby.
I have 4 wood.
Wobby, come here, girl.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wobby.
Do we have some grass? Did I leave grass here?
Got one more
Over
skeleton.
here.
And we're free. Free of all death.
Oh.
Yes.
Hold on. Because...
Good. We finally know how to clear all the stumps, all the plants, all the things. We're good. It was just a little reason.
It's nice not to be able to see our deaths anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just a painful reminder, like to see all the skeletons every time. You're like, I don't know. Do you get anything for killing or destroying them or no?
Yeah, we got our stuff back to remake the stuff, the things.
What?
Give us something to do with that.
Oh, wait, I have a bee, but it's gonna expire. Should I murder the bee? I can put the bee in Chester. I'm stealing all your stuff from Chester.
Boy.
You have honeycombs, wait. I stole your stuff with good good intentions. I wanna see what we need for the bee thing. Otherwise the bee is just gonna expire. Oh, we need 4 bees. Okay. I'm gonna put all the honey back in Chester's mouth. Fish, 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 fish. Oh, are you sleeping in your tent already, Silk? Yes, you are. Our tummy is rumbling. I cannot sleep. Oh no. Can I steal some honey? Can I sleep now? No, no, that is mental sleep. Yeah. I stole some honey from you, Star. I just took it out of Chester's mouth and ate it. Very, yeah, very hygienic and stuff.
Check, Wobby too. I'm sure you can open Wobby. I'm sure if you can. Oh, no, not sure if you can.
No, we can't open Wobby. It says you're not allowed.
Oh, well, eventually I'll make it so you can. There's an option.
Oh, I have a beard again. Wait, I gonna save.
And Flappy is also good because it gives us health back. Oh, we got more corn. I'm gonna put food all on. I'm not gonna put everything on my chest.
Anybody want this watermelon stuff? Because
I need some food. Yeah.
Just took one in there. And a dragon.
Thank you. Can I cook a watermelon?
About to find out.
Yeah. Grilled watermelon. Oh! Asparagus? Nice. Thank you guys, because I'm very starving. What, a potato!
I've just been using seeds. Or
Yum yum yum. Thank you.
anyway,
I want to hunt for more bees so we can have infinite honey. Would be nice. We have one bee now. Okay, okay. What? So have we restored everything we lost? Like not the contents of the chest, but no, we still need to make the alchemy machine again. But we can build that, I think. I think we have enough for that. Yes. Yep. Where's the gold? Build and build a new alchemy machine. Where should we put that one? I don't know. Where? Like, I'm still curious as well. You should be able to move around stuff. I think, but I don't know. Oh? I can make bodyguards. I can make my own custom spiders that don't attack you guys.
oh, there you go.
So I have to make friends with spiders, and then I can make recipes. And then I can make switcher doodles, and those are basically just comic spiders. One looks like a muffin, and one looks like a cookie. They're the sweetest little bodyguards. Okay, that's cool. How do I make friends with the spiders then? I can make a den decorating set, so I have to make. Okay, so I would destroy that spider nest, but I have to make the spider nest somewhere where it won't harm us necessarily. Maybe up north from the respawn. And then I have to like upgrade the nest and decorate it and everything. So I become friends with them. I lost my webby whistle as well. No. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my silk for now. Oh, because I also need. Yeah, no, I made a butterfly net, but from silk. We need more silk. I need to grow a beard faster. What?
Yeah, grow a beard.
Yeah.
That.
Just faster, yeah. Okay.
This way, girl. There's bad.
Okay, so we do, yeah. And the drying rack. What needed for drying rack again? One stuff for food. The charcoal. You need to burn stuff to get charcoal, I think, right?
Yeah. You can burn trees to get charcoal.
Yeah. I'm gonna go
Just
all the
don't
way back
do
away
them
from our
very
camp and then
closely.
just burn them here.
Oh, we got some charcoal. The fire went out.
Oh, nice. That's also a way. Yeah, good one. I have completely ignored chat for like a while because you're just really in the game at the moment. Yeah, okay, you gave a thumbs up for the yes. You saw the doggos. Yep. Karma did well. But Karma did so well. Karma is such a patootie. Patootie. Okay. If I have to finger up. Break it. I love Karma D. After I stop, or take a Karma Bean break in a minute. Why is this not working? Ah, charcoal. Okay, got 2 charcoal.
I bet you could burn those stumps.
Yeah, that would be nice. I try, but no. You can dig them up and you get 1 full wood, so that's a good deal, but yeah. Uh-oh. I don't have any grass with me or my torches. And it's gonna turn night very soon. Very soon. Oh, fireflies. Gotta get call? Oh no. Okay, fuck. I'm getting a work call. Yeah, I will call her back later.
Chester's just a good little boy.
No, but like my actual supervisor.
What, he went on my adventure?
Like, that's the thing. I'm still contracted as a university professor. Oh yeah, I will call her back. I thought for sure that if we all went to sleep, we would just skip the night.
No, we don't skip the night, but it gives us, but in relation to losing food, we do get health and sanity.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my god, I'm
that's,
dying from hunger again.
Like, you don't exactly lose it. Whatchamacallit? Like obviously you start to go through the night time, but at least you gain the stuff from it though.
It helps with the sanity and healing and stuff. But I couldn't sleep because I was too hungry, yes, again.
Because I mean, if you eat enough, once your like health and sanity is back up, you can just get straight out and because you're just losing food when you
Does anyone have extra food? Okay, can I eat the veggies that we have in the chest? The dragon fruit? They're gonna die. But we cannot do anything with them at all.
If you cook them, they're fine. They'll be fine if you just cook them.
Okay. Let's see. We have the alchemy machine back up. Oh, the dog is so good for getting every. Oh, who's calling? It's Keely again. Hi, Keely.
I gave you some seeds.
Oh, thank you.
Cooked seeds.
Yeah, toasted seeds. Oh, thank you. I'm eating. Thank you, honey. I'm alive.
You're welcome. See, I can make a whole bunch more now. So you got me 30.
Yes. Yeah, I want the cooking stuff. We need better food. But okay, I think, yeah, we did rebuild. Good. Okay, guys, do we want to set like a goal for, like, I don't know, to reach something and then...
I want to make a fence. That's
Yes.
my goal for it, man. I've got a lot of rope and stuff. I just need wood.
Yeah, I was planning to make a stone fence. I have like a shit ton of stone. Because that is easier to get by than the other resources, I thought. Where's all the stone? There. Let me see how far I can get with that. Then we can make like a fence around the garden maybe, and then make a stone thing around our main stuff. An idea?
Sorry, I'm trying to find the stone fence.
Okay. Where's the wall? Use an alchemy engine. That's why we have the alchemy stuff. Now we prototype this one.
Oh.
It's in here.
Okay, I'm making walls. Stone is good, muffin can burn. Yeah, that's my plan, but I don't know if the stone can burn because everything burns. Everything burns. But maybe not. I have a shit ton of walls. Let me
So
see.
just cut stone down. And then it wouldn't be flammable.
Okay, should we move our tent inside here? No, wait, I'm gonna first see how far I can get. Just building around. I still want to know if we can just pick up stuff. I'm making a wall.
Oh, some boots.
Sugar rose.
I like my new boots.
Okay, how's this?
That's looking good. Okay, that's what we'll do then. Let's see, where's another stone? Okay, this way.
We need.
Where's the lid?
I want to close the corners with the body. I still have like, what is it, 34 more? I want to just. I don't know. Shit. Oh no, you left the game again.
Me?
Yeah. Oh, start. Wait, no. Does anyone still have a hammer? Can I make a hammer? No.
I don't know.
Do you have the hammer?
I have the hammer.
Like, I want to see. Okay, I'm gonna Google if we can move stuff. Don't starve. Move stuff. Move structures. Equip and use a hammer to smash the. Yeah, okay. So you have to smash it or use a deconstruction. Hammer, deconstruction stuff. If you're further, that's a magical tool. You get like a portion of the stuff back. So, no, yeah, we can, but. Yeah, you can remove that one wall when if you can get back in. Your internet is fine because you're still on Discord.
It's just being stupid.
Got rid of it.
That's what I think.
It should know to get busy with
In the constant darkness has a name. Have you met Charlie yet? No, I haven't met Charlie yet.
Charlie?
I found a chest.
Where?
And I placed one extra wall over there. Then we remove this one.
Oh.
Hey.
I'm coming back before I die in the dark.
Okay, where should we put the rest of the walls? And I kind of want to move the. Oh wait, we can move the tents.
No. Yeah, just dismantle.
Yeah, I placed one extra wall on the other side accidentally. So if you want to remove that one, there.
Somebody fill the thingy up first.
Fuck.
I can't see.
Okay, there we go. Hey, I can see again.
Thank you.
Okay, got 12 more. Did I place them?
Oh no, it's getting cold. And it's
How is this for first wall? Oh shit! Oh, we can make it bigger.
We can build on top of it.
Oh.
Stone wall.
Then we need so much more still. Okay, but we have a start. We have a start. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
I just lined the grass because it looked nice. Wait, let me place the rest of the tents again. Oh wait, can you maybe? Yeah, I kind of want to remove the alchemy thing again. Maybe. And we can place the tents three next to each other here.
Oh no.
Do you want to move this one?
Oh, doing that, I can't move it. I just take it down.
Yeah, but then we can place it again. That's yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yep. Oh. Okay.
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
Bobby, open up.
Thank you. Oh, and winter is starting. No, not drop. Please. Gosh. Place it from.
Oh, backpack. I know.
Hey, look, we have nice. But how do we get in and out? We need a gate somewhere.
I think there is a gate option.
There's gotta be.
Good.
Out to the base building master so we can repair it. What night? Okay, but this looks a lot better than what we had so far.
Yeah.
Alchemy. Oh, we need more stone. 2 more planks. 3 more planks.
Meet effigy. Resist or Isaac to yourself. Be the power.
Okay, I need to go for another mining round.
Kit. Well, there's a wood gate that requires an alchemy engine.
Oh, nightmare kill.
Build.
I need that.
Okay, I'm gonna go back down for I got more wood. Do you guys want to make the wooden thing around the farm, or maybe extend the farm if you want to? Then we can make the gate into the wooden part, right?
I can do that.
But then the wooden part is like away from the rest of the base still, so that it feels like a sort of safe option. You're still here. I can hear you now. They had to try 3 times and they weren't listening to me. Oh no. It was difficult with getting blood and they should try with 2 other people. I love hospitals, yep. Did they finish the blood? The test? Oh, and I was so close to getting my what do you call that? The firefly hat, because I collected fireflies at night and I was really proud. I was yay! And then I can make firefly hat. Meow. If you pick up like all the grass in the world, then I can get some fire. Oh my god, why are you all spamming here? Penguins, get away. Yeah, there are penguins everywhere again. They're so silly. Spider hair isn't very warm. Oh no, I'm freezing. I'm still super hungry. My
What's a
gosh.
good thing to go fire at home?
People should start to listen. I know. Like every time I was getting tested for blood, like I was, had to go like 2 weeks ago again. I have to get like special bandages and stuff because otherwise I get allergic reaction. But 9 out of 10 times they still forget, and then yeah, my entire arm is just red.
Portable campfire. Campfire made for a perfect. Oh, cool. Okay. I just need to. Yeah.
Hello. I'm again very hungry. Like I'm just gathering shit and not getting food.
Oh, if I had my kitchen, we would have. But I had my own thing. I would be able to cook. But no, I don't have my slingshot, so I can't put stuff. Why is there a straw? Ah, penguin.
Penguin!
Give me an egg.
How long are we still going for? Yeah, I do. Oh god. I do need to go, oh, what?
Ah, more penguins. Holy shit. It scared me. Please don't turn into a tree monster.
Every time. I like my supervisor is a really nice lady.
No.
But she texted me on Tuesday that she was gonna have a call.
Oh, you can click on them.
You can click on them?
Click on them. Yeah, click on them to make them go away. Oh.
Wow.
Not know I could do that.
Oh wow.
That was nice.
Keep away from that fire.
That saves a lot of wood. That's good.
Keep away from that fire.
We're just gonna chase it away all night. Oh my gosh. Okay, I take this and I take this. And we just put this here, and we put this one here. We need more. There we go. This one. And then
There's some weird lamp dudes to the north.
I still need one more stone thingy, and we need some. Okay, need a little more stone, and then we can get the alchemy machine back again. Every one of his victims. Not like that. Oh yeah, that's the same story. Yeah, we know that story.
Get him, he's gonna steal our stuff.
Go away, Hand! Go away! That's our fucking fire. Fuck off. I'm gonna wrap up my gift. No more stream tonight, I think. Or am I wrong? Well, the thing is, I am still after collecting. So, yeah.
Oh, I just pop in and come back out.
Oh my god, I have Mickey Mouse hands. Okay, so I'm gonna call it like at least, yeah, I'll call it maximum an hour because the random streams I am gonna take like for a maximum of 12 because then it is like, okay, now it's too late. But, oh my god, I'm still starving. Why can't I get any food? Do we have anything in the bunny trap? I'm annoyed by the lack of food continuously. I'm gonna pick up this egg. Oh, no, they got it. I'm just dying because I'm starving.
You're dying because you're starving.
I don't want to die of starvation. Like, I know we can't here, but it's still, like, it's not good for me. It's not good for my stats. Oh. Where am I? I need to shave my beard.
So.
Yeah. Like, I want butterfly nets. And I want to figure out, like, maybe I'm just gonna read into it a little more next time with Weber. Like, how it actually works. Because I want to befriend spiders. Oh my god, there's so many eggs. Oh, they cut them all. God damn it.
Yeah, see,
Oh wait, I can
fast.
shave my beard here. Thank you.
They are fast.
Yeah, they're meanies.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
Oh, yeah,
we have to pick
I
up the
forgot that's the
traps
reason.
here. And put them...
Let's get some ice.
Yeah, we do need ice. What? Take care of yourself, please. Yes, I will. So that's the thing. Like, I do have to stream like what is it? 7:30. And I do have to figure out if it's manageable. Is that the correct word? Maybe. Got so many stuff. I'm so hungry and cold. Let me cook this. I killed a rabbit with my bare hand. Still starving.
Ah.
Okay, I'm going for the last drugs. Hi. Oh my god, what's happening here?
I got gold.
Yeah.
Dang. I got an egg.
Fair enough.
Damn it.
The thing is, even if I wanted to go to sleep now, yeah, I know I need to go to sleep, but that's the thing. So the neighbors are doing renovations. They started drilling again, which is nice, which is great. But even if I just lay my butt down in bed right now, I just have to listen to the drilling and then I'm going crazy. But I am gonna go to sleep at some point, take a power nappy, and then get early sleep tonight. Don't go, you can play. Oh, I got a celestial orb here.
Celestial orb.
I can't pick it up, but I can touch it. It's just gonna stay here, apparently. Oh, no, I can pick it up. I can pick it up. I'll bring it home. Okay, I don't attack me. I do not mean you any harm. I'm just mining here. I'm not attacking you. You shouldn't attack me too. God damn it. No, we talked about this. No. They're being mean. They're being very mean.
Oh, I got an egg. Cool.
Damn it.
Thank you. And you were such a good girl to get all these eggs for me.
Okay, if they just keep running away, then I'm just gonna grab your egg, because fuck you.
My dog is such a good egg catcher. You okay? What's that sound?
The music just
Yeah, what
started
was that
to
sound?
get more intense as fuck as well. I stole one of their eggs.
They let me take their egg. Just fine.
You know, so now she's following me forever because I took their egg.
You just gotta make sure you grab it quick
My
enough
girl
before
is
they
the one who took the
take
egg.
them back.
Are they gonna stop following me? Hi.
Hi.
I got an egg.
Oh, yeah, they will eventually. You just gotta keep running. Is it worth it to attack all these guys?
Penguins? I don't know. Yes, I'm free. I'm free. Oh my god, now I'm gonna die because it's dark. Oh no, Silky, save me. Silky, save me. I don't have branches. Oh, I'm dead.
There it is. There it is. There it is. I barely made it back.
Maybe do the collaboration another day. Earbuds? If you're having fun, yeah, that's a thing. Like I do, okay, so Miss Relaxing, I do manage with the sleep, but like Monday and Tuesday I slept a lot because I have migraines and everything. Then I have like extra energy, if that
What?
sounds
Get out
weird,
of
but
here.
it's
Good job.
Get out of here. Get back. Hiding behind the
fish,
wall.
fish, fish.
He is.
I'm watching you.
Is the
I
wall
see you
working?
coming.
Tasty fish.
watching you,
The
man.
subtitles are so interesting.
I'm watching you come back. Stay back.
Do we have an elk?
Hi-yo.
I don't think we've remade an alchemy one after the old one burnt down.
No, I'm making it, but that's the thing.
Get it?
I can't have enough stone every time.
Oh, it's coming from the other side. Behind you.
Come back, get out of here.
I'm chasing it away as a ghost. I think that worked, or was it just jar?
It must have been you, because I wasn't at it yet.
I don't know where, but it's coming.
Yeah, well,
Look, I can chase it. I can chase it. I can chase it over the water. Okay.
Get out of here.
Okay, I'm gonna revive my bud again. What does that crow want, by the way? Like, I still don't know. Is he just here to trade stuff?
Yeah, I think this is a different way of getting stuff.
Okay, I gotta get my dead body back. Why is there a bat just sleeping in the water? No! Why is he back? No, the eye is still back, Silk.
Hold on. Away from me. I'll see if my shadow guy can deal with it.
What is it?
Yeah, the eye. Walking eye bird.
I'll see if my...
Oh, it's
I'm bringing
walking
it
away?
back. Oh. Where's my mouse? I want to see if my shadow guy can...
Yeah, I'm back at my body. Numi! It's a Numi. Hi, Numi. Wait, Kill, if you are still here or not asleep yet, or other Star or Silk, if you have time, do you wanna give shouties to Numi? Otherwise, let me grab my stuff and then say hello. But I'm trying to not die again.
Well, my shadow guy's dealing with the eyeball right now.
Oh, thank you, awesome.
I don't know if he'll beat him. I don't know if he'll kill the shadow guy. He killed my shadow guy.
Off. Aww. Okay.
I don't know how much health this. I don't know how much health this thing has.
But the problem is I can't stay warm.
Yeah, we need to make like some winter stuff. I think we actually need clothes. Fuck. Oh wait, I can build this. Okay, I was so frustrated. But okay, we need to have a new alchemy engine now. I thought I still had not enough stone. That was, yeah, no, okay. Oh, yes, oh, thank you, thank you. Perfect to know. What
Why
does
is
that
there a
mean?
meteor shower?
Here, we
Oh,
see winter items. And there's like, here, warm stuff to keep warm, so we have to catch 2 rabbit. But the thing is, we don't have the things for the rabbit. How do you say that? We don't have bait.
must have got some more in.
So we need 2 live rabbits and a stick, and then we can make rabbit earmuffs for us all. That helps us to keep warm a little.
I'm coming back. I can't even.
No, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it says, like, oh, you're freezing, like, immediately. But we either need, like, to, yeah, grab more carrots somewhere. I have never seen a carrot again. Are we growing carrots still, or no?
I don't know. You get
He's
what you
dead.
get.
He's dead? Oh, good job, good job.
I think what I've learned to do is I didn't realize I could. Is I can summon multiple at the same time. I didn't know I could though. I thought if I summoned one and then summoned another, they would disappear.
Yeah.
But I can summon multiple. So if we ever get gamed up on again, I can just if I'm free to be able to summon like and be perfect and try and actually kill shit.
Oh god, the 10 is gone. Enemies.
I brought the celestial orb with me. Okay, let me... Okay, but I made the chemistry thing. We still need more rock. My gosh. Every time.
My sanity's gone. I'm sorry.
Oh gosh.
I have no recourse but run. No. No. My stuff.
Oh
My
no.
stuff. It's too close to the fire.
No, you're good, you're good. Yeah.
Rolling the problem. All your stuff's still there.
I'm going to go rest, have fun, take care of yourself, see you maybe soon. Are you already back from the hospital as well, Miss Relaxing? Okay, salty and Numi. I'm happy to see you catching up. I have no idea what you're talking about. I hope it's good stuff. Oh, the basilicus attack our walls. They can't get through the walls. Okay, but we need to still close the walls. Like, I made these higher already, but I make them even higher, but I think, yeah. Did you have stuff already to make the gate and everything, Silky, or no?
No. It's a wood gate.
And we do have the alchemy
At least my
engine.
sanity's back.
Can we make it? I think we can. There's all our wood. Oh no.
Got wood.
Where did all the wood
That's why I've
go?
been looking for it.
Wooden fence?
Oh, there's wood in here.
Can build a drying rack again at least.
Well, there was wood in. Oh no, Lobby has the wood. Here's the wood. Here's the wood.
Okay. Where's here?
It's coming again. It's coming, coming, it's coming. Hands, hands. Get the hand, get the hand, get the hand.
My mouse isn't working.
What is coming?
Hold on.
What
I got wood.
hand?
I got wood.
Wood.
No, wait.
So if we use this one gate, do we want to close it off with a wooden fence then, maybe? Can we put the gate in? Oh wow. Prototype. We have one gate. How does this look? I want another gate. Shit. I need more wood. Okay.
Somebody else deal with
We
it.
can also
I
just
gotta-
sleep. Sleep.
Greedy.
I'm already in here, I'm sorry. Edie calling again. No, this is new me now. Okay. You're in the taxi? Okay, good, good, good. Go away, Hans, fuck you!
I think after this night, move the fire pit more over into the middle.
Yeah, a little closer. Somebody get that? Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I'm watching him. He ain't getting in with me anymore.
Fuck you, Hand! Our fire!
I needed my sanity.
Stay away!
And my health. My sanity goes down when my health is low. Or if I'm hurt.
Yep. I'm a Firefly 6. Wait. Firefly 6? Fireflies are still here? Where are they?
Get it. Get it good.
The Fireflies stuck. Where are the Fireflies? Fireflies are still here, somewhere.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah. Poke the hammer and move
Why did I get
the
to
fire
like
pit.
examine Fireflies? Where are the Fireflies? Am I blind? Do you guys see Fireflies?
Lobby. No, I don't.
I lost 6 Fireflies on dying, but it says now when I was just hovering over it, examine 6 Fireflies. What?
People got.
I need the wood. Wood and I need stone.
Maybe they're like under the wall.
Do you have any stone on?
I have 3 stone.
Under.
I have 6. We still need 6 more.
Somebody
I
make
have
me
2. Yeah, we need a lot of stuff. I have, yeah.
We need
Now
to
we're
find
really
stone.
cold. Fuck.
We need wood too.
Oh yeah. I mean, wood's the easy part though, but it's winter. I
Not
don't
when
know.
we're freezing.
I am
don't know
gonna
what-
go for more rock.
I don't know what rock is around because it's winter.
Yeah, I'm on my way for rock. You can see it on the map. Like, there's still rock down there. Okay. Thank you for the lurk again. And Numi's also fishing. Thank you for being here, Numi. Numi, do you know, by the way, we had a mystery. Because Numi is actually like the how do you call that? You called it like the thing of Man of Letters. But he, the Man of Letters was going away. Yep. And then a bot of letters started to reply. It's just gonna attack because I'm here. Come on, I wanna mine. Are they always gonna attack me? Because I stole 1 egg, maybe. There's rock here. Okay, I found the rock. It's still coming from my butt. Go back. Good job. You can do it. Nice eyeball bird. Yes. But yeah, no. So the Man of Letters was gaming and went to sleep, and then a bot of letters said, "Lurk, good night." But I have never seen the bot of letters talk. It was his first time chat here. And it left.
Dog.
No, dog.
Oh,
Yep.
dog.
Okay, I have 2 dogs here. Oh, I have an ice dog with me. Nice. Okay, dog versus bird. No, 4 dogs.
We are ruined. We're ruined. It's over.
Okay, he's fighting the bird.
It's over.
What's over?
It's over. It's over.
What's over?
We
Oh,
got
no.
attack hounds at the base.
Stop it.
The birds are attacking all the doggos for me. They killed the ice doggo and 3 normal doggos. I'm kind of proud of him. Okay, and I'm getting rock. Then I'm getting back up.
There's still normal attack hounds and I'm in fire hounds.
Yeah, I'm haunted.
Do you still have the doggos? Then if you have the doggos, come down to where I am.
I had the penguins kill them. It's okay. I haunted the penguins and sent them back.
That's also good.
And I'm gonna hang out above the penguins while as a dead person for a little while. Let my dog out.
Okay.
And let Wobby collect all the eggs.
What?
Somebody collect my stuff and put it somewhere, please.
Where are you? Where? Yeah. Can you send like your location?
Or base.
Oh, you're just at the base. Okay.
We're putting this at our base, yeah.
Mrs.
Don't worry,
Gamble.
the penguins are killing them. The penguins are killing them.
Oh, the penguins are strong.
Penguins
The
are really
penguins
strong.
The penguins just messed them up. That's crazy. Got penguins at our base.
Okay, but I finally can mine in peace while freezing and starving, but I am gonna die at some point.
I need to see how much stuff Wobby picked up, because Wobby likes to pick up my stuff.
By the looks of it, a lot.
I didn't even know that you could do the gamble with a percentage like that. That's awesome.
Where's my... Somebody take my hammer.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no,
Oh,
it's
I have
night,
it.
it's night, I don't have nothing. I'm dying.
Oh, I see the,
Oh god, people.
I see,
I did not realize it was nighttime.
fireflies.
I'm gonna die.
How do you catch fireflies?
With a butterfly net. Trying to run in the dark while dying. Oh my god, this is terrifying.
I don't want this monster meat.
Feel like I'm just walking. Yep.
I'm too picky.
Oh my gosh. Have a good life, everyone.
Bye-bye.
I'm gonna die next to the birds as well.
I don't even have food, so...
Firefly! Oh my gosh, yes, no, light! Firefly, stay with me! Firefly, fla.
Oh.
Fla.
You
Look, monster meat? You poisoned yourself?
he ate the, all the meat. All the
But
monster
good,
meat.
but then...
On until the last piece.
And... I see your camp, but I feel like I'm gonna die right here. No. I
I'll give
made
you back
it!
your stuff after.
Fuck you, Hand. I made it home, people!
Swabby took some of
Can you
your
see my
stuff.
stats? Everything! Everything is like the bare minimum. Oh my god, you did it. Okay, I was looking at the mix it up, so I didn't see that you used the Gidentify Numi. But yes, I still died. Okay, but that's better. That sounds weird, but it was.
Swabby, stop picking people's
Look,
stuff
I can
up, damn it.
chase the hands away when I'm a ghost. That's really nice. Look. Oh, I'm hunting the rock. That was not mine.
Bobby.
I can just chase the hands. Okay. Bobby, don't pick up my stuff.
Retrieving is turned off. Retrieving is turned off.
Thank you. Oh, another hand. Okay.
No,
extinguish, people, extinguish.
Oh shit.
Okay, that's wasted. Get the tents, get everything around it. No, not again. Why?
Unequip.
Why is everything fucking... What the fuck?
You lit something on fire? Or no?
I think it's because I died right finding the fucking goddamn campfire.
I just rebuilt it. No, the tent! Get the other tent!
Don't worry, the chest are fine at least.
No, nothing. No. Like, you still have to extinguish while smoldering. I'm dead. Get the tent, it's gonna die again.
That one's going to. That one's already on fire. That one's gone. That one's already on fire. There's no saving that one.
You can save it if it's smoldering.
Oh god.
Yeah, but that one was already on fire. There was no saving it.
Is
Well,
there
that's
an easier
it.
mode?
I'm just
That
sad
was-
now. My
That's the
god.
whole thing about that fucking setting everything on fire is just stupid.
Do we still have a hammer? Yeah.
I mean,
Do you have the tents?
we have 2.
Okay, I saved the celestial orb thingy. That's something. I haunted it. Moved it around. Yeah, one tent is dead. One, but if you have the 2 others, okay.
And the hammer.
The farm.
Yeah, farm got burnt. Do you want to try again another day?
It's because we needed the stone.
We should have built the wall first.
It's because we didn't have a campfire. I feel like if we had a campfire, that wouldn't have happened. It's because it was an open flame.
I know, but we needed something.
Yeah, I know. But we just needed like 6.
Yeah, does anyone have normal wood? I need some normal wood so we can at least have the science machine back again.
I think we need fire first before anything.
Yeah, but we can like okay, I still need one, but we can make the.
How much stone did you get?
Hmm. 40.
Stone. Why'd you get? We only needed 6.
No, we need a lot.
No normal stone. Like I still have my dead body down there because I was getting a shit ton of stone and then I died. I gotta figure out where.
But you could have gone back. We needed it desperately to remake
No,
the
I don't have
campfire.
my stuff on me. I died already. This is just the stuff that we got from dismantling. So my body and my dead stuff is still down where the eye birds are, and then it became dark and I didn't have a light, so I was running up when everything started burning. But my body with all the stone that I do have is still down there. This is just the stone that we got from dismantling everything that burned down.
But how much stone did you get while you were down there? Because
I don't know. It's still at my body. That's the thing. I don't know. It's still there.
I'm going to go check.
There you go. I'm gonna get my body. My gosh.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many bats around the hole.
The hole? Where are you going the hole?
Did you not have to go down into the cave hole to get stone?
No.
Get
Where have you been going to?
Oh, I haven't been in the hole yet.
No, I don't go. I didn't go in the hole. I just went down.
I didn't. The hole was still covered up. I didn't uncover it. So I figured you went down the hole because it was uncovered.
No, I just unlocked it. But why do I hear attack sounds again? Are the wolves coming again? Please no. Ding dang. This is going so good. And thank you, Pattern. Thank you. We are terrible.
We are very bad.
Like I just want to get my body. We have a campfire bag of that thing again. Someone's backpack is here. I don't know whose backpack that is.
Yeah, I dropped it because I was gonna die.
Okay, okay. And the alchemy machine, we just need more stone again, but we also need more wood.
Hurry.
Okay, we mostly
Hanging out
need
on the
wood,
top
Star,
of
if you have wood. Then
Okay, I'm gonna be back. Since I'm hanging above the penguins, and she's back on Gather. So yeah, back in a minute.
okay.
Okay.
Like now we're at the point, yes, we do need to end because now we're getting frustrated. This is just, we do still have the chest and it is, like we have one tent. Where did the other tent go now? Did you pick it up, Sil? Oh, she's here.
Fuck, it's not why the fuck did I come back up? I made a mistake.
Yeah, that's how I died. But oh my gosh, this is, yep. This is, yeah, just, yeah. Yeah. We need some wood.
Well, there's plenty of trees around, at least.
We need 20 players, yes. So you can play with 6. I think like the longer you play, the more difficult it gets. And we still don't have armor. Heck, yep. But we suck with honor, okay?
Did you find your dead body?
No, it was nighttime.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it is somewhere down there. Oh, but wait. I've had all the wood. I had all the stone. Did I die there? No.
Fuck it all. Don't give a shit anymore.
Yes, Silk, I know. I'm trying to remember. Did I die there? Did I get the stuff back up? Is that the stone I got or not? Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore, Star. I thought I died here, but I don't know anything. Maybe I got away. Because I did have a lot of stone, but I need more stone. But I just get stone at the eyeball birds. Does that make sense?
What?
The
I don't know
eyeball
what
birds.
eyeball bird was.
The eyeball birds, you know? Just, yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know where they were.
Read down.
I haven't seen the eyeball birds until you brought them up to us. Oh, I see an eyeball bird.
I'm like, hey, have you seen this eyeball bird? Okay, I'm still freezing. Okay, but we're gonna slowly end it. I'm literally, okay, do you want to get wood for me? For us? For everyone? For the greater cause? For the sake of adventure? Did I lose my gate? No, I still have my gate. I wanted to make the other gate. Like, oh my god, why do you take the eyeball bird to me? Is this payback?
You don't see him. You don't see him. You don't see him.
You're just running circles around me. Oh my gosh. Okay, but I think, okay, maybe I'm good, maybe not. I don't know. We need a lot of the processed stone. Do you have? Oh my god, you killed. Oh no, he killed you.
He caught up to me.
Okay, I will.
I'll be back.
It is not that far. It is okay. I will wait here so we can come back up together. Yeah. Still have some time.
Damn, even the penguin hide their eggs from the coast.
Oh no. I hate it when you're freezing or like slowly dying, your character just falls over like, ugh. I know that you're almost dying, but you don't have to exaggerate it. Does that make sense? Like, because I have to wait until he gets up, and I can't do anything about the fact that he's freezing to death because we need to catch more bunnies. And I don't know where there's carrots that we have that we can find like in winter time to catch bunnies. We should have made the winter butt thingies before the winter hit. But that's the thing. This is a learning experience. With crying.
I think I'm gonna go ahead with bed.
Yeah, do you want to get your stuff back first, or are you already out of the game?
I will.
Yeah, I was thinking like, okay, I got all the wood now. And then, oh fucking hell, walking tree. I'm just gonna walk back up. If someone has some wood for me, then I can rebuild the alchemy machine. And we have all the machines back up again. Oh, hi Star. Look out, I'm taking the bird with me. I think they're now just always mad because... No, they're still always mad. If you were too close, they were already mad. But I took one of their eggs as well. And then I think we lost it. Yeah. Hello, lovely. Hi, Dolphin. We're still going, but we're trying to end it. We're trying to end it all. No, it's been a traumatic experience, but
It's very traumatic. We need an easy mode for the easy mode.
Yeah. Okay. Now we can make the alchemy machine. No, I still need the planks. Yeah. Does anyone have wood? Oh god, it's dark. It's dark. I don't know where the fire is. Fuck. Does anyone have a fire?
The fire's not started.
No, I know,
No
that's
one
the
has
thing. I
started
don't have any grass. I don't have anything. Can you stand near me? Hello, do you want to show me the fire? Show me the fire.
No twigs, no nothing.
I have twigs. I just couldn't see the fire. Oh my god, we suck. We are too tired to do this, people. I can't believe you're still alive. Almost 12 hours.
We're still alive. We've died so many times. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, this is very cozy.
The next time we try this, we're just gonna build a freaking wall first.
Well, the wall is really nice, but at least you didn't starve. No, because we can't starve. This is easy mode.
We're making two walls, is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna make a wall, an inner wall, and an outer wall. The inner wall is to protect us. The outer wall is to try and keep those freaking beasts away from us with 2 doors.
And what do we do about the fire?
What?
What do we do about the fire?
Nothing.
And you know what I'm gonna do?
Restart.
Fuck the backpacks. We're gonna just make armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just have armor on. We don't need the backpack.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
We haunt the fire pit now. We're all just looking at the word. I do love that we're a cute little ghost family like this. Ooh.
As space as they give us are not worth it.
Oh no, I'm moving my stuff away. That's not what I wanted to do. No!
Unless maybe like me, because I only have like what, 75 health. Other than that, the backpacks are not worth not having armor.
At this point, I just want to cry and laugh at the same time. Like, it's like... Every time I'm like, okay, we're getting there, we're doing better than Nope. There's Nope.
I'm making the
This has been experience.
Yeah. But okay, we have progress. Like, that's the thing. We have come so far that we were sleeping. We have a wall. We also need better food. We need armor. We need more stuff. But this is the best
We need everything.
best world so far. I know we need everything, but this is still the best world. I'm trying to stay positive.
Positive, positive.
I know, but god damn it. Hey. Okay. But yes, I did get. Okay, does anyone have wood for me?
I just respawned, so no. I need to
I
quickly
need
go
wood.
brush stuff.
I gotta eat my monster.
I missed a tree.
I miss being a fire star.
I have a pickaxe. We're not catching any bunnies anymore. I'm scared that the trees will turn into tree monsters again.
Dude. I've already seen one roaming around.
Yeah, there's one downstairs.
Wobbly, what do you have? Why do you have so much rock stuff? Gold and shit.
Oh, that's all my resources.
Why did you have that?
God damn it, again. Every time. Okay, I need Elder Rock and all this stuff because I wanted to finish the wall and build the alchemy machine at least. But I was like, okay, I have my tools and stuff, but he just got all the resources. You can also just put it in a chest. Or you can put the alchemy machine back. I think, no, but that's the thing. That's why I got the wood, because we still needed the wood. Okay, the tree is coming for me. Bye. Bye. Bye.
I put all my shit inside of Stars. Dude.
What?
Chester.
Yeah, Chester has all my stuff. Because I was afraid I was not gonna get.
Chester has nothing.
Oh.
Wood is here? Part of the wood?
Looks like some of it got put over the garden hose.
Oh no, is the tree still coming? Oh, damn it. Ow.
Where did the tree come from?
Did you harvest a tree in front of it?
No, I was chopping a tree. I said there was a tree following me. I thought he was gone. You going away now? Yes. I need wood so we can make the alchemy machine. The trees are coming for me. No, but legit, do you see? There's moving trees.
You're at the base. At least you're at the base. It could be worse.
On your own.
He's friendly now, but now he's hanging around us.
No. I gotta go my head.
I'm gonna cry. And all my stuff gets stolen every time. Okay, where, like, every time I think I have the resources and then they're gone again. It's like an infinite horror loop. Where are the thingamajiggies? Where are the batteries? Do you have the batteries?
No batteries. I indeed.
Sir?
Battery?
Yeah, the 2 electrical do that. Am I wood? Where am I wood at? Did you steal my wood?
It's gone.
I didn't touch your wood.
I didn't get any of my.
Chester's not
I just went wood cutting. Fuck. Are you sure?
I didn't. I share you. I did not have wood on me.
I hope my character, my dog, didn't pick it up right as I logged in.
I think so, but I died with the wood. Like, that's why the whole tree came to follow me, because we need the things to make the alchemy table. And we just need some wood. No one has wood?
I'm gone.
Then probably the dog pick it up.
I feel like it's a dog.
Dog is a blessing and a curse.
I feel
Now I
like
gotta
it's
chop
a
more wood at
dog.
the risk of my own life because the wood forest is still closed. Here they are. Call the psych ward. No, no, the trees are actually following us. Okay, I kind of want to just rage quit at this point because now I'm just gonna die as well without a torch again, and I can't make anything because all our resources are gone again. Like what the hell?
The fire's going at the base.
Yeah, I know,
If you're
but I
still
am not
there.
at the base. I am gone.
Oh
I am
no,
gonna
I'm
die.
gone forever. I'm lying. I'm not gone forever. I just gone for today.
I'm
I
back.
can't stay no longer. I got seat. Especially since I'm okay. Especially since my mom wants me to go out today.
Okay, we're just gonna finish this another time. This is terrible. On this now. Okay, Star. Instead of just dying together now, we're gonna really quickly just disconnect.
That's what I did.
Just rage
I
quit.
saw the tree.
Just
I saw the
goodbye.
tree, and I said, "Nope, you're on your own." Let's disconnect.
And then you still like the doggo probably took a okay, then like next time we play together, we have all the resources. The doggo is very rich. It's all gonna be fine.
Is there really your mood?
This was an experience. Like, okay, we really suck. We need more people. And maybe like just checking because this was easy mode. I can't remember. It was hard, but not hard.
I've never played a game that hard before.
We died so fucking many times. Like, yep.
I think what we need is an even bigger area with everything away from the fire.
Yeah, we need to keep fire away from.
Like we put the fire down, and we keep everything away from it, and we build around the fire.
You know how I was making an inner wall? Like I was talking about an inner wall and an outer wall? It'll be on the outer wall.
Evangelist says it's okay. Everything's gonna be fine. We need to convince ourselves of that first. We're just panicking now. That's the thing. Now we were also just pushing through because it was almost done, and then we just got crushed back. But that's like we were too tired to focus, and now just silly mistakes cost us a lot of shit.
Yeah. If we played any longer, we would have been mad with each other.
Yeah, we were starting to get mad.
I was getting mad.
We would have gotten like in a fight over wood and everything. Yep. And who lit that on fire this time? Yeah.
Limit's been reached.
Oh my god, I'm so
I
dead.
can't get this damn sock off.
It was all in the name of fun. Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
That was an experience.
Now we're just gonna cry in a corner.
Explode into fire. Go figure. Firehounds become fire. Who would have thought of that?
Who would have thunk it?
Who would have thunk it that killing the firehounds would make fire go everywhere?
Who would have thought that would have went boom?
Well, it does make sense, but yeah, that's the thing. That's how we learn in a very, very hard way.
I'm gonna hit your ball. I fell. I know.
Okay, should I send you guys to someone playing Fortnite, someone playing Cyberpunk, or someone playing Turkey? Give me your wood. Yeah, no one had any wood still, so yeah, and we still need wood, I think. It is gonna be fine.
At this point.
Thank you for playing, both of you. Thank you for don't starving together. And yes, this painful experience. we made it out. I feel like crying, man. Like this was so bad. I stopped playing. Oh my gosh. Yeah. But I wanna get better. I'm gonna research how to play the game and then actually have a tactic and then not immediately die. Sounds like a good idea.
I'm sending you
Hmm?
in Discord. just in voice chat.
Oh my Jesus. The Jiffy said it wasn't me, oh god of places. I gotta just now see it. How do they all fit so perfectly? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the goose. Just yeah. Yeah.
Just the first part.
Fuck it all. Yes, Veggie, fuck it all indeed, my guy. Maybe I'm gonna send you to Odin's. And have we been to Odin's the other day? Maybe we have. He's playing Cyberpunk. That'd be nice. Or I should send you to the other muffin. Do you guys want to see the other muffin?
That apply to this.
The English muffin? For a new person. Or a completely new person. I haven't done a completely new person in a long time. But it's also kind of scary. But I kind of want to see if anyone is playing Don't Starve so we can just check if they're doing better than us. Why is there no category Don't Starve? Games? Wait, can I just search here? Don't Starve together. Are there people streaming this? Yes. Are we gonna try a new person just to see if they're better? Maybe, yeah. Oh, there's one collab going.
This is how we all would have been at the end.
I'm gonna fucking kill you. Yes. Oh my god, there's two fucking big collabs going. But then who do we choose? They're all VTubers. Are we gonna choose the cutest VTuber? I don't know. People, I can think. I need to see. My brain no working no more.
He has run away.
Like, I do feel embarrassed if we send them there and then they're just really good.
Yeah, all those favorite gifts. So.
Like if I can show you guys where you're screening, like that's the thing. There's only like two big, like we're getting like 2 or 3